Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, or wherever you are in the world, and welcome once again to the Alliance Tournament here on twitch.tv/CTP. I am Mythica Hawk, and we are starting off Alliance Tournament 18. It's finally here with the Trials. So this is essentially a replacement for the feeder round. So the teams that didn't make it into the main Alliance tournament, either by not getting an invite due to not finishing top three in the Anger Games or Alliance Tournament 17, or teams that just didn't have enough money to just buy their way in with the silent auction. We have a whole bunch of teams, 35, competing for 7 spots in the Alliance tournament. And conveniently, there is 7 tribes in the Mimitar Root group. So each of those tribes is going to have a little group death match, and each of those tribes is going to put one team forward for the Alliance tournament. Of course, if you come second in your group, it's not the end of the world. You're not completely out. There is a remaining tribe who will be putting forward the winner in a redemption arc. I'm Mythica Hawk. I am joined by some incredibly talented people, Blackbard Pirate and Mystical Might. Bart, how are you today?
I'm doing pretty good. I think speak for all the U.S. time zone people that some of us are up pretty early for Saturday, especially since we're all Eve gamers. So, but super happy to be here. Glad the tournament's back and ready to watch some explosions.
Awesome. And someone who doesn't have to be up early today, Mystical Might, how are you?
It's still early in the day for me. Yeah, I'm really excited to see some really good games today. Fingers crossed. It'll be interesting to see where teams' heads are at really with the meta, and whether they're going to field some interesting comps. There's some interesting bans already, so we'll see if that carries forward.
Yeah, this is going to be essentially our first look at what the meta for Alliance Tournament 18 may end up looking like. Unlike previous Alliance Tournament feeder rounds, it's not a one and done. It is a series of matches in those groups with the leader of in standings going forward. That's a bit of a change from previous years, as mentioned, no longer best of one. Bart, do you think that we will see teams still being conservative with what they bring, hoping not to give away too much information before they get to the main tournament, or do you think it's still going to be, hey, we really need to win as much as possible here?
I mean, I think that it really does depend on the teams, but I don't think that people are going to really hold back. You have I think at least 4 games that you're playing no matter what. Like even if you lose almost every game, I think if you lose every game, you're going 3 games, maybe 4, depending on the bracket. So you can't really hold back. Like you have 4 different. You can see people's meta evolve throughout the tournament just because they're going to be playing so much. I do think we're going to see some really weird stuff, some really interesting stuff, and hopefully get a good idea of what November is going to look like.
Yeah, and our first couple of matches are literally minutes away. As I see, teams have literally just landed on grid as I say that. For the first match of Alliance Tournament 18 Trials, it's going to be All Hill Nat versus the Network. Let's take a quick look at the bans for this match coming up. Misty, what have we seen here in terms of bans? Looks like All Hill Nat banning the Balgorn and the Barguest, and the Network banning the Sleipnir and the Abaddon. What's your takeaway here?
I mean, these are all typically strong ships from the previous tournaments that we've seen. The Balgorn, I think, is always the boogeyman for any team coming into the AT, just because of the combination of strong newts and long range webs. But the Barguest is pretty flexible. We saw lots of flagship Barguests last year, and the Sleipnir is usually the linchpin ship in a typical Mimitar rush. So it looks like they're just trying to cover all their bases for the first match of this Alliance tournament, at least the feeders or trials. And yeah, we'll see how it develops over time, whether these bans are really the ones that teams will continue to go for when the meta sells out a little bit.
Awesome. Well, we're almost ready to go to the arena, so we will go in probably about 30 seconds. But I just want to take a moment to remind you guys that you can choose to completely spunk your channel points up the wall and bet on your teams in Twitch right now. And there's a whole bunch of prizes that you can redeem, skins, and I've heard rumors there might be more prizes coming at some point later, maybe in the main tournament itself. So make sure you get in, predict those matches and see if you can get any right. I know I will get most of them wrong, but it's time to find out. So let us go to the first match of the Alliance Tournament 18 feeders. All Hail Na versus the Network with your casters Wingnut Cross and Jintan.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the arena. We are going to have a really interesting and possibly quite slow-paced match here, as we have a drone kite setup coming up against a missile kite setup. What do you think are going to be the key pieces in this match?
I think at the very start we're going to see all the Ishtars, the Alexa, and the Eoses dropping drones and setting them probably directly onto that scimitar. But from there, it's going to be what target calls are made. Both teams have splurged on the T2 Logi cruisers, so it's definitely going to be like, can they break through targets? Also, there's both the Stork and a Nighthawk on the Shield team, which is, I don't know. They're really committed to the links.
Yeah, meanwhile, we've got two EOSes
There we
there for our Hail Nar team, so things should be quite spicy. That's then said, the match has started. You can see all of those shield kite ships just moving towards the opposite direction. It's just going to be a question of whether they're able to kill off this tackle. I think that's going to be the key part of this match here. Can they kill off this tackle before it lands on top of them as it heads towards it? That hyena really low and dead already.
That did not take long at all, and all these drones are rushing in, trying to get into range. Not seeing any drones really out at the moment, so they haven't got anything yet. Meanwhile, the Confessor is now being primary. Of course, Rapid Lights from these Caracals and Osprey Navy is just going to rip these things apart. Even under T2 Logi reps, it just, you can't hold.
Yeah, it looks like this. It looks like this hyena from Noir is doing a really, really good job, just sitting there screening, tapping target paints and stuff like that. That said, look at all these ships. They are the Ishtars now. They're in the middle of the blob of shield ships. They're starting to push everything away. They might be fit with newts, and if they are, it's going to allow them to play this really aggressively as they come in. And there we go. Heavy drones are on the field now as well, so a lot of DPS is going to start getting put out here. It's just a question of whether whether this RLML team can successfully break tackles here.
Yeah, but I believe there's also newts on. Is that the EOS? No, never mind. There's a Drake Navy newting something, and I think, and an Ishtar newting. So yeah, they've definitely got newts in this comp. So we have to see what that can do. But obviously, the Scimitar is playing smart and staying well away from the situation, which means you have to go for the breakthrough ships under Scimitar reps.
Yeah, you can see there, they've only got effectively two offensive tackle ships left now. The Svipple and the Confessor. Shana Alabel in the Vexor is just sitting on top of their Aneros, preparing to screen it if anything else dives in. Not really willing to burn into the heat of those heavy missiles, which it would die to very, very quickly. That said, Robert Mason, now he's out of shields. The DPS is starting to do work here for the Drone Kite team.
Exactly that. It's starting to pile on more and more. And that's going to be pretty painful for this Shield Kite team, losing that much DPS as well as a pretty sizable ship. Even with your Scimitar still on grid, that's going to hurt. Sure, the other team has lost a bunch of tackle, but that's a painful loss as the Drake Navy goes down.
Ooh, the Hyena looks like it's tackled by the Confessor as well. If they can pull some DPS onto that and kill it off quickly, that's going to really, really harm this HML application here. That said, the Aneros, it doesn't look like he's been caught, but they're just able to project onto him here. They might be able to kill this Aneros before he's able to burn away.
Yeah, I get what they were going for. They were trying to kill off tackle first and then go for this Oneris, but now they've got some of their stuff tackled, might as well kill the Oneris now. And honestly, if they can do that, they can start pulling apart these Ishtars or even that free Vexor kill that's sitting there. But they got to get the Oneris, and he's tanking. He's tanking very well.
He's tanking very well, but he's not really burning away. I don't think he thinks it's worth it. There we go, though. DPS now landing on the Scimitar. Looks like we're going for a logistics trade here. Our Hail-Nar are significantly behind on it, but those drones will play out better in a late game where you can sit on jump beacons and just project across the arena without really worrying about where you're positioned.
One, Oneris probably doesn't like being tackled particularly well. The Scimitar really doesn't like being tackled. It's being held down by two Ishtars now who are probably trying to newt it out, maybe even remove the adaptive off of it as well. Oneris is getting close to going down. They could maybe break through him, but they need to be quick because this Scimitar is on borrowed time.
Well, we can actually see heavy armor maintenance bots on this Aneros. Somehow they've managed to actually find some room in the drones in the drone ships to fit those in and keep it alive just a little bit longer. There we go. We see the Scimitar finally going down, and the Aneros is burning away from the fight now. They might not even be able to project onto him. Oh, as I say that, cast a curse, he goes down.
So there was a couple of heavy rep sets, also some light. The Vexor actually brought it's pretty much the standard Vexor loadout of drones. All of it was rep drones there. He brought like two heavies, two mediums, and a light to try and repair that Oneris, but it was just a bit too late. But luckily, both teams have now lost the Logi now, so now it's a race.
What do you think about this call to go on the Nighthawk here rather than the squishier Drake Navy issue or even the Osprey Navy issue to potentially protect their tackles, Wingnut?
I'm not the biggest fan, but people they might be seeing something different. Maybe they had him tackled. They thought might as well go for him. I would agree. I would probably start nuking Caracal Navies if you can get your hands on them, of course. But they are quite a good distance away. That being said, an Ishtar of Kavegi has actually just tackled down one of the Caracals. So I suspect the Caracal Navy of Ikea will be the next target, as he's now currently held down.
Yeah, it looks like this is more of a drone aggro team than the drone kite team that we thought at the start of this match. The Ishtar is finally getting tickled, but he's going to have an ADC to protect himself for a few seconds here, buy his team a lot more time. As you can see, the rest of the kite team, though, they're scattering now. They're starting to move towards these different jump beacons and make it as difficult as possible for this drone blob to catch them. It's going to cause a lot of delay between the target changes on as we go later on in this match, as a Caracal Navy finally goes down there as well. So that's some
Just trying to see if
anti-tackle.
anything else tackled. They have anything tackled anywhere? I don't think so, actually. Yeah, they've scattered entirely and nothing's held down. So at this point, that was looking pretty bad for the Shield team, but now they've actually got distance. They've got the Hyenas still on field that's constantly keeping control, and a carries which is damping things out. They're actually in a pretty good spot, all things considered, even with but the loss of a good chunk of their comp. This is interesting. This could actually go either way right now, depending on the pilots.
Yeah, there's going to have to be a lot of really good work done here by the frigates, though. They are pretty much safe as long as they don't get too close to that Vexor, but they need to have as much impact as
Caracal
possible
got
on this match.
Caracal got
Yeah,
caught.
the carries.
Oh well.
Mm-hmm. It looks like Carvegi is not going to be very, very long for this. Oh no, he's successfully MJD'd. He's no longer taking DPS. He managed to escape this
he
kite.
burned
This
away.
is the downside of playing a kite comp. If you can't lock down a target, they can use these NGD beacons that are scattered across the arena to just move 100 kilometers away. And that is pretty much out of the weapon range of anything realistically brought in the tournament.
And look at the rep drones from the Vexor now coming over to help out the Ishtar. Like, this Vexor is basically just a Logi Vexor now with his rep wing. Let's go, buddy! Hell yeah! I love this. The Kavegi now getting some reps, but that being said, Shannon's going down.
This is actually a really commanding position now for Arhail as they work their way through that final top-end DPS ship. Without that, without that, Noir is going to have a real bad time if they're trying to break these cruisers. Really good execution here from Arhail though, you've got to say.
Oh yeah, it's honestly like seeing a drone rush and then having like the Vexor, which is you think is just more drones. No, he's like a support Vexor as well as having some DPS. I honestly love like the matchup here. I kind of feel like Noir might have tossed it on the table a few times there. Like surely you could jump away yourself and try and keep away. You've got the Hyena still on grid, who should be providing control right now, but they're just getting caught way too easily. The Osprey Navy's now the next primer. Right? You can see all the drones chasing him. Burn to an MJD beacon. Get out of there, my man. Run.
Even if he does, there's not much that can really do. They're going to have about 120 kilometers, and there he is. They've just converged on him. He's scrammed down. He's neutered down.
He got caught by two Ishtar at once, like at the same moment. He got caught the exact same second by two different Ishtars. My man.
I absolutely love the piloting here from Arhail though. They've been doing really well about spreading their approaches into different directions and then converging on a target from that. We have good fights put out in local here from from the network. It seems like they have effectively given up in this match. You can see a couple of people heading towards the very edge of the arena there. We'll see if anyone goes and manages to hit a long jump record. But really excellent execution there. I look forward to seeing some more.
Very aggressive too.
Yeah, they used the newts really effectively there just to turn off all of the hardeners of the heavy DPS ships from the network, and that, it turned out, was just the crucial factor. They were never going to be able to really out-kite them in a long game, so they held off, burnt in a little bit, managed to make a few key catches, and then from there turned the game on to their side.
Random question: do you think one of those EOSs maybe had a skirmish link or two to try and make their guys go even faster? Because they were catching things really well in these Ishtars.
Almost certainly, but I'd be surprised if the network didn't have a skirmish link of their own, at least rapid deployment.
Tackle Ishtars. What a day we live in.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to just see the network team here just play out the clock. demonstrate to us how bad cruisers typically are at catching frigates and zip around the arena, not being caught for a while. So we have a bit more time to talk about this match. This is why we've seen quite a lot of EOS bans in scrims for myself. That we finally see someone boundary. I've seen a lot
I
of
saw
EOS bans because
207.
without the EOS, this composition just really, really struggles. You don't have enough ships that can bring a full complement of heavy drones and effectively put out enough DPS to break a logistics. The only thing I've seen that potentially comes close to it is the occasional Proteus comp, which has been recently
about the new
buffed to be able to
navies,
field
eh?
5 heavy drones. I really hope we see 1 or 2 of those.
Yeah. Well, the Stalker's about to leave the arena, and there we go.
Yep, that's game. So let's head it back to the studio where they can tell us even more about what's happened here and what we have to expect.
Now for the Triglavian Weather Report, brought to you by Exodus.
The weather calls for disintegration.
And that's the weather forever.
For just 10 million ISK a month, you can save the life of a Hisec miner.
Well, there you have it. The first match is in the bag as All Hail Na take a win over the network. Looks like you guys out in Twitchland didn't expect that. Most of you voting for the network. Most of you wrong, which is unfortunate as all your points have gone goodbye. Mystical Might, what happened there? It looked like the network were in a good position. I saw that the Scimitar was tackled. Like, where did it all go wrong for them?
I think you kind of pointed out where it went wrong for the network. BBP and I were just chatting in the back channels, and he pointed out that primarying the Hyena on the network side was a really good first move, because it effectively allows them to kite around the arena without those long-range webs on grid. So theoretically, they'd be able to stay away from that drone setup that we saw. Unfortunately, I don't think they really had a chance to utilize their Hyena as effectively as perhaps they should have. But when you're going up against so many ships, all with tackle and newts, it is really difficult to keep them away from all of the important ships on your side. So we saw the Sveeple and a couple Ishtars get on top of the Scimitar, and I think that's really where it went downhill. Importantly, the Ishtars both had medium newts, I would assume, maybe some smalls as well. That would effectively remove the Scimitar from play completely, as it wouldn't have capacity to run its reps. So yeah, I think that's really where it began to go downhill for the network.
And BBP, you mentioned obviously that Hyena being headshot at the start. Why is it such an important ship, the Hyena, in comps like this?
So they're running a drone setup, and they're using mostly heavy drones, which, while they have they don't really have issues applying to much, except for a oversized AB Logi frigate. They are kind of slow. So having the Hyena, they got target painters. I obviously we don't know what their fit is, but I can assume it probably had at least 2 pretty long range stasis web fires. So taking that out as a kiting team, which the network hypothetically was, would allow them to run away. Obviously, like Misty said, every single ship on Ahelna's team was a tackle ship. I'm guessing the Ishtars probably were scram web fit. They definitely had newts. But, yes, you're probably not going to get away with a Nighthawk. I do feel that the network probably underutilized their own carries and their own Hyena. I think that, there was a moment that when the network Scimitar got tackled, where Misty mentioned this in our little back channel, but maybe the carries and the Hyena could have combined to web the Sipple off the Scimitar, use the carries damps to make it so the Onuros had to come in closer so they could have killed it earlier. It was a pretty rough one, though. I think that maybe they weren't necessarily outplayed, but drones have always been traditionally really good against damping setups, so the carries as damps weren't really that good due to drone assist, and then just the Hyenas just really good tackling made it so that the kiting team wasn't able to kite.
You mentioned damps, and it's probably time to talk about the elephant in the room. Mystical Might, damps. What's changed in Alliance Tournament 18 versus Alliance Tournament 17 with respect to damps?
Yes, not just damps, but most scripted E-War modules, I believe, or all scripted E-War modules. So in the previous Alliance tournament and in some of the tournaments before that, you could bring damps, you could bring tracking disruptors or missile guidance disruptors, but you weren't allowed to bring a script to make it extremely powerful at disrupting one specific thing. So you could use a damp, and it would lower the lock, or rather, it would raise the lock time for the hostile ship, and it would also reduce their lock range. Now, in AT-18, that restriction has been removed, so you can now script your damps or your tracking disruptors if you want to specifically reduce, lock range in this instance, is what I think would have been useful. If they were able to slap a bunch of lock range damps on the Ineros, then it may have broken the Ineros' lock on the Sweeple when they were primarying it, and they would have been able to kill it. It's these important little things they can try and play around with now. So that is one of the major changes this Alliance tournament.
And Bart, do you think that's going to be something that we're going to see really influence the meta in Alliance Tournament 18, the prevalence of scripted damps?
I really do. Obviously, we will see what people choose to bring in the feeders, which can always be a little bit of a toss-up since we do have some teams that have never competed before. But scripted damps haven't been in for several tournaments. I believe that there was a reason for that, which was at the time that was kind of the meta, was to just bring a ton of them and make it so people couldn't enjoy their lock range in any way, shape, or form. So now that they're back, I fully expect to see some like absolutely absurd, maybe 15 scripted damps and you're able to lock 2 kilometers out setups coming out here. Obviously, we haven't quite really seen that yet, but we're only one match in, so we'll see what happens for the rest of the day.
Yeah, don't give people ideas, please.
Yeah, as fellow lock range enjoyers, I'm sure many competitors out there are going to be quite upset when they can just not lock anything in particular matches. I'm looking forward to it. So that was, of course, the network dropping a match to All Hail Na. They are not out of the feeders. They have time to feed again, as they are in a group stage with a couple of other teams. All Hail Na, Prismatic Legion, Shut Up, I'm Trying, We Form Blob, that's and a bunch more. There's a whole bunch of teams in each of those tribes. That's the word I'm looking for. And they are all going to be competing multiple times. So we will see the network again. So they have time to go away and think about what they're doing in life. Now, let us move forward and look at the next match, which is only a few minutes away. It's going to be Prismatic Legion versus Shut Up, I'm Trying in Thucker Group B. Make sure you check out the challenge brackets, by the way. I'm sure there's some sort of exclamation mark command in Twitch so you can get them up, or someone will put the link in, and then you can see what on earth we're talking about. So, Prismatic Legion, Bart, they're choosing to ban the Balgorn and the Eos. Interesting choice there, taking some links off the field. Shut Up, I'm Trying, great name, banning the Nightmare and the Thunderchild. The Thunderchild, Bart, what is going on here?
The only thing I can think of is that
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is me, Ithaca Hawk, streaming from my own computer as an emergency backup from our producer, Mr. Bayard J, who has suffered some technical issues. So this is now a scuffed stream, and we are going to be doing our best to get the main stream back online as soon as possible. Good news, everybody. We're at least back, and also in the next match, Seriously Suspicious versus the Minions. The Minions have actually, unfortunately, had to forfeit, so we will be able to get back on schedule for the match Hold Control versus Bright Side of Death. But in the meantime, let's see if we can get a match underway. This is going to be really hard for you to see what's going on because I only have one client running. I don't have the fancy stuff going on board, so you're going to have to bear with us. But I think the countdown should be coming pretty soon. I'm just going to cast this with, I see CCP Swift is here with me. Hello, CCP Swift, how are you?
Doing great. Really excited for this one. We've got some pretty funky teams coming up here. I am very partial to the Prismatic Legion team. I like what they're throwing out here.
Yeah, awesome. So I'm waiting for the countdown to come in local, and I'll do my best with volume. I am literally doing this as we go.
No pressure, but we can just go quickly through it. The Prismatic Legion team, which you'll see in red, has a Vindicator, Navy Mega, Navy Brutix, Navy Executor, Vexer, Navy Issue, Enyo, Vexer, and then 2 bombers. So they're going no logic whatsoever, pure blaster rush DPS.
Yeah, I mean, this is certainly an interesting comp from Shut Up I'm Trying as well. Double Barghest, Scimitar, Rook, Oracle, Stark, and carries. They seem to have just forgotten that they're allowed to bring up to 10 pilots, choosing not to do that. And that will be, I mean, it's a lot of damage coming out of 2 Barghest, a lot of reps coming out of a Scimitar, and of course, that Rook is going to be able to put out a lot of jamming power. Personally, I'm interested to see if they can just kite away from this this blaster rush. What are you thinking?
I think stuff is going to die really quick. I'm not sure if the blue team is trying super hard. Maybe they know something we don't in that with their super core. But if they can stay away, and if they can kite perfectly, and if Prismatic Legion are fitting something incredibly awkward, then I think they've got a pretty good chance.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to apologise to the viewers as well. We're not going to be able to get colours in the brackets. Normally, this is a look behind the curtain, but normally we crop this part out of the bottom of the screen, and then we overlay a separate overlay from a separate client which shows the different colours. So you're kind of going to have to bear with us here. These
all right, I'll take you through it with my beautiful voice. Right, the blob in the middle, that's the Prismatic Legion team. They are currently rushing at the Shut Up I'm Trying team right now. The Shut Up I'm Trying team warped in at 50, Prismatic Legion warped in at 0.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you want to do if you want to rush in on top of someone with a whole tanked rush comp. That Enyo, though, getting chunked pretty hard, but look at that Barghest of CJ. He has got all the effects landing on him there. Webbed, grappled, repped as well, which is nice for him. And I see a whole bunch of drones flying around as well. Some of them, these Imperial Navy guys, do nothing, and these Light Shield maintenance bots also doing nothing.
Yeah, it looks like the Rook is damped out completely, so he cannot get a jam off. As we can see, the control bar on that blue side is incredibly small. You would expect them to be exerting quite a bit more, but it looks like the Vexer is going to go down pretty quickly here. So Shut Up I'm Trying do actually get first blood as they're about to trade their Barghest out, though.
Yeah, not a great trade, losing a Barghest for a lowly Vexer, and that Barghest is about to go down. There he goes. The problem with bringing undemand comp is obviously you can bring lots of heavy ships. However, when they go down, you lose a larger portion of your comp entirely. So that second Barghest now choosing to sit completely stationary and just eat damage from these hull tank blaster rush. Bold move.
Yeah, we talked a bit about how damps were going to play a big role in this tournament. At least how we suspected it. You see the Shut Up I'm Trying team did bring a carries, which is one of the better damping platforms. Unfortunately, they're going up against a team that doesn't need to lock past 10 kilometers, because that's about where their optimal is anyway. So that carries died. Good stuff for that one. The Prismatic Legion are about to lose one of their tackle Enyos, which is quite crucial, but they are getting phenomenal trades here with a Rook and a Barghest going down simultaneously.
Yeah, and conveniently, they're all choosing to sit stationary in the center, which is certainly helping my first time operating a camera in an Alliance tournament match, as it's really not that difficult. But we can zoom in now and see this fantastic explosion as the second Barghest goes down. It's really just an Oracle, which is also going down, a Stark, and finally the Scimitar. So this is going to be a pretty easy win for Prismatic Legion. Shut Up I'm Trying, but obviously not hard enough here.
Indeed. And yeah, the Shut Up I'm Trying Scimitar, the last one to go down. Usually in tournament, as we see, logistics primaried first, but the Prismatic Legion team, they saw what their opponents brought, identified that they had just a massive DPS to overwhelm them. They didn't even bring a logistics themselves, so they just went all out. Let's take the battleships out quickly. So a great shot calling from the Prismatic Legion team. They probably had a little bit of an advantage here too, but you got to give them credit when they do everything right anyways.
Yeah, they certainly gave it their best shot, so not for lack of trying. 2 Barghest, though, is putting a lot of your points into 2 baskets, really, and 24 points each. It's heavy. Obviously, CCP Swift, there's a rule in this Alliance tournament where if you bring the same ship, they all go up in points. Do you think perhaps maybe one of those Barghests could be swapped for something else?
Yeah, that would actually allow them to bring more pilots, which is always a good thing in this tournament, as you mentioned. Prismatic Legion worked around this by bringing a Vindicator and a Navy Mega, and then a Brutix and a Navy Brutix. So you can see what they were thinking there to save a few points.
Yeah, well, it is now shut up. We tried. It didn't go well for them. They killed a Vexer, which is unfortunately is not enough to really do any damage. And there you have it, 100-4 in favour of Prismatic Legion. Shut up, I'm trying, dropping this match. We don't have a studio to return to because it lives on Mr. BRJ's computer and it's currently not working. So we can just talk here. Mystical Might, I'm going to ask you to give us some thoughts on that while I try and hide any intel that may appear on screen.
Yep. Where to begin with that match? I made a lot of notes and then had to throw them all out when the match began because the suit team, or the Shut Up I'm Trying team, decided to effectively sit still, watching the Galente team rush towards them, which is not the ideal position to be in when you are flying a Barghest. So I was going to say that the bomber shouldn't really have been too much of a deciding factor in that because the Barghest would kite and all of this stuff, but yeah, essentially it was just a good old brawl, and it favored the team that had more people and had brawling ships. Nice, I see the Microsoft Paint coming up.
Feel free to talk amongst yourself.
Oh, dude, I will absolutely talk amongst ourselves. I feel like we have achieved optimal trials with, like, let's just say this, like, those 2 team setups with the production quality we had matched each other perfectly. All right, like, if you bring in a Blaster Rush ever, I mean, I think that's the first time we've ever seen a Blaster Rush actually win, but does it count if you beat people that bring 6 people? I guess, like, points do count, but yeah, it's that's pretty great. I will say, so the carries on the Underman team actually did do a really good job damping out the bombers on the Blaster Rush setup. So I think that those bombers weren't actually able to shoot very much. So good call, like, good job actually using some strategy and stuff. But man, they got rammed by that Vexer. Like, that Vexer charged in and tackled down, or Vexer Navy actually charged in and tackled down that Barghest right off the bat. So yeah, it didn't work. It fell apart. It's very unfortunate.
Yeah, I actually had a primary list kind of sorted out for the suit or the Shut Up I'm Trying team, which says to shoot the tackle, and then shoot the XVIII Navy and the Vexer Navy issue, because they would be the next fastest ships on the grid. I assumed that they would have more time to do all of these things before they were actually nailed down and tackled by the tackle wing of Prism. But yeah, I mean, we're able to see the XVIII Navy issue and the Vexer Navy issue, the Vexer zip across the grid, because they are actually pretty quick ships, especially when they are structure tanked. So I don't believe structure tanking modules reduce your velocity like plates do, because I don't think they actually add much mass to the ship. So that allows them to zip across the grid much faster than they normally would be able to. And that's one of the benefits, I think, of them bringing no logistics in this particular setup that they came with.
Yeah, they did fly it very, very well. Like, they definitely understood what they had to do. Like, Prismatic Legion understood what their wind conditions were, and they were able to get in very, very quickly. They were able to get tackle on the most important ships, and I do think that I feel like the Barghest maybe could have done a little bit better trying to get away, but at the end of the day, like, they do have, even though they're pretty fast for kiting ships, they do have, like, an acceleration that hull tanked Vexer Navy issue and all those other small ships really didn't have. But yeah, I do agree. If they had primaried off the tackle, maybe they could have done something. I just don't think they were really prepared to be blaster rushed like that.
Yeah, it definitely came across that way. I would also, I'm not calling anyone out on the suit team, but I did see that one Barghest was tackled and one was perhaps approaching the other. So I'm not sure if there was a call to anchor, If someone wasn't comfortable flying their ship, that's absolutely fine. It is a great environment, I think, to learn these skills like double clicking. But I do think One Bar Guest effectively tackled itself by approaching his friend there.
It does happen. It does. Reading Twitch chat, which is probably my favorite thing to do during any Alliance tournament, for the insightful and high quality commentary on how we are doing and how the matches are. I do believe that the suit team captain or one of their team members was saying that they were having some issues today, unfortunately. So, who knows? Hopefully, maybe they can get those resolved later on, because, like we have talked about a couple times, they are not out. They are just down 1 point, and I believe they will be playing either 1 or 2 more games. So, if they can kind of get that sorted, they might be able to actually end up taking this bracket still. So, who knows?
Yeah, I am going to forewarn all of the teams playing today, by the way, that I am basically betting on blue. And blue so far has been the network and Shut Up, I'm Trying, followed by the minions. So, if you're in the blue bracket and I'm betting on you, you might just be caster cursed and you might lose. Unlucky. What can you do? That seems to be how it always goes.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually pretty 0 and 2 right now on my bets as well, but that's okay. Channel points are just a figment of my imagination. I guess we're playing Hangman now. That's pretty exciting. This is perfect. Like, this is the production that I've actually wanted for the AT and the AT feeders for years and years now.
Well, I mean, I wasn't expecting to have to suddenly stream this at all. So at least we have a desk. The Vector died last match. This is as good as we can get. We could have a game of Scribbler while we're waiting. We have the next match coming up, I think, 1600. So that is 24 minutes from now. So you guys have some time to fill. This is a great time to have a bio break if you're watching. Maybe go make a coffee. And we'll see if we can keep this going. I think it might be time to go to a short break. So we will keep the stream up. See you in about 10-15 minutes. Nobody saw anything. Welcome back. Everything is working. Nothing possibly could ever go wrong. We are back on schedule. It is time for Whole Control versus Bright Side of Death. Thankfully, the minions, they actually saw this coming and they gave us some time to fix everything by forfeiting their match. But yeah, back on schedule. Let's go straight to this match now between Whole Control and Bright Side of Death. Alliance Tournament 18 feeder trials continue.
Hello and welcome to the arena for match 4 out of 3. I'm here with Jintan, and we've got the Bright Side of Death versus Whole Control, and they've both brought rush setups.
That's not quite the case, actually, because Whole Control have brought 2 artillery Sleipnirs and the rare Artie Varga, but they've brought them in at 0. This is a really bizarre turn of events. Looks like they're going to be trying to fly it similar to a fly killer, just try and swat off those frigates early game. So let's see if these tackle pilots from the -15 team, I believe that's Bright Side of Death, can successfully keep themselves alive as they rush in here and try and tackle stuff down. You see their Zare takes a big chunk of damage, but he is able to lock down Visama, and that Sleipnir is going down so fast.
Yeah, there's about 1,000 DPS per command ship going up against that Sleipnir, and they have a lot more DPS from Hams on the Loki and the autocans of the broadsword, and he just got deleted, and Stavlad is going down secondarily. The Osprey Navy issues of Whole Control are killing the Largy of Bright Side, but they're going to be so far behind on DPS once they actually have those ships down. Do you think they can pull this back?
I mean, this is only 2 points of logistics here for the Bright Side of Death team, is between the Burst and the Bantam. They're effectively not killing anything. You know, if Bright Side of Death are able to succeed in killing this Griffin, and it looks like they're going to be able to, that's already more points taken off the board for them. You're
I
just gonna.
suspect
There's
they're
so much
killing the
EHP
Griffin
to
because
burn
they
here, so-
have to as well. Like, he must have gotten some jams off there.
Yeah, and he
That
has
Sleipnir
successfully
is,
burnt quite a lot of range.
yeah, the Sleipnir is surviving better than I'd thought, given how fast the other one died. But the bright side of death are also not going to be able to overheat their guns for super long, as he just goes down. Stavlad being dead, and they have to rely on the Vargur to get any heavy work done.
Yeah, and maybe it would have been possible for them to win through the kite at this point, but unfortunately, it looks like the Osprey Navy issues are all tackled as well. Hull Control going to have a really, really hard time coming back into this match. It's going to take some amazing power plays from this Varga, and with everything sitting on 0 with it, even if they're battle cruisers, that artillery is going to really struggle to track.
Given how tanky the ships remaining for Hull Control, no, for Brightside are now, I don't even think it matters that they lost the Logi. Like, that Margaret just doesn't have the DPS to kill a Nighthawk or a Sleipnir in that time.
Yeah, this just seems like one of those things that was lost at the warp in. Hull Control clearly expecting something a little bit different, maybe an armor control comp, and hoping to just open up with a really, really strong volley, take out some key, frigate targets, and then kite back. But they
I'm
came up
pretty sure
against
they were.
classic Minotaur Rush.
I'm pretty sure they were also looking to rush there. Those don't seem to be
Really?
artillery, but they had to rely too much on trying to get support ships down, and they brought a lot more control elements going up against somebody who all of the high slots are either links or damage. No faffing around with extra damps and gems. And Crystal Steel in that Margaret is taking a lot of damage. He's going down fast.
Yeah, something else to talk about with regards to this Bright Side of Death comp is just the sheer number of Minotaur ships that were brought. For those of you who aren't aware, the tiebreakers, if every team in a group ends up being 1-1-1, is determined by the amount of Minotaur ships you have brought over the course of your matches. So this puts Bright Side of Death at a huge advantage in terms of those tiebreakers. All they're going to need to do now is, even if they lose the next one, bring a couple more Minotaur ships, and they're going to be winning, coasting through to the playoffs just off that basis.
Yeah, it really feeds into the archetype as well. They've gone for a Highlander setup in order to not have to pay any points for duplicates. You normally see triple Sleipnir or triple Nighthawk in a comp like that, but they've opted for one Claymore, one Nighthawk, and one Sleipnir in order to spread the points out and pay as little as possible in these rules.
What do you think about this Stormbringer being bought, G-Jack? It's quite an expensive ship, but it does have a lot of tank and a lot of utility with those Eden comp guns.
It is good in two situations in particular. If your opponent were to bring sentries, which are pretty reasonable in this tournament format, they're good against that, killing off like tightly grouped drones. But primarily, I like it against rep bots in an armor comp. If you're up against somebody who wants to keep their ships alive by putting a whole bunch of heavy armor maintenance bots on Neros or something like that, the Stormbringer just chews through them and really takes that out quickly.
Yeah,
And it's
yeah,
only
and now it's gonna
50%
be
more than a regular cruiser. It's not going to really hurt your wallet that much. And it's incredibly tanky.
Yeah, now we can see finally getting caught as it went for the micro jump drive beacon, just trying to either send itself on a long jump record or survive for just a little bit longer. But yeah, there is not a hope in hell for Hull Control to really come back into this match unless Bright Side of Death decides to really aggressively throw.
In a previous year, my team got knocked out by Bright Side of Death, so I have a bit of respect for having to face them in a tournament setting.
Yeah, and
although that time we were flying the Nighthawks.
Yeah, really nice execution here. I'm interested to see if we're going to see more of the broadsword actually be bought in this tournament. It seemed so potent in this game. Oh, and we can see some MJD players coming out just to catch that Maulus and close up this match really quickly.
the combination of the broadsword and the Loki are often going to keep somebody completely locked down with a long range scram and long range web at a reasonably long distance. Yeah, as the match starts, if you're within 20 or 30 kilometers, you're likely to be locked down immediately. And with
So
that,
the
we're
match is
sending it
over.
back to the desk.
Now for the Triglavian Weather Report, brought to you by Exodus.
The weather calls for disintegration.
And that's the weather forever.
For just 10 million ISK a month, you can save the life of a Hisec miner.
Welcome back. Whole control there getting rolled out by Brightside of Death in a pretty harsh stomping, it has to be said. Mystical Might. I wanted to ask you a little bit about something that we noticed in that match. The Warpins. Can you talk to us a bit about that?
Yeah, sure. So on the, I'm going to say whole control team, the 2 Sleipnirs and the Varga, they came in at 0, which is a very risky play at the best of times. Importantly, they also warped their support wing at range, and I couldn't tell whether their logistics frigates were 1MN or 10MN. So the reason I'm mentioning all of this is that when you warp to 0 against a team that you actually don't know what you're going up against, it puts you in a very weak position. Because if you're going up against a team where you would prefer to burn away, because perhaps they have more damage than you do, as we saw in this case, you don't really have any flexibility with your positioning. You're committed before the match has even begun. And warping your logistics frigates at range in that case, especially if they are 1MN fit, which means that they are harder to hit, but they're also slower on grid, they're unable to get into range to really support you at the beginning of that brawl. And we saw that first Sleipnir go down like within seconds. It was very, very quick at the rate that it went down. And the second one survived a little bit longer, and I'm thinking that's because the logistics frigates managed to get into range to support him a little bit better.
And Bart, what about the difference in the low end support for each of those comps? It looked like one side chose control, one side chose DPS.
Whole control, they brought a little bit of control. It's hard to do control setups with shields just because you do have to dedicate some tank to it. But I feel like Brightside, like their smallest ship was a Svipple, which isn't particularly squishy. Like they almost didn't really have a low end in the sense that, like, a Stabber fleet issue is a ton of DPS. A Svipple is still a ton of DPS. So it's like, really, what do you target there? I mean, obviously killing a Svipple first is smart. I think that it was a decent idea. But if you look at what Whole Control had, they had a Vargar. So they put a ton of points into this very, heavy, high DPS battleship that probably, obviously you can hit a small frigate with the Vargar. I'm sure everybody who's played Eve in the last, year or two has lost small frigates to Vargars. But at the same time, if you're looking up against like Sleipnir's shield cruisers, maybe Whole Control should have gone after something that was a little bit easier for a Vargar to apply damage to. Whereas, Brightside of Death, they clearly have fought that match before. They've done the calculations. They were like, okay, we know that we have probably 7,000 or 8,000 DPS on grid. We know that we can blow a Sleipnir up in seconds. And they just went top down and just completely demolished Whole Control there.
Yeah, and Misty, just speaking about that Vargar, I just wanted to come in and ask you something about that. The Vargar, obviously on TQ, Bastion module, that can just click that button and be very hard to kill. Can we use that here?
No, Bastion module is banned.
No.
I think we've had previous tournaments where Bastion modules were allowed, And I think we also had a record number of overtime matches where it was essentially one Marauder bashing its head against another Marauder as the system continued to speed up until someone's APM couldn't match the rate that the system was going. So no, Bastion modules are banned because they are boring to watch.
Very well said. And the other thing I wanted to ask you about was the Stormbringer. Interesting choice to bring in this. Only 6 points, which is pretty good. What do you think about that ship choice there, Misty? Is it a good ship to bring in a tournament environment, or do you think that maybe those 6 points could have been spent elsewhere?
So the Skybreaker, which is the frigate version of the Stormbringer and the Thunderchild, is a really good ship to bring, I think, in a tournament setting because it is so small point-wise, but it also does a great job at clearing drones. Whereas the Stormbringer, which is the cruiser variant that we saw in the last match, has a harder time applying to some of those smaller drones. I actually watched the Stormbringer shoot some EC600s, which are ECM drones, medium ECM drones, and it got it to half shields from the time it took to travel across the entire arena. So not exactly the strongest ship to bring, especially if you're going to kite with it, but it is fairly tanky, so it can be used as a ship to tackle down other ships if needs be.
Yeah, also decent amount of mid slots, and if you're to bring it in an armor comp, then those mid slots could be used. For example, EWAR modules, scripted EWAR modules. You could slap a couple of damps in there, so it could just be a bit of a utility boat. And again, only 6 points. Actually, not that bad, depending on how effective it can be. Bart, you're looking awfully glum, so I'm going to cheer you up by telling you there's a match coming up in just a few minutes. The first of our Minmatar roleplay corps, Electus Matari. They're going to be very excited to be participating in this, representing the Brutor tribe, going up against Hisec Miners. Let's see if we can take a look at the bans going on between these two teams here. So, Electus Matari choosing to ban the Loki and the Curse. Meanwhile, Hisec Miners banning the Nighthawk and the Oniros. Bart, what do you think about these bans here?
I think that these are, I would say, probably the first bans that are thought out in regards to past tournament meta. So Hisec miners, from what we can tell, are related to a team last tournament that brought ham rush almost every single time. So Lokis are traditionally very, very good in ham rush. Curses are just absurdly powerful right now, especially since nowadays we have the scripted E-War. It does look like Hisec miners, Nighthawks are both good kiting ships and very good rush ships. I'm not really sure about the Oniros ban. I don't think that an Oniros is particularly irreplaceable. Like if you can bring a Guardian with it, or maybe an Diva. So I think that Electus Matari's bans I really, really like. They definitely have some thought put into them. Hisec miners probably just don't want to deal with any kiting setups, but I don't think that the Nighthawk is necessarily the ship to ban in that case. So kind of would like to see like a Scimitar ban instead.
Misty, by the virtue of having functioning cameras now, I can see you nodding away as Bart is talking. Your thoughts there?
Yeah, I was just more thinking about the curse ban and what that may kind of predict for what we see on grid. Just thinking back to that conversation we had earlier around the allowance for scripts and EWAR modules. Curse, a very effective long-range nuke boat, but also really good at applying those tracking disruptors and those guidance disruptors. So, it may be that they want to be able to apply damage at range, which would be fairly tricky if you are going up against a curse in those situations.
Yeah, Curse is a great E-War platform, and of course with the ability to bring scripted E-War, it's just more powerful this year than the last. I can't remember how many years since we banned scripted E-War modules. I remember, I think it was Alliance Tournament 13 or 14, where it was just Celestises all the way down. Damps were the order of the day. Obviously, the game has changed a bit since then, so we'll see if it becomes as powerful this year as other years. I see both teams are in system and on field. So I think what we'll do is we'll hand over to the arena and let our commentators talk you through what they see on grid. So this one is going to be Alexis Matari versus Hisec Miners with your casters Wingnut Cross and Jintan.
G'day, Matt to the arena. I'm Wingnut, joined by Jen, and we have Kingslayer versus a full autocannon rush. It looks like everyone thought Minmatar is the definitely the style of the day, and this is going to be very interesting to be honest, Jen.
Yeah, we're seeing some unusual ships be brought by both sides here. We can see Azia Elkin, member of the CSM, piloting the Ashamu there, and Jack Harvey in the Hugin from the Hisec Miners side. Both of those are ships that we don't often see in the Alliance tournament, and they both provide some really, really powerful long-range webs, although the Hugin is significantly better. And the reason we don't normally see them is because they are incredibly fragile. If anything's able to get on top of them and they aren't able to use their control effectively, it is going to lead them to their doom very, very, very easily. That said, and
Indeed,
especially actually with... Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
That Hugin is especially going to be under pressure from all of those rapid heavy missiles from the 2 Typhoon fleet issues and the Typhoon. You're looking at nearly 3,000 DPS that can apply pretty much perfectly to any cruiser on the grid.
Interesting, of course, as well, is that Isaac Myers have decided to bring in the Hugin and a Scimitar, so they've gone pretty healthy into their support. Meanwhile, it looks like Electus Matari went, you know what? No, we just bring frigates. They're good enough. They even bought a Vigil fleet instead of a Hyena, so they are really committing to this triple Typhoon fleet core as the match goes now.
Wow, look at that tackle streaming in from the Hisec from the Hisec Miners side, getting into those backlines almost immediately. But the Sleipnir of Khan appears to be the first primary. Very, very unusual choice there from the Kingslayer team. Normally you want to headshot the Logi quickly before your clips run out, and the Visual Fleet issue is taking a lot of DPS too.
Yeah, we see actually ECM drones currently out on an Ashimu, and looks like the slip's being hit. The Typhoon they actually picked on the Typhoon first, so we'll have to see if they can break through this guy. Obviously, probably the weaker of the 3 battleships there. Vigil Fleet's being primary as well. Svipple's being primary. There is damage going everywhere at the moment. Everyone seems to be holding? Question mark.
Yeah, Khan's obviously going to be burning through his XLASB charges. He's being held off of the primary, which is Cloak and Dagger Insidious in the Typhoon. Oh, the Zvipple there goes down very, very quickly. Looks like Khan is finally breaking here, but it's going to be a question of whether or not, how many shots these Typhoons have left in their clips after he goes down. Can they kill anything in the aftermath of this? There we go. That's the first kill. That's something that Kingslayer is incredibly powerful at. They have so much front-loaded DPS, but you're going to see that attack bar drop very precipitously as they all go on to reload, and then Electus Matari are going to need to tank out the remainder of their time. It's going to take them 45 seconds to reload off that. But the Scythe Fleet issue is going down in seconds as well. The Scimitar just doesn't seem to be having any reps put out. He must be getting damped or something.
Maybe the Ashimu, actually. Let me just double check. Is the Ashimu currently on that Scimitar? No, he's not. So it's not him. Never mind. But yeah, interesting enough, of course, like now they've killed off one of those battleships. That Typhoon is now going to hold permanently. So they're trying to pick off the small ships now. Deacon, Pontifex, and it doesn't matter. That sci-fi just went down too. What is this Scimitar doing?
Yeah, it does look like it doesn't look like he is getting damped, I think. I can't quite tell. We don't have fancy UI for those who don't know. And wow, a Stabbing Fleet issue goes down as well. This is just the power of these RHMLs just plowing through this cruiser EHP. This is a really dominant victory here from Electus Matari, just controlling this rush, absorbing all the pressure that's coming out, and winning off the back of that.
Yeah, it looks like Hisec Myers, they tried to go for the headshot off the battleships, but it just didn't play out for them. They didn't have the DPS to break through. Meanwhile, these three Typhoons can just rip apart one ship very easily and then pick off whatever they want. Look at the Scimitar now. All those heavy missiles just coming in.
Oh,
boom, gone.
Look at that. Only got 2 reps out of his XLASB before he was destroyed. This is great stuff from Electus Matari. It seems like Hisec Miners, they came in here with a game plan. They were going to out-Minmatar the Minmatar RP Alliance, and they have completely failed in that endeavor. I guess they know.
Hey, they got the Deacon and Thalia at least.
Yeah, something really critical there during the early part of that match was Azia Elkin and a couple of other ships just holding those Sleipnirs away, forcing them to shoot into fall-off range, forcing them out off of hail, off of the highest DPS ammunition, and using that space to just operate, pull those Typhoon fleet issues back and away from one another, and just carry the game from there. Great stuff.
Yep. big respect to Electus Matari here. This is not what I expect to see from this match. I love seeing the old triple Typhoon comp back in action, kicking butt. And with Electus Matari taking the win there, we're going to send it back to the boys in the studio, see what they think.
Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew. I burned the pot.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. There, so Electus Matari showing that with enough duct tape, you can do anything. As Hisec miners shouldn't quit their day jobs, going down and losing that one fairly substantially. Mystical Might. What do you think about the execution of the Hisec miners team there?
I think that the Hisec Miners team, they had a reasonably strong setup. Mimitar Rush has historically been pretty strong within the Alliance tournament. And this year I think it's especially strong, given some of the rule changes that we've seen. Their decision to primary the Typhoon at the very beginning wasn't necessarily a bad one, as the Typhoon is the weakest of the three battleships that were on grid for the Electus Matari team. But they weren't really able to trade favorably. So they very quickly allowed the match to get away from them when they began to trade a Sleipnir for nothing at the very beginning, and then that just kind of spiraled from there. So I think they perhaps should have switched to the Logifrigs on the Electus Matari team sooner, and then cleared out some of the support that they also had in the form of the armor lengths on the Pontifex, just to weaken the battleships that they were going up against.
Awesome. And Blackbard Pirate, I wanted to ask you a little bit. You had some comments in our production chat about the choice of ships from Hisec Miners. You weren't a fan of that Hugin. Can you talk us through what do you like about that poor ship, other than its aesthetics? It looks terrible.
Yeah, they are. It is probably one of the ugliest ships left in the game, since it's the old MOA has been fixed. I guess it's been like 10 years since that happened, though. Now, yeah, no, the Hugin. It's so many points, and I don't think you really need one. Like, it's not that I don't like the Hugin. I just don't really like the Hugin in their setup. So if you're running a Minotaur Rush setup, the entire point is to like get in there as fast as possible. And Scythe fleet issues are extremely fast. Even like Sleipnirs, Nighthawks, Claimers, they didn't have Nighthawks, but all those ships are very quick and they can get on top of something super fast. And bringing the Hugin, it's like, okay, well, you have a long range web, but what are you going to really use it for? I think that maybe Hisec miners thought they were going to be going up against like a drone kite or some kind of light missile setup. But even then, I mean, all of the Minmatar ships are faster. So I'm kind of sitting here like, well, you spent, I think like, what was it, 14 points, 13 points on a ship that you could have spent that on something else and maybe done a little bit better. That being said, I don't think that was necessarily what the real problem was. Electus Matari just screened so well and stopped that initial push in, and that was kind of the power of like that 2 point vigil fleet issue. You don't see that very much, but it's basically it's like a miniature hyena, which is what I would rather see than a Hugin pretty much any day.
Yeah, I would say Alexis Matari did a fantastic job there, flying the comp that they brought really well. Execution can sometimes be where some teams fall down. historically. It's very easy to look at a comp find it on Zkill from a previous Alliance tournament, update it to the current meta, and then bring it, and then get just curb stomped by someone else bringing the same thing because you fail in execution. Mystical Might, how important is that kind of stuff? Like, is there some comps you can just power through with poor execution versus some other comps that maybe are like very high skill?
Yeah, so I mean, any rush comp, I suppose, is going to rely less on execution and more on target calling. So the order in which you kill the enemy team is going to be very important in a rush comp because you're basically using your hit points as damage, right? Like the longer you're alive, the more damage you're putting out. You're looking to trade over time, but you're also looking to overwhelm them with the amount of damage that you have. So being able to clear the right targets in the right order is very important. But then you also have the very technical setups where you're going to be bringing, we've seen ECM setups in previous years, for example, where being able to communicate what you're jamming, who you're jamming, looking around the grid to see whether there are any remote sensor boosters coming out from the hostile team to support their essential ships like their logistics cruisers, for example. These are all things that would need to be communicated and decisions need to be made on the fly. So I would definitely say that that is more difficult to achieve and execute than a rush comp, but there is no foolproof setup that you can really bring to the Alliance tournament matches, right? It's all going to depend on how you execute that on the day, because you could bring the simplest thing that has like 2 buttons. You could bring an Oracle, just guns, just a micro warp drive, and you could still forget to click one of them and screw your entire team over. So yeah, people need to bring their A games to the matches regardless of the comp set they're
Yeah, I think it's fair to say as well that in general, the quality of piloting and theory crafting needed to do well in the Alliance tournament has just continued to get more and more advanced. If you go back to like Alliance tournament 10, 11, stuff like that, the number of teams that were executing and theory crafting super well compared to the number of teams that were just able to get reasonably far with a couple of easier to execute comps was certainly a different ratio. I remember getting we went 2-2, myself and Ash Cadaver with the Bastards, basically using a Mimitar Rush for 4 matches, and it was relatively successful. And I just don't think that kind of play would have as much success these days. We mentioned it earlier, but worth mentioning again. The trials, it's no longer best of one, and wham bam, thank you, ma'am, and you're done. It is a group stage. So I wanted to highlight this particular group, the Brutor group. So the 6 teams in this group are Electus Matari, Hisec Miners, Kitchen Sinkhole, Ushra'Khan, Turbofeed Glory, and No Vacancies. This is a super interesting group because Alliance Tournament 18 is sponsored by the Mimitar Republic. So Mimitar ships are underpointed compared to some of the other empires. And in the trials, if there is a tie on matches, then the rust factor, whoever brought the most Mimitar ships, is used to break that tie. This is also the group, Brutor, with both of the well-known Mimitar role-play groups, Alexis Matari and Ushra'Khan, both essentially competing for one spot in the main Alliance tournament. There is the redemption bracket, of course, so maybe we see one take that lead position and one taking into the redemption, where they'll have to fight through more matches to try and secure their place. Bart, what do you think about the two Mimitar roleplay corps ending up in the same tribe right now? That's quite something.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. We did a little tier list stream, which was us just kind of taking the piss at teams, and I put both of them into the good luck tier. However, Alexis Matari is now up 1-0, so clearly, there's something here. We'll see. I believe the next match actually will have the other one in it, so hopefully I redeem my shit talking there. It is unfortunate. It would be kind of cool for both Minmatar roleplay teams to be in separate brackets, so that because of the way it works, one of them might have a chance of 100% going through, and the other one will, like, at best, have to go play up against the best of the rest at the end of it. So it is possible both of them get through. I don't think it's particularly likely. It is what it is, but I kind of wish they had been in separate brackets because it could have been their dream run. I mean, this is the tournament for your Minmatar role playing teams to actually win, right? We'll see what happens though.
Yeah, I will point out that in that tier list stream bar, I put both Electus Matari and Ushra'Khan in the middle tier, and I was outvoted, and people used vetoes to put them back down again. So I'm sitting quite smug right now that Electus and Matari were so, I'm going to use the word dominant in that last match over Hisec minors. So that's good for me. Unfortunately, I forgot to put any Twitch points on it. Otherwise, I could have won a whole bunch. Don't forget, out there in Twitch land, you can use your Twitch points to bet on the matches. You can use them to redeem for skins, amongst other things. Or if you're a true Chad, you can continue to bet them until you've got as many points as possible. Let's look at our next match. Bart, you mentioned it briefly, and it's going to be Ushra'Khan versus Turbofeed or Glory. Turbofeed or Glory, of course, being a Wormhole group with Mark Resurrectus, CSM member, and hero slash villain of Wormholes, depending on your point of view. Last Alliance tournament, they basically, it was all Turbofeed. There was no Glory, so they're looking to get a bit of Glory this time instead of the turbo feeding. The bans are on screen right now. Now, Ushra'Khan have historically not done very well in Alliance tournament in the past. They've played a bunch, not really done very well. So what we have here is two teams historically who both lose going up against each other. So good news, one of them probably has to win here. Ushra'Khan banning Barghest and Hugin, and a trickle down ban as well, which is the first time we've seen those. Misty, just quickly explain to me the trickle bans.
Yeah, sure. So the way that the trickle bans work is that both teams get 2 bans initially. So these will be blind bans. They'll be able to put down the ships that they don't want to see coming up in the next match. If both teams put the same ship down, in this case, we can see it's the Barghest, then they both get the option to ban a different ship while the Barghest remains banned. So, Ushra'Khan, Turbofeed, Glory, both don't want to see the Barghest, probably because it's a fairly flexible missile platform that can be used in both a shield and an armor setup, and they're pretty hard to deal with in most scenarios. They're very good with damage, very good with projection, and they're very quick with 2 utility highs as well. But we can see here that Ushra'Khan is very scared of webs, because not only have they banned the Hugin as their second initial ban, but they've also opted to ban the Hyena as well. So that gives me the idea that perhaps they're hoping to be very mobile, they don't want to be pinned down too much, but they also don't want to deal with too much projection coming out their way. So they're looking to outproject the enemy team here.
Yeah, and then Bart, the Turbofeed team banning that Scimitar. It's a very popular ship in shield comps, especially kiting shield comps. There isn't really much of a replacement for that, unlike the Aeneas, which you can mostly replace with a Guardian. The Basilisk is just not a replacement for a Scimitar. Why do people usually consider that?
The reality is that the Scimitar has a very very good resist profile and is extremely fast for a logistic ship. In fact, Scimitars are faster than most possible armored tackle ships if you're flying them well. You have your MWD. Versus Basilisks are pretty slow. They actually have pretty nasty EM holes, and well, obviously in TQ land, there's a lot of ways to solve all of those problems. In the AT, you kind of want to have the ability to self-rep, sustain, and avoid damage as much as possible. You don't have 15 of your buddies there that can rep you and save you at the last minute. By banning out the Scimitar, I'm not going to say that they can't shield kite, because obviously you can do whatever you want. I just don't think that you'll be able to do it anywhere near as successfully as if you had the Scimitar in there. So Turbofeed clearly does not want to go up against a shield kite. They banned the Barghest and the Scimitar, so they've kind of taken out 2 of the big ships. They don't want to go up against light missile setups, probably. I think that they're very much showing what they want to do, but we'll see if Ushra'Khan's able to read that and sort of counter.
Misty, you've flown in a couple of upper tier teams in your time. We formed Volta, Hydra, of course, as well. Now, as a key member of the fraternity team, when you see bans coming in, are you likely to try and say, hey, they are going to be avoiding, they don't want to see shield kiting? Are you going to try and still get shield kiting in there because you know that they think they're weak against it? Or are you going to say, okay, well, our shield kiting comp has been weakened, we're going to bring something completely different?
So I would say it depends on both the team that you're going up against and how far into the tournament you are. At these initial stages where many of these teams are flying for the first time in quite a while, it's probably going to be quite hard to predict what they actually mean or intend with their bans. It may just be that they've practiced against it and they haven't figured out how to deal with that particular ship. Not necessarily an archetype like kiting, but just the fact that, okay, they see a Barghest on grid and they are absolutely terrified of it, so they just don't want to see it in an actual match. That could be very well some of the thought processes that we're seeing with these teams here. But when it comes to deciding whether you play into the bans that the enemy team have and you bring something that you don't think they want to see, the risk is that then you're mind gaming yourself. I think you're better served just bringing a comp or a setup that you are very comfortable with, not playing into the fears or the expectations of the enemy team. Because we've done that before in Volta, and it has historically not worked out very well. So, yeah, I cannot recommend.
Awesome. We can talk a bit more about mind games and the meta of Alliance Tournament a little bit later, because it's time to go to the match. I see the teams have landed in the arena. So it's going to be Ushra'Khan versus Turbofeed or Glory. Will they have Glory or will they Turbofeed to Ushra'Khan? Let's hand over to the arena with Dujek and Wingnut.
Hello and welcome to the arena. We have Ushra'Khan versus Turbofeed or Glory, and Turbofeed have brought a typical rush setup, whereas Ushra'Khan have a very top-heavy battleship setup. What do you think about this, Wingnut?
Indeed, triple battleships all at 0. It'd be very interesting.
Both have opted for frigate logi in this case, but we have shield versus armor, and the match is just about to begin.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting because that is an Odin and Sleipnir as well. So they basically have a rush comp against a triple battleship core right in front of them, and yeah, they're going in for it. Nighthawk has now been hard tackled, and here comes the DPS, ECM drones, and everything.
Yeah, the Turbofeed team have decided to pick off a slightly less tanky but less powerful ship in the Scythe fleet, whereas Ushra'Khan have gone straight for a Nighthawk, taking out the most powerful shield links and a lot of the damage, and he's taking a lot of damage. They're not going to enjoy having that trade.
Yep, Nighthawk's about to go down. There we go. So sci-fi for a Nighthawk. They're going to try to go for a Stabber fleet now. Some damage did go to the Ruptures. They were having a bit of communications there. But if they can get this Eruption, the Stabber fleet, that's a lot of DPS. But is that really worth a Nighthawk?
It's certainly not in DPS, but perhaps in control. Like, it's going to be much harder to actually chew through a battleship for Turbofeed at all, especially if they lose their two largest DPS contributors in the Sleipnir and the Nighthawk that boast over 1,100 DPS on paper each, whereas the Rupture is probably only like 350 or so, and he's going down, but they can't continue to trade like this forever. Like 3 smaller ships for 1 battle cruiser is not going to work in the long end. And
well, that being said,
the Turbofeed team is going for the Deacon.
Never mind, he's about to die now.
Yeah, he's
the Sleipnir
got
tried
a few
to escape
Ansel
for a while there.
charges.
The Sleipnir actually tried to escape away, and he got caught down by one of the battleships just before his Nighthawk friend died. So I think he's trying to get away, knowing he was next. He's still doing quite well. The Logi from the Kieran and Scalpel is still around trying to save him, so he can maybe buy some time, but they got to find another target to kill soon.
Yeah, if they don't get something down and the battle recommences, but without any Logi on the Ushra'Khan side, that is going to be the way Turbofeed take this down. But if they lose the Sleipnir before they take out either the Deacon or the Thalia, I can't see this going their way.
Yep, unfortunately that's probably going to be the moment right there. That's a lot of DPS lost. Typhoon Fleet is taking damage, but the Thalia Deacon are currently still up, so they should be able to buy him quite a lot of time for them to kill another target. So I think honestly that Sleipnir going down was probably their last gasp. I say that though, the Typhoon is still slowly falling. Maybe.
Yeah, the Fleet Typhoon of 40 is also the person who's being guidance disrupted, probably by the Jackdaw and or the Sveeple on the Glory side. he is not having a good
See?
day in that case.
Slowly. That's going down slowly. They could maybe pull this back. This is a big maybe. He's slowly dying.
Yeah, you could imagine that the Turbofeed side might get a bonus from having smaller ships now. It might actually be difficult for the other side to apply fully to them. Maybe the paper DPS in this case isn't going to be
Oh
what
my
makes the difference.
3% structure, and he's just getting enough
He
repairs.
can't
He's
keep
built up
getting
a tiny
away
bit of
with
armor.
this.
He's up to 10% armor.
Those-
These Logi been trying their best.
Oh,
It's so
wow.
close.
I think he's full. Yeah,
3%
he's still
there he
going
goes.
down.
Yep.
But this is going to
Wow.
be difficult. I think that if
Yeah.
they get the grapples properly applied and lock something down, this is going to be a very uphill battle for Turbofeed, despite having more ships on field now. But they are doing significant damage to Sarin the Thalia, who has just
Logi
died as
gone.
well.
They honestly, they get
I
rid of the
wonder
Logi
if
here.
this
This could
Jackdaw is
definitely
still
go the
gonna
shield of
start.
harm's way.
Yeah, this Jackdaw is still gonna keep killing the Deacon, probably with the Sweeple helping him. But if they lose the Onyx, they don't really seem to be
They're
applying
going
to
to, but
anything now, and that Deacon is gonna just leave. They've swapped onto the Pontifex, and they're gonna trade the Pontifex for an Onyx.
yeah, that Deacon is
Yeah.
burning around with his AB doing like 900 MS, so he's very hard to hit with most of these targets. I don't think anything's rapid lights. I think they're hams, right? Just double checking.
Yeah, I'd
Yep,
assume
I
so.
think so. So yeah, that's gonna be
control
really hard to
of the
apply to that
Ushra'Khan-
Deacon.
Yeah, the control bar of the Ushra'Khan is incredibly large due to the Balgorn and the Sentinel with Newt's webs and disruption. But the damage bar for Turbofeed does nothing. You can barely see it. They're not applying or shooting anything significant at the moment.
Yep, Stabber Fleet just got killed. I love that ship, but it's just not going to do well with a Tempest Fleet and a Balgorn just ruining your day. Cerberus is.
I don't think
no,
that
Cerberus is currently
Cerberus.
safe. So what are we looking at?
Yeah, but I don't think that Cerberus could actually kill any of the battleships, even if there was nothing else on field at this point. There just isn't enough DPS.
Yeah, I mean, he could maybe do it, but it definitely wouldn't be within battle time for sure. It would take him some time. Never underestimate a ham sip. And he actually will get the Deacon,
Yeah, he
so
is.
respect for that. That does get rid of the Logi, but it's too little too late. Maybe go for the Sentinel next, try and remove that bloody E-War, but it's trying
the
really hard to
Turbofeed are
make something
also
out of
too far behind on points. They would have to kill. Well, let's see. They wouldn't actually catch up even if they killed the Balgorn. They have to kill at least 2 ships.
Yeah, Cerberus is going to go down, so there's pretty much no chance of it. But, you know, in our hearts, we can imagine them killing the Ponti Sentinel and maybe somehow killing the Tempest or the Balgorn, but life doesn't unfortunately
There
work
is a
that
lot
way
of,
as they are being killed.
Yeah, the scoring points matters. They had a lot of Minmatar ships on their team. Like, tie breaks could potentially matter in this format if their opponents, if the bracket ends up with a 1 win, 1 loss on each team, that could be the case.
Yeah, I think there's a few moments this match could have flipped in the other way. There was actually like that Typhoon taking that little bit longer to die might have bought them a bit of extra time. I don't think we particularly needed it, but could maybe have happened. The Sleipnir, he tried to run away, but a bit too late, so he got caught by these battleships. So there are probably some chances here it could have maybe flipped, but honestly, it was going to be a tall mountain to climb when there's a triple battleship core in front of your face.
Yeah. And so much control. I think the Ushra'Khan team was prepared for several eventualities. Like, the Balgorn is a Gungorn, but like they have the newts, they have some disruptions, they've got webs, grapples, quite a few things.
The Balgorn is the eventuality. The Balgorn could do most things, to be honest. It's a very good ship to have. Big old ball of control.
Yeah, there is a reason why they're banned as flagships later in the tournament. They would just be a little bit
Oh.
too good to getting all of the benefit from having officer mods. And useful ones at that, newts and webs. Well, at least it's 2-on-2. That's a fair fight, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. This is a fair fight in Eve 2 battleship versus 2 destroyers. Definitely fair. I 100% support this. Yeah, that was It's we saw 3 battleships warping in at 0, and they did not lose for it. So congratulations for that one. That's proving the analysts wrong. Nah.
Takes a lot of courage, at least.
Oh yeah, you got to slap them on the table, don't you know?
Yeah. Also, I feel like a lot of these rush setups have been a bit lighter on DPS than I was expecting. Like when I think shield rush, I think 3 battle cruisers doing a lot of damage. There's a lot of support going on and a lot of high application but lower damage ships as well. Like if you're going rushing,
channeling their Mimitar heritage here, and they brought honestly a great mix between control and high DPS ships. It was honestly I quite like that comp. I don't think it'd be a meta comp later down the line, but it's definitely a good mix of stuff that really just proved quite potent here, especially against the hopeful Nighthawk Sleipnir rush they had going against them.
yeah, and the bans make sense in light of what we've seen. Turbofeed definitely wanting something that didn't kite away from them too much, and they got that, to be fair. They got people staying at 0 and brawling there.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to call that Zero Gravitas Banksy. You cheeky bugger, get down there and either get out the arena or get killed. I don't care which, please. Oh, never mind, the match just ended. Perfect timing. Thank you so much, boys. We'll head back to the studio and see what they think on this one.
In the silence of the night, we will always hear the screams. So this is our story. Wolves amongst strangers.
Did you know that anything can happen in Eldric fleets?
I had a question time, but I couldn't jump. I'm jumping now.
Are you still shaving your balls? Jesus.
Wow, you must have some big balls, you.
Yeah, literally anything.
There you are. So the second the second Mimitar group winning there as Turbo Feeder Glory. I would say that wasn't quite a turbo feed. I would say that was like a minor feed. However, their name implies that they only accept binary responses. So in this case, it was a turbo feed. Ushra'Khan and Electus Matari both 1-0 in this instance. Mystical Might. What do you want to talk about in that match? I saw a whole bunch of things. I saw absolute hero tanking by 40 Winks in that Fleet Typhoon, using the power of the Republic to his benefit to just decline to die, which is certainly a strong superpower to have in an Alliance tournament match. I also saw a bunch of newts on the Logifrigs from a Sentinel. That looked pretty important as well. What do you want to talk about? I'll let you choose.
Sure. I'll talk about the Ushra'Khan side of things, if that's okay with Black Bart. I'll leave the other team to you. With the Ushra'Khan side of things, you identified that 40 Winks in the Typhoon Fleet issue managed to prolong his death by burning away from that Loki and that Onyx when he was hitting structure, about half structure. We were talking in the back channels, and I was saying that really he should have been burning away much earlier than that, when he still had plenty of armor left, because he had the benefit of being able to project around the arena, whereas the 2 ships that were really shooting him at that time, the Onyx and the Loki, were effectively capped dry thanks to the Balgon. So they weren't able to tackle him down, so he should have put that to use and burned out their weapon range. He didn't, and unfortunately, his Stabber Fleet issue was able to chase him down and finish him off towards the end. But he did a really good job of prolonging his life as long as possible by figuring out that he should probably burn away sooner rather than later. If he'd burned a little bit sooner, he would have lived the entire time, I think. But with the Balgorn, one perhaps suggestion for improvement is with the Balgorn newts, for anyone who's not too aware of them, the Balgorn can have 3 utility highs, I believe, I think. Typically, you'll fill these with newts, and they're bonus newts, so they'll newt an extreme amount compared to what a normal newt would on another ship. Nice. The problem
just
is
watching Bart get extremely wide there.
wide bar.
I've been trying to do it on my end. Yeah.
Sorry. The problem was with a newt that strong, dedicating that newt to a ship like a Sweeple or a Kirin or a Scalpel that are already being pressured by the Sentinel that Ushra'Khan had is effectively a waste of that neutralizer because they have such a long cycle time that you're not really getting much out of it if you're newting out a Sweeple. So if he had spent that entire time newting out the core of the other team, I think they would have performed a lot better. But yeah, I mean, they won anyway, so props to Ushra'Khan. Not quite as garbage as Black Bart thought.
There you are. So, I'm going to come over to you now, Wide Bart Pirate. What do you think that Turbofeed or Glory could have done differently in that particular match to secure themselves the win? Because as Misty said, Ushra'Khan made a few mistakes. Like they could have been capitalized on, but they didn't.
Yeah, I think that honestly, I really liked Turbofeed's start. I think that them taking out they took out the Sight Fleet issue, the Stabber, the Rupture right off the bat. I think that was very smart on their end because all 3 of those ships really aren't that tanky. Like they're all Tech 1 cruisers. They melted really fast. Maybe it wasn't necessarily like the perfect choice. I'm sure if they did it again, they'd try something different. But for what they did, that was a great idea. I did not like the follow up on that, where they then tried to take down and ended up succeeding after a very long amount of time due to the hero tanking of that battleship. And like Misty said, that Sentinel was like the key of that fleet. I don't know if they would have been able to take the Sentinel down with the remaining ships that they had, but I think that you have to try, and by not taking it down, you pretty much guaranteed your loss. We saw the entire time that Turbofeed's logistics frigates had Sentinel newts on them, which cycle very quickly. I'm sure those logistics frigates were maybe getting like 1 cycle off every couple of seconds at most, like maybe a single rep every couple of seconds. And they also had a ton of EC drones on top of them. So, those poor Logi frigates, they had a really bad time. I think that Turbofeed, they had to take the Sentinel out. I don't know if they would have been able to. It's entirely possible it wouldn't have gone down, but not even really trying until the last minute kind of sealed their defeat.
Yeah, and of course, with 40 Winks tanking so long, it just prolongs the match. Like that's more time that you could be shooting somebody else. Like I know that sounds pretty obvious, but every second that you keep yourself alive by doing something smart like burning away, getting out of range, or, focusing on the drones that are killing you, anything along those lines, means that that's more time that the other team has to spend shooting you while you're still alive shooting them, and that can be win or loss in certain scenarios. So yeah, great job, Ushra'Khan. The Memento Republic thanks you for your service. Now let's look forward to the next match. It's going to be Scary Wormhole People, aka Wibu, versus Spectre Fleet, the infamous MPSI group. Let's have a look at the bans for these 2 matches. So, Scary Wormhole People banning the Balgorn. That makes sense. They're a wormhole group. They're probably terrified of Balgorns and Lokis. Whereas interesting coming in from Spectre Fleet here, Zarmzad and a Gila. Bart, what are you making of this Zarmzad ban?
I think that it's a very strange ban, just because the Zarm is so many points and it has some glaring weaknesses. It does have some very good strengths. It is probably the most difficult to kill logistics cruiser in the game, both on TQ and in the Alliance tournament, as we don't have Alliance tournament ships anymore for those. But it's so many points. Like it is a massive number of points. It can only rep one thing at once. I'm very curious of what Spectre Fleet's plan is by banning it. Like, maybe they're planning on splitting DPS amongst a bunch of ships, or maybe they're just like, oh, Zarms, that's kind of a wormholer ship. Let's ban that. If they're if they're doing it intelligently, though, I would expect Spectre to do some kind of multiple target. Like maybe they're going to hit the low end and the high end at the same time. Maybe just their practicing has said that the Zarm's a very good ship, though. We really don't know.
Awesome. Well, let's find out. Is the Zarm going to be a good ship? Not in this match, at least, because it's banned. But let's see what else they bring instead as we go to Scary Wormhole People versus Spectre Fleet with Wingnut Cross and Jin Tan.
Hello everyone and welcome to the arena. As you can see, we have a really interesting matchup here with a triple battleship all-in comp from Spectre Fleet going up against what looks like a Shield Kingslayer variation from Scary Wormhole People.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting once we get to the screen. Hold on.
There we go.
Hey.
Wonderful. Okay, so just to introduce things, we've got a very interesting matchup here with a 3 battleship all-in being brought by Spectre Fleet, going up against what looks to be a Shield Kingslayer variation from Scary Wormhole People with 3 rapid heavy battleships that are going to try and pound.
They're going to charge you with that Vindicator 2 Tempest, baby. It's going to be great.
Spectre Fleet has, yeah.
I just want to hear that Vindicator screaming, Leroy! And they're off.
Yeah, these caracals from TDC are going to have to put in work. They need to get on top of those bombers and start DPSing them down quickly, or their own battleships are going to fall in seconds to the sheer amount of DPS that they can put out on this grid. There you go. You can already see those light missiles doing work on that purifier.
Oh my god, he's just getting pounded already. But he's in. He's in.
He's in, but how long is he going to be alive for as he sits there in about 20% armor, starting to get a little bit of reps now, but my goodness, he is falling quickly to the combined torpedoes.
He DPS on the Ravens, the weakest one there. Go, go, go. The caracals are picking off bombers in the background. We've got 2 bombers in the back trying to provide extra battleship DPS. That Vindicator is now going into Hull. Come on, my man, do it! I believe!
If they can kill that Raven before the Vindy goes down, that's going to be huge for them, though. It will let them just get those last few licks in on the Scorpion Navy issue and put it under so much pressure before it manages to... it's almost regenning health. What's going on here? How is he surviving?
Massive rep drones. Rep drones everywhere. There's so many of them. He's holding on for dear life. The second bomber goes down. The Raven is in. How? Come on, I believe in you, buddy. You can do it.
Yeah, and there we go. The Raven is in very, very low hull here. It looks like he's going down. Amazing stuff. Spectre Fleet there winning the all-in race. It looks like all of these battleships are just sitting in the middle of one another in a ball. There are smart bombs firing. They're trying to kill off these rep drones, but it's just not happening fast enough. And the Scorpion Navy issues, they're going to be running out of rapid heavy missile charges soon enough. And that's going to put them at such a disadvantage versus this Spectre Fleet team, which can just keep pressing F1 harder than them and longer than them.
And this is the worst thing about bringing the Kingslayer comp. It is an amazing comp until you do not kill, at which point you are worthless. These battleships have to reload now, and this Vindicator is just sitting there, not giving the slightest of shits, and is now beating down on a Scorp Navy, which is, by the way, an incredibly tanky ship. And he just doesn't care.
Yeah, they were able to use those caracals to just clear off those bombers, but those deacons are still alive, and they're gonna need to go in and try and pressure them now. They're gonna need to pick off one of these deacons early. One of these deacons to really turn the match in their favor. This Scorpion Navy issue of Karl Brutor, he's not dying nearly as fast as his compatriot in the Raven, and Ensign Leon is going low armor again, dipping back into hull.
Here we go, round 2, Vindy. Can you survive another one? I don't think he can, though. There's not enough rep drones on him. I think a bunch got smart bombed off. This might be the end for the Vindicator. Come on, my man. I believe in you.
Yeah, there's also a really interesting tackle war going on in the background with these cruisers just trying to screen off the Hawk, screen off the... and just keep them from really having an impact on this match, from getting in on these battleships. It's going well so far.
He lives.
It's a question of how long they can hold up as that Vindicator starts to rep himself again. Wow.
My man! Instantly on my man, you got the big balls in this battlefield. I love it so much. The Scorpion Navy, though, is actually incredibly tanky himself. I honestly thought they'd kill him by now, but he's still there. Phantom goes down. There's one of the Logi Freaks has just been deleted. I suspect the Vindy finished that one off.
Oh,
no, he goes
there
down.
goes
No!
there goes the Vindy. There goes the Vindy at long last. It took them a while, but now it's even. 2 battleships apiece. We've still got
Oh no,
They've
it's
still
not
got the
good.
2 logistics frigates alive, though. That's going to give them the sustain as this match goes on. And they've also got all the utility from those Tempest fleet issues still at play. These Scorpion Navy issues don't have quite the same amount of mids free to really control the match and slow it down as things go on. That said, Gaming 513 Tyler, he is taking chunks as well. They're going to need to get on top of these cruisers, really. They've got to stop chewing away at Karl Brutor. He is not breaking. They need to disengage from this central battle and start picking away at this support. Leverage the high tracking of those autocannons and just power through the rest of this team. If those Scorpion Navy issues are sitting there on their own, there's no way they can win this match.
Yeah, they're going to kill something now. They can't just sit here. It's just not working for them at the moment. To be fair, one of them is held down, but the other Tempest fleet could definitely do some damage. They have good range application as well. This is just you got to change tactics now. I get the commit. I love it. I'm all for it, but you got to change up. Find something else. There's a Nighthawk nearby you can beat down on. The Caracals are not too far away. Burst gets deleted. There are options here. Make use of them. You can do it.
Yeah, we are seeing a lot of newts come out from these Scorpion Navy issues, but they should be able to just power through them with cap boosters for at least a little while. They will run out eventually. The Tempest fleet issues, they have a surprisingly little amount of cargo bay. You've only got around 5 minutes of 3200s to charge through this. Wow, this is just rough
no,
here.
Tempest
Gaming
fleet's starting to get
513
chunked.
going
He's
low
starting
again.
to get chunked. This is the make it or break it moment. They've fully committed to the Scorp Navy now. There's too late to change. The Tempest fleet's about to go. Maybe you go down. This is full commitment mode, guys. All in. Get that Scorp Navy. Overheat. Pray. They've killed the Logi, so just maybe they can hold. But he's getting real low.
Is that maybe like a regen Scorp Navy or something like that? I don't understand how he's tanking so well with no logistics on the grid. He must have like 3 large
Everyone,
shield
overheat
extenders or
belief,
something
please.
crazy.
Overheat the belief. Tempest fleet live, please. I want to see this. The Vindicator can't lose.
This Nighthawk, though, is doing amazing work. I believe, I don't know if he's a ham or not. I haven't checked, and I probably should have before the start of this match. But he is just sitting here, not
ham.
really being pressured, and just pounding damage into this field. I believe those are hams. So
Yeah.
he is putting out nearly 1,000 DPS, and he hasn't even been touched. None of the tackles gone for him. None of the tackles tried to screen him. Gaming 513 regenning a bit of armor here, though. This is really close. This is going to go.
How is
We've
he?
only got 5
How's
minutes left in
Kyle
this
still
match.
tanking? What in the world is going on? How? How is he still tanking? There's no logic left.
There's no logistics left, but he has just so much EHP by the looks of things that it doesn't matter. Like he's
just repped up.
regenning that.
He just repped up. They are not making any motion, and the Tempest goes down. Oh no! Oh, it hurts.
Your baby, the Vindicator, is apparently not a Vindicator in this case. It's going to take some major plays here for Spectre Fleet to come back into this game, even with those Deacons now. They've lost a flight of
minute,
heavy
they burn
red
their
drones
guns?
from the other Tempest Fleet issue, so Virion Stone Shard should go down quickly here. It's a
I think
case
they
of
burnt their
committing
guns.
too hard and for too long on something that wasn't working here for Spectre Fleet. Really unfortunate.
Yeah, the Spectre Fleet definitely burnt their guns for sure. Tempest Fleet, I don't think he's even firing anymore. I think they're actually burnt out their guns. They tried as hard as they could. Oh no.
Oh yeah, you can see that attack bar is minuscule. It is smaller than me. Wow, that just goes to show how much you can outthink yourself in matches like this. All it takes is holding down shift for too long and not clicking it on quite the right cycle, and suddenly you're in a losing
See, it wasn't
situation.
the comp's fault, right? The comp was good. It's just that they went too hard and overheated their guns. Yep, it's definitely not the comp. The comp was going to win. This is all Spectre Fleet throwing it out the window. I can't blame the Vindicator. I can't blame the Vindicator.
Yeah, this is probably the biggest choke we'll see today. Spectre Fleet absolutely had the advantage in that early game, but they committed too hard onto that Scorp Navy and then ultimately burnt out their guns trying to break it before their
Look at this.
their own.
Tempest Fleet's just leaving. See, look, like he could have done that at any point and picked another target. He's now leaving after it no longer matters. Like they could have gone for other targets. They had other options. He's just leaving now. Like I'm done. I'm just going for the edge. See you guys.
Yeah, they're finally putting DPS on these Caracals. You know, if they'd have done that earlier on in the game, maybe they'd have been able to keep their frigates alive, keep their tackle alive. hold something else down, and control the match. It's a real shame. We see the Deacons here finally getting DPS down by these Caracals and the remaining tackle from the scary Wormhole people side. Nice execution. I gotta say, you gotta hand it to scary Wormhole people for not folding under the pressure, not giving up when they lost the advantage, and keeping on pressuring, knowing their routes to victory, which was through destroying that top end and killing off those bombers right in the early game.
I'm not sure I can give them any props. My heart is broken. The Vindicator is lost. Yeah, they honestly just did really well. They tanked it quite well. They tried to remove the Logi drones as well. So they honestly sat there, took the pressure from the rush. They managed to hold on. Did lose a ship, but yeah, just burning guns. That's not the way you want to lose.
No, it's such a tough way to. It's such a tough way to lose. It's one of those ones where you everyone knows it's not what you want to do, but you try your best. But sometimes the RNG goes against you there, unfortunately. It looks like Virian Stoneshard is going for the fat guy long jump record, though, as he burns towards that beacon. Let's see how far he can get a battleship out of the arena.
30 seconds, he's got to do it now.
There we go, he's
Yeet
activated
yourself.
it.
Honorable witness! And yeet.
And he is 207 kilometers out of the arena. That's quite the jump, you gotta say.
Witness.
Still, we're just waiting here for a mop up. I don't know if we'll see the shield Kingslayer brought out again. It's one of those comps where you lack the typical control that allows you to get through the reload of the armor Kingslayer. Bringing it is very, very ballsy, and it's paid off here for TD Sin. So let's hand it back to the studio, and we'll discuss a bit more about how that happened and how to not burn out your guns.
There you are, scary Wormhole people dunking on Spectre Fleet. Actually, that's not entirely true. Spectre Fleet, they're dunking on Spectre Fleet as the inability to manage heat on the guns potentially cost them the match. Worth shouting out Ensign Leon in that Vindicator near the start. That was some hero piloting from him, just tanking and tanking, declining to die. Looked like 3 reloads of the Rapid Heavies coming in to try and actually take him out. I'm actually going to use the power invested in me to promote him from ensign to junior lieutenant. There you go. That's what I'm going to do. So, mystical might. Other than poor heat management, what was going on in that match? That seemed to be a bit of a curveball. The whole thing.
Yeah, it was quite the slog, I think, for both teams. The shield setup that we saw coming out from, I want to say, Scary Wormhole people, since they won. Yeah, it suffered quite a bit from the fact that they had to reload their weapons throughout various points in that match. So at the very beginning, we saw that the Vindicator actually dropped fairly low. I expected the Vindicator to die within that first minute there of the ships kind of locking horns. But I hadn't realized by that time that the Raven and the Scorpion Navy issues had rapid heavies. So I guess, unique characteristic of rapid missile systems, whether they're lights or heavies, is that they're able to burst damage very, very well. So they get, I think, 20 cycles of their missiles, and then they have to go onto a very long reload. And in that time, they basically do absolutely nothing for you. So, yeah, I think that's really where some of the struggles came in for the Scary Wormhole people team.
Yeah, I mean, it just... that was just one of those matches where it could have gone either way, and I would have loved to see what would happened if the Spectre Fleet team had managed to keep their guns intact and firing, because I think they were in a good position to bring it back, just based on how long that Vindicator survived. They were able to start going through things. Now, Bart, one thing we did see a lot of from both teams in that last match is kind of target fixation. You know, you're shooting someone and you're not killing them, but you keep shooting them and you just keep shooting them and you keep shooting them, sort of hoping for something to change, I guess. I mean, we heard the casters calling for them to change up and do something. Why does that happen? Like, how is it so easy to get suckered into just shooting something when it's not working?
It's always hard to tell if you're not breaking someone because you don't have enough DPS for it, or if you're not breaking them because like maybe you're not at optimal range yet, maybe you're out tracking yourself, maybe your newts haven't landed yet. So it kind of makes sense. I'm wondering if Spectre Fleet, like we'd have to relook at it to figure out the exact moment when the guns burned out on that TFI. But I'm wondering if they didn't really say anything about the guns burning out for a little bit, and possibly like if they had called it immediately, like then oh crap, my guns burned out, and then maybe swapped, it might have worked. That Scorpion Navy definitely was very slowly almost breaking for a while, and I think that they just kind of were like, well, if we can just take this one ship down, we'll win. They fixated on it, like you said. Spectre Fleet did do a good job swapping to the Logi frigates when they realized that they weren't actually breaking anything that first time. I think that maybe if they had continued to like work on that bottom end, killing a Raven, great idea. Scorpion Navy issue as the next target. I mean, that's still one of the most tanky ships in the game, regardless as if you have Logi or not. So I think that if they had kind of kept that plan of going from like Logi frigates and maybe working on like those Caracals or maybe even the Nighthawk, they could have done something even with the burn guns.
Awesome. And Misty, we actually saw at the start a couple of bombers on the Spectre Fleet team, and they got skadunk pretty quickly. Why would you focus on bombers right at the start like that?
In a setup where your top end is essentially 3 battleships, bombers are super scary, especially if you're not going to be moving anywhere, right? So I think it was a very important decision for them to take those bombers out at the very beginning, because they are essentially 2 more battleships worth of damage that the Spectre Fleet team would have been able to bring to the grid. I think that's really where we saw the Raven dying so quickly at the start, is because those bombers were still alive at that time. And importantly, if they hadn't removed those bombers later on in the match, we would have seen that Scorpion Navy issue also probably dying a damn lot, faster than it actually was. And Virion burning his guns wouldn't have mattered so much if they were still up, So by removing them at the very beginning, it sets themselves up to win later on, because they're not going to be attritioning HP so quickly.
Awesome. And then before we look at the next match, I actually want to take a moment to tell you where this is taking place. This is taking place on the Thunderdome server, which is not Tranquility. It is a completely separate server where everyone has maximum skills and all the ships are free. That means that everyone's on equal playing grounds. No one has the better skills. Everyone has absolutely maximum skills. This is really good for things like the feeders, because it means that the teams that are here don't have to worry about losing lots of ships. They can compete. They can be on the same level playing ground as all the other alliances. And it's a really great way to get involved in alliance tournament if you've never been in one before. I highly recommend getting involved next year if you're not in this year. If you've ever thought about putting a team in, get a couple of mates together and at least try the feeders. It costs you literally nothing. So thank you to all the people at CSP that make that happen. CSP Zealous has basically picked up Alliance Tournament Thunderdome, placed it on top of his back. You can't see my hands, but I was gesturing what I was doing there, but the cameras are so thin. And he has carried us to this stage that we're at now. So big thank you from us to him. We love the Alliance Tournament, and I hope you guys do as well, and hope you all compete in it next year as well. Now, let us look to the next match. Rusty Hyena Clan versus No Visual Dot. If we can throw the bans up on screen quickly and see what these teams are choosing to ban. So Rusty Hyenas banning the Balgorn, the Cerberus, No Visual also banning the Balgorn, and a Nightmare, first one we've seen of those yet, and the Trickle Downs taking the Sleipnir and the Curse. Mystical Might, Nightmare, interesting ban.
I was going to say, I think we saw maybe a Nightmare ban in one of the earlier matches. I can't quite remember. I thought I'd seen it.
I might have been distracted
but
by
perhaps
the
this is the first
absolute
time.
chaos that happened.
Yeah, absolutely fair. I don't like the Nightmare in the Alliance tournament. I've said this in previous ATs. I think the Nightmare is absolute crap if you can't fit, Dead Space modules to it, which is why it's really good on TQ, because you can fly with high-grade snakes and all the finest modules in the game. And then it's really, really good. One of the better ships that you could pick for that purpose. But in the Alliance tournament, I think that it just doesn't really perform anything that well that another ship can't do better. It is essentially where I'm at. The only really good thing that it has going for it is the fact that it can move quickly with an afterburner, which in some cases might be quite useful for getting through things like screening if they don't have much in the way of webs. But most teams that we're seeing now fit webs on their ships, and that's an effective counter for Nightmare mobility.
Great. And with that, it's time to go to the match. So it's going to be Rusty Hyenas clan versus No Visual, and it's going to be casted by Dujek and Wingnut Cross. Meanwhile, we'll stay here. Black Bart Pirate will enjoy the rest of his White Claw, and we'll see you after the match.
Hello and welcome to the arena. I am Dujek and I'm here with Wingnut Cross. We have the Rusty Hyenas team, and they have brought an incredibly tanky long-range cruise setup, and they're up against Barghists. What do you have to say about that, Wingnut?
Well, we've got, triple cruise battleships for Rusty Hyenas versus a pretty much kite control Barghist comp, but there's no way they can run because they've got these golems can reach the entire map pretty much. They got a Maulus that can definitely damp one or two of them down and try and reduce that range, but going against crews in a comp like this is not going to be a fun ride. That Scimitar is going to be working overtime.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what kind of extra EWAR they have on the Jackdaws, which is one of the strengths of all the mids on that ship. But I think the No Visual teams is going to have a uphill battle, given that Barghists are neither longer range nor tankier than the counterparts they're going up against, and they're losing their Scimitar
Wow,
fast.
that Scimitar got tackled so quick. He was already tackled in like 10 seconds. That is madness.
From shield to dead. He didn't even go into armor particularly. And the Barghists are going up against the Nighthawk, trying to get those links off the field as soon as possible.
The tackle wing that they've brought with these golems is insane. Raptor, Merlin, Republic Fleet Firetail, and a Skybreaker. That is brutal tackle work. They got that Scimitar within seconds. Maulus being primary because he's being very annoying probably. But they've got an incredible wing going on here, and they're going to kill that small end as well as whatever else they decide to shoot.
Yeah, the damage is split on the Barghists as well. I'm guessing there might be targeting range issues going up here for the Rusty Hyenas team, but they're not really losing anything either. And there's such a big difference between they have 4 ships that are almost all their points and 6 frigates to compensate for it, including Tech 1 Logi.
Indeed, and interesting as well is that these golems, I believe, are also cap transferring the Nighthawk next to them. So this is cap transfer setup as well with these golems and Scorp Navy. Once they kill this Maulus, they will have full range to shoot over the entire arena however they like, and that is going to be a really painful experience for No Visual here.
Yeah, the No Visuals team is just going to have to do 2 things. Kill the tackle, try to keep their Maulus alive, and see if they can't keep a range where only they can shoot because their opponents cannot lock that far. But that is difficult against golems. Marauders have an insanely long lock range baseline, and the Maulus happens to be dead, and a Barghist is joining him in hell.
Yep.
I think.
Basically, they brought Missile Kite and a lot of control, and there is just nowhere in the arena they can go. Where can you run against crews? And funny, these crews didn't even warp in at 0. They warped in at range, and they can still shoot the entire arena. That is a painful experience to live.
Yeah, the cruise is always going to hit the entire arena unless their missile guidance disrupted. Targeting range is always the limiting factor there, but it isn't anymore. The damps are off the other team, and that Barghist is dying, and nothing is going to save
Interesting
him.
note as well. The core of this comp has not been touched, and they're ready for it. Like they've got Logi drones on the Nighthawk. They're all sitting next to each other, cap transferring if need be. Like they're sitting in a absolutely like dominating position and just haven't been touched. They've just been able to pull apart this team at their own leisure, however they want. They've lost a bit of their tackle, but honestly, they had tackle to spare. This is
Yeah,
this
I
is
mean the
honestly a
Golem
brutal
and
comp
the
to fight for this team.
SNI, the Golem, SNI, and Nighthawk, in and of themselves, are all in the top list of most tanky ships there are. Like Golems with the rep bonus and SNIs and Nighthawks with the resist bonuses. They're hard to kill, and going up against a team that has to kill something quickly, I think they might have tried to go for support and kiting only in this match. They started on the Nighthawk and that just didn't work out.
Yeah, in the nicest way, I think this match was pretty much entirely won. But by the moment people picked their comps, like there was just nothing these pancakes could do. They were just dead the moment they entered on grid. There's just no real way you can beat this as far as I can see. It's just too tanky, too much brick, and you're in the wrong comp to fight it.
The No Visuals team was certainly hoping for somebody to rush after them with their double web ships and fast DPS.
Just watching the Vigil fleet now being killed by cruise missiles and drones. Like trying to fly a cruise at a Vigil fleet is not a fun experience. I've been there before.
It's gonna die sooner or later. There are plenty of
he's
paints
gone, yeah.
left on the Rusty Hyenas team at least. Like the Golems also have probably one bonus paint each. That's 60% size increase each. And this is just formalities left of this match. Unfortunately for No Visuals.
Yeah, there's honestly like they couldn't exactly win with this setup. But hey, it makes it easy for the pilots, right? Don't have to worry about boundarying, don't have to worry about MJDing or maneuvering. Just sit in one position, fire missiles, and keep applying DPS to forehead until dead.
Yeah, in the last tournament, Bargists were actually discounted on points, and this was what we tried against it. We tried triple Scorpion Navy against Bargists, and that felt okay. Bargists might have been a little bit too strong in that setting, but it's a fair matchup. Bargists are way less tanky and cost a lot of points.
Yep, well, a single jackdaw left. Pucano? I don't know how to pronounce that name at all. But, well, he's just going to take a bit of time dying. I don't know if he's trying to go for the edge of the arena or if he's just taking up some time while he can. But it's actually, I'm actually kind of surprised how well these golems are still applying. I mean, yeah, I get it, they've got target painters, but that's still a pretty good amount of application on a defense mode jackdaw.
He's a shield ship. His signature is at least large enough for it to not matter. His only defense would be speed, and now he's dead.
Yep, and with that, we're going to go
and
back
with that,
to
we're going back to the desk.
Oof.
Now for the Triglavian Weather Report, brought to you by Exodus.
The weather calls for disintegration.
And that's the weather forever.
For just 10 million ISK a month, you can save the life of a Hisec miner.
Rusty Hyenas clan taking the W there over No Visual. I tell you what, Mystical Might, the only thing that I saw No Visual of was that scimitar, as he just got absolutely deleted at the start of that match. That was zero lifespan whatsoever. What happened there to that scimitar?
As you so observantly pointed out, I think it died. It died very quickly. Yeah, no.
Why, Mr.
Golems
Gomide? Why did it die so quickly?
Golems have bonus target painters. It's one of their whole bonuses, and all three of the battleships on the Rusty Hyenas side had cruise fit. So that allows them to apply to most corners of the arena, regardless of where they are. But more importantly, it also allows them to apply really good damage to cruisers and up. Because of those bonuses for the painters, Scimitar had nowhere that it could go, had no chance of reducing damage, and it fell apart really quickly. So I'd be interested to see if it actually had any buffer, or if it was completely resist and ASB fit, which is sometimes what we see in the AT.
Yeah, now speaking of things we've seen in the AT, Blackbird Pirate, that comp fielded by Rusty Hyenas, looked awfully familiar to me. Where do you think we might have seen that one before?
Well, Ithaca of Volta, I believe that it was used several times in the final match between Hydra Reloaded and Volta, and it was completely undefeated. I watched the match for about 30 seconds, and then I kind of knew it was over. So sorry to be cringy edgelord, but I was like, yeah, I don't need to see the rest of this. I know how it goes because Rusty Hyenas pretty much played it exactly as some of the final matches of AT-17 was. I will say they did an incredibly good job tackling that scimitar. He was tackled within about 10 seconds right off the bat. You saw all the Rusty Hyenas tackle him. He died. As soon as that happened, like I could just watch it and be like, all right, well, these three battleships are cap transferring each other. They're all cruise missile fit. They're just going to sit here and slowly wipe out the other team. It has been used. I don't think it's actually been beaten yet in any matches that people have gone up against it. So I will leave Misty to decide whether or not he wants to spoiler alert what the possible strategies are against it. But we did see, it's kind of cool because we saw a team that prepared and actually looked at past matches and was like, cool, yeah, we're going to copy this comp and run it again. So we saw the AT winner comp last time just win. And, sometimes it's important to actually look at history.
Awesome. Well, we actually have 9 minutes until the next match, so it's time for our first feature of the day, which is called Ithaca Hawk's Deep Dive, where we take a deep dive into a particular comp and how to beat it. Mystical Might, as a member of the fraternity team, if you were to come up against a comp such as that, which looks kind of like a bit of a cruise tinker, what would you suggest to your team, fraternity, in order to beat them? Feel free to really elaborate on this. We have plenty of time.
Yeah, that's fine. So before I answer that question, I had another question, which was, did they have a raptor? I can't quite remember because I did zone out once the scimitar died.
I think
it's important for my answer.
But they had something fast which tackled the scimitar.
Because if it is a raptor that tackled the scimitar, okay, I can see in Twitch chat people are saying yes. Thank you very much for the assist. The raptor, the reason I wanted to point it out is the reason it was able to get onto the scimitar so quickly is because I believe raptors, crusaders, tyrannuses, I want to say, and the claws all have overheat bonuses to their micro drives. So you're able to get a Tech 2 fit interceptor up to like 8 or 10k a second very easily just by overheating your micro drive, and that allows it to zip across the grid and snag whatever it wants to really quickly. The downside of that is that typically they die because they're out of position, because it happens very easily. So that's the one thing I wanted to get out of the way. Back to your original question.
Yes, please, let's go back to that question.
Yeah, let's go back to that question. That's fine. None of these ships have cap transfer range bonuses, I think is all that really needs to be said, right? It's there's simple ways that you can beat Tinkers in any AT, and it is positioning or it is damage. Either you out damage what the Tinker's able to rep, or you position yourself and them in a way that you like. I think has always been how it's been. Anyone that's looking back at previous matches where Tinkers were fielded would also be able to kind of deduct or deduce that from history, I suppose, or ECM, I suppose, would also be another effective counter. in some cases.
ECM,
But
sometimes known as rolling the dice, however.
I was going to say rolling the
bit of a
dice
risky bonus.
doesn't typically work in my favor, at least. Whether I'm using the ECM or I am flying against the ECM, it's never been on my side. So,
Just
again, that's
thinking
the
back, I
riskier.
believe in the finals of Alliance Tournament 17, when we saw this comp fielded, we actually saw it almost get beaten when, if memory serves correctly, Annie Gardet in the Volta flagship Barghest managed to get a couple of really good bumps in against those battleships, split them up, and then the Volta team started to do some damage. But it was a bit too little too late in that particular match, and I think that might have been the third and final match of the day. Really good comp. I think this is one of the first times we've seen a picked up from AT17 comp dropped almost unchanged into the feeders thus far.
Yeah,
Bart?
I think, I mean, obviously we'd have
Maybe?
to actually look at it, but I think that was exactly almost like a dead straight copy. You know, I'm sure there's a little bit of adjustment because of points, but yeah, it was pretty much them just copy pasting it, flying it exactly the same way too. Like headshot the Logi, and then just work your way down. So
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if some more teams bring this, because as mentioned, undefeated seems to have worked again this meta already. So I look forward to seeing more teams bringing or defeating those. That will be extremely interesting. Now, we've used the term tinker a couple of times. Bart, can you just maybe elaborate what we're actually meaning when we say tinker?
yeah, so the original OG Tinker has been dead for like 5 or 6 years now, maybe even longer. But kind of nowadays, what it is it's sort of the equivalent of like a spider tanking Dominic setup, or some of those PvP setups where basically your ships are using a local tank, and then they're cap transferring each other so that they can run it permanently. Generally, with shield ships specifically, like I don't think an armor tinker is viable anymore. But with shield ships, they'll use an ancillary shield booster, and once the cap charges of the ancillary shield booster runs out, it still boosts for the same amount. It just uses up a massive amount of cap. So what you do is instead you have your ships cap transfer to each other so that you can continue to run the ancillary shield booster without cap charges and get that insane ancillary shield booster tank going. Like I said, it kind of only works with shield. Armor reps work in a different way. So you run out of paste in your ancillary armor repair and it just sucks. Whereas if you run out of cap boosters in your ancillary shield repair, it just sucks your cap. Different kind of sucking. One kind's better than the other in this specific case.
Well said, well said. It's worth mentioning as well. The reason that this works is in the universe of New Eden, the cap transfer modules give to your friend more cap than they consume while cycling. So you can essentially create an infinite circle jerk of energy and keep your buddies alive. We have about 4 minutes to go until our next match, which is Snuffed Out versus Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy, which is a fantastic name. Snuffed Out, of course, self-proclaimed kings of low-sec for many years. Percussive Peacetime Diplomacy, also low-sec residents living in Gal Mill space. Great guys. Give a shout out to the rest of the Galenti Federation doing their bit to hashtag build the gate. So I've been involved a little bit in some faction warfare recently in a couple of alpha alts, and it's been a lot of fun. I've been flying with some of those guys, and good group of people. So check them out. Let's have a look at their bans. We have Snuff banning out Eos and Sleipnir, 2 link ships removed, and trickle down ban into the Geddon. Meanwhile, Percussive Pizza Time banning out Loki and Eos, and the Typhoon fleet issue. Mystical Might, double EOS ban. What do you make of that?
So I'm not sure if this is based on some of the practices that they've perhaps been doing in the background with their own practice partners, or whether this is based on what we saw earlier with the EOS performing fairly well in that drone setup I think that we saw as the first match of the day. EOS is a fairly strong boat. It seems like they don't want to come up against a drone setup, so they're removing one of the key ships for the drone setup, the EOS being a mobile damage platform, which can use drones, but also usually the ship that carries links as well for the team. By removing the EOS, there isn't really, I think, another command ship that really does the same job in the same way. So it makes it much harder for a team to put that drone comp together. I'm sure there are replacements that they could bring, but they just wouldn't perform as well as the EOS would. So that seems to be the first step in their kind of ban allocations there. I think the Armageddon's also an interesting one to see from Snuff.
Yeah, so Snuff I'm just looking at what they've brought. Very interesting comp. So I want to give the casters a little bit of time to talk about this one. So let's hand over to the match now. Snuffed Out versus the Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy with Wingnut Cross and Jintan.
G'day, mates. Welcome to the real Thunderdome here. We have an insane match going on. Snuffed Out have decided to bring all of the blaster battleships, plus some ECM, and meanwhile, because of Pizza Box, have brought the triple battleship comp. Jin, what the bloody world have we entered?
We have entered the Thunderdome by the looks of things. I will go through all the reasons why you probably shouldn't bring 4 of the same ships in the analyst's desk after this. But all of the real pressure here is going to be put on the Rupture, Heretic, and Zvipple of Snuffed Out's opponents, Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy. They are going to need to screen off these Dimosses, stop them from getting on top of their battleships, and as long as they can, keep them more than 10 kilometers away from them, they're going to easily coast to a victory here. The newt pressure, especially from that Balgorn, is going to do so much work in turning off these Dimosses if they can survive the opening minute of the game. Keep your eyes peeled, because this has
Exactly, yeah,
potential
4
to
Dimosses
go
and a
so
Guardian for
quickly.
Logi support. It's crazy. It's
Yeah,
just ridiculous. It's going to be mental.
If those are dual prop Dimosses, this might be a little harder in the late game, but that Vindicator is going to stop them from sig tanking particularly well. The 90% webs are going to make the space where Dimosses want to be, which is about pretty much in docking range, is the most deadly place to possibly be for a Vindicator. I'm surprised that you focused
Here we
on
go.
the presence of the Dimosses and not your favorite ship in the game. I think it might be about to pick up a
Hey,
win here
hey,
as well.
this is going to be the greatest match of all time because everyone is screaming in at max speed. Leroy, let's go. Actually, the Vindy isn't moving. Vindicator, wake up. Oh, never mind, he's been tackled. First Demos is being primaried, and here we go. The party begins. Wobbles
He's
are
probably tapping his
Electus is out.
ADC right now, but is it going to be a question of they really should just swap over to another Dimos, burn another ADC at this point? You can see that active rep bonus that the Dimosses have really coming into its own, turning him, getting his health all the way back to halfway. The Vindicator seems
they're
to be the
doing
first
nothing to
primary.
him.
That's a good call, but wow. Lots of DPS getting traded back and forth. You can see both of those attack bars starting to really fill up now as the residual speed from the burn-in has faded. Nuke Michael down,
gone.
first Dimos off the grid. This is
That's right,
all that
Vindicator
Pizza
victory,
Time
boys.
need to do. There are 4 threats on the field. They've identified them. They just need to kill them. The Kitsune, the Griffin, the Maulus, they aren't going to have a huge impact on this game.
Running directly into Vindicator web range is always just absolute suicide. And this Vindicator is still barely dying. By the way, they've really brought Deacons. This team brought a Guardian for their Logi, and it cannot survive triple battleship to the face under Vindicator webs. This is just madness.
Yeah, you can see that the Snuffed Out tackle, they're just sitting around the edge of this fight. They're trying to stop the Zvipple and the Hecate from getting on top of their own E-War support. This is clever stuff from them. They're trying to control the actual influence that those smaller ships can have on the wider battle. But it's not going to matter if they can't kill this Vindicator, especially as those newts are getting spread out really, really well by this Percussive Pizza Time team. That said, the Guardian's completely safe. Really, at some point they need to make a burn for that. Wow, the Guardian's getting sniped. I don't even know how that happened. Oh, he just got way too close to the Zvipple and died. That's a rough one.
Kitsune down. Griffin is still alive, but he got primary as well. They're trying to get rid of the ECM. That Vindicate is starting to actually crawl towards 30% armor. They could maybe get away with this. The Demos is still alive. All it takes is one lucky shot, and he'll go straight down into hull. So this could still flip. That Vindicator should stop moving right now, dude. Stop moving. You're gonna make it harder for yourself.
That T3D blob, the Hecate, the Zvipple, the Heretic, they're all going for this Griffin now. They're gonna be able to grab him. It looks like they have. Yep, that's going to be it. That's going to be another piece of E-War off the field, and that's going to be enough to let this Dimos probably go down. If not, they basically have no E-War, no frigate support at this point. These T3Ds should be free to go through onto this Guardian now, tackle him down, start putting pressure on his cap. This is brutal. This is going to be
the moment right there.
Crushing loss. I think all Snuffed Out can really do right now is to Yeah, all Snuffed Out can really do at this point is try and turn on some of these frigates, use their superior tracking to get them down, and try and avoid the 100-0, the slam dunk victory from Percussive Pizza Time.
Man, Vindicator, 100% victory all the time. I don't know what you're talking about. Never lost. Yep. Yeah, they almost managed to get away with it. Almost like they had to really rip through this Vindicator a bit faster. But the problem is you're rushing blasters into a ship which loves holding people still in blaster range. That was never
Yeah.
really going to win.
I don't know what the idea was, but whatever the idea was, it didn't come to fruition, unfortunately. Snorbert in the Guardian now finally tackled. He's got 3 destroyers on top of him. The other ones are just putting a little bit of pressure on this Magus, trying to take the last few ships off the grid nice and quickly. A clinical finish here from Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy, but not too many decisions they really had to make.
One thing I love about this match, at the start, the Vindy didn't even bother to move, because he just knew, they're going to come to me anyway, who cares? Just sit right here.
Yeah, don't mess up your own
that's
tracking, let them
100-0.
get 0 transversal on you, and just fire away.
It didn't even matter. Like, the Balgorn actually was going to be pretty destructive against these Demosses, just constantly capping them out as well. Like, this is... Snuffer playing their own game, man. I mean, we make jokes about them and Sinos, but, like, what in the world was that?
Really, the only way they could have won this game was by turning back, burning away, going to one of those MGD beacons, waiting it out, letting the tackle maybe from Percussive Pizza Time from Diplomacy spread out a little, re-engage at that point, kill off a bunch of their tackle, and then move in. And they just weren't able to do that.
I thought for a second that you were going to say turn around, run back, and then get out the arena, because I don't see how this is ever going to be a win.
Just log
I
off.
don't know.
Just accept defeat. No, credit to them.
We warp off.
Out,
it's done.
What a match! So many upsets today. I think pretty much every team that we decided was significantly favored on our pre-show last weekend has just immediately lost. The Minions didn't even show up. A team that we thought might be favored, Snuffed Out are losing here. Ushra'Khan and Electus Matari both picking up wins. What a day of upsets already in this feeder tournament.
Yep, this has been an interesting day for sure, and Pontifex is now going for the edge of glory. He's going to try and break the record, because that's the only thing his team is going to be able to break today, that's for sure.
Yep. You can see there Kai and Mark's sitting pretty. He's got a bit of fire in his hull, but he doesn't really care. He's probably feeling like an absolute Chad at this point.
I know, right? That's probably like maximum Chad energy right there. I managed to take down 4 Demosses and win. Let's go, boys. Definitely didn't have a team behind me. Yep.
Just soloed them. Looks like Infinitas is just getting to chill out there. Single drone orbiting him. There we go. He's fine. No, he's stayed inside the arena.
Shaking my damn head.
We get to watch this for just a little bit longer. The Zwipple and all that are gonna go. Yeah, they can't even boundary properly, This is.
You guys did not hear that from us. Like, we heard that from someone else in the call. So, just casually getting roasted by people in the background as well. My man.
Oh, there we go. He's going to the boundary again. Will he achieve it? No, he's turning around. It seems like he is just here to waste.
I think he's out this time.
Is he? Oh, yeah, no, he has.
Yeah, he's aimed the right way.
God bless.
All right, well, with that utter lunacy, let's go back to the studio and watch the analyst try and answer what just happened.
Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew. I buried the pot.
Well, there you have it. Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy, taking a couple of slices out of that somewhat cheesy comp brought by Snuffed Out. Welcome to the Alliance Tournament 18 feeders. If you were wondering what the worst comp was going to be in the tournament, then wait no longer. We've just seen it. For Dimoses, someone hasn't read the rules, I don't think, or they just didn't like their points anyway. Because Mystical Might, tell me about how points work when you bring multiples of the same ships.
Okay, I don't like that question, so I'm going to change it slightly. How can they bring 4 Deimoses to begin with? I think
That's
would
also a
be a good one.
valid question. Yep.
Yeah. I'm going to do that because I can't do maths. So
well, would you like me to tell you
PvP
the
gets that one.
maths? I'll tell you the
It's
maths.
fine. Go on, tell me the
No,
maths.
no. You asked me the question. So it's 12 points for Deimos, I believe. And every time you bring an extra Deimos, it becomes an additional point. So if you bring 4 Deimoses, it's 60 points, which means that there's just 12 points that you just left sitting on a table somewhere by itself without any parent or guardian around to supervise. You just left them alone. And that's what results. I mean, this is kind of like, have you ever seen those goats that kind of bash heads against each other? That's essentially what we had there with those 2 comps, except one of the goats was a Vindicator, and the other goat was 4 Demoses that cost too much. Now, back to you, Misty. You may continue your point.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so the other rule change that I wanted to point out, so that is one of them, where if you bring the same ship whole multiple times, then each one costs more than it normally would, right? It's the replica rule, I suppose. I don't actually know what it's called. The other rule change that we've seen is that in the last AT, you could only bring 3 of a certain ship class. So you could only bring 3 cruisers, you could only bring through 3 battleships, 3 frigates, 3 destroyers, whatever it is that you want to use, you could only bring 3. In AT-18, you can now bring 4 of each ship class that you want to field. So, it opens up, I suppose, different teams to different comps that they may want to try and run. It's going to change the meta quite a bit, I think, making certain setups stronger, like rush setups, where you can have now 4 cruisers plus some command ships. And it might make some comps weaker, like Tinker setup that we saw earlier, where now that there's so much more damage on grid, it becomes a little bit harder to tank what you're going to be finding when you're warping onto grid. So, yeah, I think 2 interesting rules that will shape how teams are thinking about comps.
Definitely, and I'm told that it's called the point inflation rule. That's the official name for that particular rule.
Nice.
Not much more to break down about that last match. It was pretty interesting all round, really. I don't recommend if you're getting into a Lance tournament, I don't recommend you to copy that comp. Try the previous match. But for now, we are going to take a short break, and we will be back for Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Esports Squad versus Of Sound Mind in approximately 30 minutes. So see you then. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day 1 of the Alliance Tournament 18 Mimitar Feeder Trial Rounds. We have 3 more days after today, but before that, we have the rest of today. I am joined by 2 more incredible people in the Eve community, Zurzak Destroyer and Jin Tan. Zu, how are you today?
I'm pretty good. Just temporarily relocated for the evening so I can present this lovely tournament today, but otherwise doing quite well, thank you.
Awesome. And Jin Tan, a man who self-identifies as smaller than the attack bar for Spectre Fleet. How are you today?
I'm doing very well. I've been enjoying watching these comedy festive games that we've had so far this evening. Really brought a smile to my face seeing what people have brought out whilst fighting for allegedly their tournament.
Yeah, so Jin, you've been obviously commentating with us the day so far. Has there been any matches that stood out to you as some fantastic ones to watch back?
I think the first game, the drone kite versus the drone kite that turned into a drone aggro versus the shield kite game is probably the best one to watch back. It gives you an example of how to identify the win conditions of your opponent, attack them, and then win the match off the back of that, even if it's not what your composition is really designed to do. I can't remember what team played in it. Sorry, it's all a little bit of a blur after 3 or 4 hours commentating. But if you want to know how to fly tackle well and how to kind of push aggressively as a team, that is a VOD to watch back.
Yeah, so that first match you're referring to is All Hail Na versus the Network, where All Hail Na took that victory in a very exciting match. So yeah, great one to watch. We have had half our matches down, as mentioned, and we're going into the second half of the day. Our first match is going to be between Hidden Leaf, Village Ninja Assassin Esports Squad team. I can't remember their full name. It's obscene, and they're going up against Of Sound Mind. Zoo, what do you think about this matchup? I think a lot of the casters previously have put a lot of power behind Hidden Leaf. Do you think that's rightfully put there?
I think Hidden Leaf have had a strong showing. I believe they were one of the teams that I think just randomly formed for the Anger Games, I believe, and been doing strong since. Kind of one of these meme names that just kind of sticks to the end of the day. But memes aside, they've been having quite strong showings on all their participations from what I've seen. So hopefully it can probably be one of the teams who makes it through the feeders here. Loving the format for the feeders, by the way.
Yeah, definitely. I love the format of these videos too, by the way. So great job, CCP Zealous. Just quickly looking at the bands: Cerberus and Sleipnir from Hidden Leaf, whatever, and Typhoon, Fleet Issue, Hugin from Of Sound Mind. So this should result in some very interesting matchups. But it is time to go to the arena and watch the match itself. Hidden Leaf Village, etc., versus Of Sound Mind with your casters Fear, Vina, and Moderator.
Hello, everybody. My name is Fear, joined by Moderator, and I'm excited to bring you the second half of the day. Starting out on the red side, it is Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports, bringing a battle cruiser kind of shield core lineup. I believe this looks like a kite setup based on the rapid lights in the low end, but I actually am having a hard time telling if this is a ham or an HML Nighthawk.
Yeah, those are going to be hams. So we see kind of a bit of a mix. We see that Of Sound Mind is going for rapid lights and kind of kiting with the 720 autocannons, whereas Ultram's team is going full heavy assault missiles. Already we see that the Of Sound Mind team is trying to kite away and run away, but look at how fast those Osprey Scythe and Caracles are closing on top, just trying to tackle on things.
Yeah, drone blob onto the Jackdaw right now as the Scorpion Navy issue is being burned past. They're going to try to burn onto this Barghest, it looks like, as Baltrum and the Hurricane Fleet issue is taking a bit of damage. Of Sound Mind's Jackdaw, though, is taking damage for them at the moment, but they're finally getting all of their DPS onto Dark Hadron in this Barghest. And with the Shield Rush set up, this Barghest going to melt. He doesn't have a whole lot of EHP.
Yeah, we see that the drone's on top of the Jackdaw, but the Barghest is now fully surrounded by an Orthrus Hurricane Fleet issue Scythe Caracal, and it's going to go down. Jackdaw drops to drones. The Barghest doing what he can to shield rep. They're going to lose a Barghest probably about the same time the Hurricane Fleet issue goes down. That's an excellent trade if you're Hidden Leaf right now.
Yeah, interestingly, this setup did take a Basilisk, so you actually got a little bit more rep power than you do out of a Scimitar, which is why this Hurricane Fleet is being able to stay alive for a little bit longer than perhaps we would accept with that Scimitar in the lineup. Of course, Scimitar being faster and with better cap. That said, the Scorpion Navy now down into half shields in this Hurricane Fleet issue of Baltram. He's being able to wrap up all the way through this rapid heavy reload, I would have to assume, of this Scorpion Navy issue. And with that SNI into armor, it looks like the game is already over for Of Sound Mind. Hidden Leaf Ninja Village Assassin Squad Esports should be taking this one after this SNI goes down.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the risks that you run when you bring only two of these battleships that go rapid heavy, kind of 2 to 3, sort of where you get the threshold that you need to really effectively clip out a battle cruiser, and just 2 in this case wasn't enough to do it. We saw that Baltram did get down into armor, but once all the RS and Dark, hit their reload, or in Dark's case, died, it was pretty much all over. And we see that Frosty Knee is going down already, just gets absolutely eviscerated by that heavy assault missile damage. Just look at the attack bar right up now of Hidden Leaf. They definitely came to brawl And Of Sound Mind didn't really have much in the way of the ability to screen any of these ships. I mean, you have a Jackdaw, Fleet Scythe, Caracal, Navy Osprey, and an Orthrus all trying to close on top of you. You're not going to be able to pull away from that.
Yeah, just it's one of those cases. Don't have screen for the Barghest, and the Barghests weren't able to self-screen effectively. Scythe Fleet issue goes down. We did notice a Griffin of Hydro goes down from Hidden Leaf Village. So they will not 100-0 this game, but either way, that initial trade going very well for them with that Shield Rush setup, able to take out the Barghest, which is the ship that they're afraid that actually might kite them out. So really well played from them and making a very clean match to start off this afternoon.
Yeah, I almost can't help but feel like Hidden Leaf just kind of won it in draft and just really out executed Of Sound Mind on top of just having a better equipped comp to deal with what was going on. As Felix Dodgers is now, or Dorgers is now doing the very best that they can to try to kite out, but this match is very, very over. Nearly 100-0 dunk with the exception of that Griffin, as we see this Scythe Fleet issue screaming across the field at nearly 3,000 kilometers a second, closing on top of the Caracal. The speed of that Scythe Fleet issue, these Caracal Navy issues, is Orthrus going over 3,000. You're not going to be able to kite away from that in a Barghest even. So,
yeah,
very decisive
Caracal
game
Navy
in favor of Hidden Leaf.
Yeah, Caracal Navy, not a ship we see a whole lot of, but in the AT and Hamrush setups, it is very cheap for quite a bit of damage on that heavy assault missiles, as it is a particularly HML and Ham bonus ship, not a rapid light fit as we normally see with Caracals. They catch up Felix Dorgers around the jump beacon, and that is all she wrote for the match. 100-3 for Hidden Leaf Village. Any final comments before we send it back to the desk?
Yeah, it's nice to see some of these other faction ships get used now that the points have been changed, but I'm sure that's for the desk to decide.
All right, back to the desk we go, and on to the next one.
Welcome back. Hidden Leaf, Village, Ninja, etc. Taking a match there off of Sound Mind in a commanding victory. 100 points to 3. Very, very well executed there by the Hidden Leaf team. Zoo, I want to come to you first on this one. Sometimes we see these comps where they are heavy in battleships, lots of points in very few ships. In that case, it was a Barghest and a Navy Scorpion. And they're going up against a team that is choosing to spread their points across lots more medium-sized ships, a bunch of battle cruisers and cruisers. What's the kind of like thought process behind the decisions here, and maybe the benefits of each one?
So the battleship, you can think of a more eggs in one basket kind of style. It's a big chunky core to get behind, especially with battleships having that bonus towards plates and extenders, giving shield. And they have the newts. Newts can be devastating. They have grapples. Grapples can be devastating. They have good drone base. So they normally, while we're not seeing flagships in this kind of tournament, you can almost consider them kind of like a team's or composition's flagship. You might see this actually, especially with the shacks. Though it's primarily a kind of an all eggs in one basket. Normally, because of the shack is quite devastating, but you pay a lot of points for that. but I kind of prefer the hidden leaf approach of spreading more. It means you can keep your momentum going. You only lose a slight bit as each thing gets removed going down the ledge, but we kind of saw that happening here for sound. Cool, you got these chunky boys that are going to be doing a lot for your team. Your comp's built around them, but the moment they're removed, what's the rest of your team going to do? Where versus Hidden Leaf, if they started losing ships, they could still, they still got the damage, they still got the tackle. They probably had a lot of tackle spread throughout their comp as well. And I think a lot of their comp was just focused doing the same thing versus Sounds being kind of missiles, but in a sense, still split in a bad way with ranges and reloads and weapon types slightly.
Awesome. And just speaking of the way that they flew it as well, we'd sometimes talk about winning in the draft or winning in the comp or winning in execution. The Hidden Leaf team, in this case, played really well. They flew really well. Jintan, you were talking a little bit about defensive piloting and how that caused the Offsound 9 team to sort of stretch out a little bit too far and overextend. Can you just explain a little bit about that for us?
Yeah, not just actually forcing Sound to overextend, but Voltrum in that match, when he was getting shot, rather than sit there, keep pounding his DPS into the primary, what you would think you might want to do if you're a classic F1 monkey, just ignore what's happening to your own ship and just keep doing what your FC tells you. He burnt all the way back, managed to outrange the rapid heavies, and in doing so, he forced all of the Sound tackle to try and follow him, hold him within that range, and that gave a crucial opportunity for the rest of his team with those rapid light missiles to just eviscerate the tackle wing of Sound. And from that point, they had no ability to hold down the much faster ships of the Hidden Leaf Ninja side. And at that point, so little they can do. They have no control over the actual flow of the battle. They just have to hope their opponents make a mistake and pound enough DPS downrange to kill off those battle cruisers and win through sheer stats. And thankfully, unfortunately, it was just a matter of Hidden Leaf not falling into that trap and executing better than them.
Zoo, what do you think about the Hidden Leaf team banning out the Sleipnir and then bringing a comp which arguably could be improved with a Sleipnir in it?
Yeah, that's just a
I
massive
think
game.
I like it in a sense, but sometimes you remove the better ships option from the enemy because if it's kind of like if you were to be on consider an equal playing field, even or actually in this case, Hidden Leaf almost maybe considering themselves better than the other team. Just take the better ships away from them, and you're already taking down. So stop giving the enemy team free easy bonuses. The free easy bonuses of the step having a ridiculous tank. The free easy bonus of this step doing the links. The free easy bonus of all that damage. So take the free easy bonuses away and bring them down a bit, and make it that your piloting counts a bit more than the actual ship.
Yeah, we also saw a couple of support ships from both sides that were perhaps important for this match. Hidden Leaf bringing in a Griffin and a Jackdaw, and the Offside Mine team bringing a Skybreaker, a Flycatcher, and a Jackdaw. Jintan, what do you make of these support cores, especially that Griffin? Like, it seems sometimes like that's a very easy ship to remove, especially when you come up against another team with a Jackdaw.
Yeah, so there's two kind of schools of thought about how you should use a Griffin in a comp. The first school of thought is that you use a Griffin to basically, I'm going to send 3 points. I'm going to stop one ship that I think is really crucial from my opponents from having any impact on the match for the first 30 seconds to maybe a minute, and force tackle out of position whilst they try and chase me, and then you die. You're effectively just trying to get that key bit of momentum at the start of the match because fights in EVE Online snowball so quickly. And the other theory is you try and use it more defensively. You burn away at the start of the fight. You don't put out your ECM. You just try and survive until the late game, where you can come back in, turn off a logistics, turn off a tackle ship, get something free in the mid game maybe, and really have the impact there. The main thing is though, you're only going to have one shot at it. Once you come into the range of something tackle that can dive out at you, you are going to die in a Griffin. You have no tank, and you are slower than most other frigates in the game.
And Jen, another question for you. In terms of things like theory crafting and piloting and execution, Which of those, if you had to put one at the top, is the most important for a team to actually win? Like, is it okay to have mediocre theory crafting but excellent execution, or can really top tier theory crafting and poor execution still pull out a win?
Oh, sorry, was that for me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you need a little of both. You can't go into a game with terrible theory crafting and just hope to play your way out of it. I mean, some teams have managed to do that, but you need your opponents to under execute for that to work. I think the theory crafting tends to be the most important at this level. Um, when you're playing in a feeder tournament, having a good solid comp that doesn't have any key flaws is going to win you more matches than being better practiced and better executing than your opponents. Once you get into the actual tournament and both teams have like kind of good understanding of the baseline meta, that's when the execution differences really come into effect. That's when having a tackle pilot who can get past two pieces of defensive tackle and get in on a logistics will win you a match. Whereas in this sort of level, it's more about making sure that you have those two defensive tackles to protect your logistics.
Awesome, thank you. Now let's look forward to our next match, which is going to be in just over 5 minutes from now. It's going to be Singularity Syndicate versus Wolves Among Strangers. So let's see if we can take a look at the bans for these two teams. So as you can see, Singularity Syndicate banning the Balgorn. Quite a few teams actually choosing to ban the Balgorn. They're also banning the Typhoon Fleet issue. Meanwhile, Wolves Among Strangers banning the EOS, the other ship we're seeing a lot of bans of, and the Celestis. Zoo, Celestis ban. What do you think about that?
Interesting ban. Celestis being the T1 Galente E-War bonus ship, the bonus towards dams. Obviously, this is one of the first tournaments in a long time, I think, where we're seeing dams come back. But I mean, dams with scripts, which is the big part here. So Celestis obviously being able to have a big bonus towards that, being a really scary E-War ship. I do feel it's a bit of an interesting ban because normally when you're considering things like ECM, even webs, any sort of E-War, you generally take a look at the electronic attack ships, electronic attack frigates, or the T1 frigates first. So, when you're looking at ECM, you're looking at the Griffin, you're looking at the Kitsune. When you look at webs and paints, the Hyenas, top dog pretty much. When you're looking at that's even so when for damps, you'd be considering the carriers and the Mortis most of the time. The reason that being is these ships can be quite evasive and do a lot of, in a sense, damage for the E-War. So the mitigation they apply with that kind of control from a really long range, being mobile, and I think as Jinten was pointing out earlier with the Griffin, that kind of setup that can have, living to win, doing a lot of damage, or just doing that vital bit they need to do at the beginning. So if dams are your concern, you'd probably be looking maybe more towards those because they're also a cheap thing to throw in. Whereas the Celestis, it's 5 points only, I believe, but it's a bit more of a commitment. Being a cruiser hull, first off, that's another consideration you need to take as well. Frigates are generally easier to fit in. Cruisers can be a bit contested a lot of the times, so might just be something they've been seeing during their scrims. But I've preferred to ban the frigates normally over the cruisers.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing you mentioned there, the scrims. Jen, obviously you've spent a lot of time in the last tournament cycle and this year practicing with the Foxhollers team. I believe you've, if not team captain, you've been definitely one of the leadership of that team. How have you seen the kind of practice meta evolve? Like, do teams kind of find the meta with their own practice partners and then kind of get dialed into it sometimes?
That definitely happens when teams have like a set practice partner who they'll play with every week. You'll end up with both teams kind of going down one path, figuring out what ships individual pilots tend to be particularly good with, and then moving on from there, figuring out the matchups. But most teams prefer to, at least mid tier teams, will prefer to have a wide range of practice opponents, either mix it up every couple of weekends or just go with completely different partners every weekend and maybe even weekday practices if you're really tryharding. And because of that, you end up fighting a lot of different comps, and it becomes a little easier to understand the varying matchups that certain compositions can have. I will say it's always very difficult. Anyone who's tried to do sports will know the pain of trying to get 10 human beings or 11 human beings together on one particular time. And Yeah, it's good fun though. I really would encourage everyone to give joining a team at some point a chance. It is, in my opinion, the best way to play Eve Online. You get 2 to 3 hours of guaranteed fair PvP at no cost. You don't have to grind up ships before it. You don't have to go in and make your bookmarks unless you're the poor sod who has to set up the arena. It is fantastic fun. I cannot recommend it enough.
And it's got a lot easier these days with multi-fit and Thunderdome. I remember running teams back in the day where a couple of you had to get on hours before and sit and fit up every individual ship one by one by one. So I'm glad that those times have long gone. I'll welcome back to you and talk to you a little bit more later on about that whole like how to run a team, how to practice, and things like that. Because I think that's something a lot of people who've been considering, joining the AT would be interested to hear about. But for now, it's time to go to the match. It's going to be Singularity Syndicate versus Wolves Among Strangers with your casters, Alec and BBP.
Hello and welcome to the match where we have Singularity Syndicate versus Wolves Among Strangers. Singularity Syndicate is bringing what looks to be a heavy missile launcher kite, but they have decided to bring a couple of carries and mollusk as well. So they're going to try and damp people down while pulling as much range as possible. Alec, are you with me? Awesome. Perfect. I got this. All right. We also have Wolves Among Strangers bringing a double Bargus, double Cerberus, Orthrus, Bifrost with some Hyenas doing a light missile setup. So we have two separate kiting setups that look like they're going to be attempting to outkite and outfly each other. I do really appreciate the Hyena on the Wolves Among Strangers side, and we will see how this goes down. We have about 15 seconds left before this match starts.
Yeah, hey, Bart, stepping in for this match due to some technical difficulties we have. What are your kind of early predictions here?
I'm really liking Singularity Syndicate. I think they're the first heavy missile kite setup that we have seen this match, but this is really going to come down to who's able to apply damage and who's able to actually get something done in this initial stuff. We are seeing damps going out on the Bargist and the Cerberus from Wolves Among Strangers, which should make it so that their lock range isn't quite that high. Some of the damage from Wolves Among Strangers is going straight onto that Navy Drake. Kind of an interesting choice there, but they are relatively squishy ships. But Singularity Syndicate is doing a lot of damage to this Orthrus from Wolves Among Strangers.
Yeah, I'm definitely liking the trade against going for Orthrus. It's relatively squishy. Its tank is probably just going to be an ancillary shield booster and, whatever the burst in the Phantom can apply, whereas a Drake's going to be a bit harder to break. But, kind of um, interesting, as you were describing, to see kind of a bit of something of a mirror match between Heavy Missile Kite. We see that the Harpy from Singularity Syndicate is trying to close range a little bit, maybe get some tackle. Nothing really breaking, just teams trying to position right now as this Loki is trying to close range and maybe get bonus webs on something.
Yeah, we were getting a little bit of damage out on Cole's carries. Actually, it might break through it, dropping it into Shield's armor structure, and it does catch at the last second, but I think it's still going to go down, and it does drop quite quickly. Singularity Syndicate, though, appears to have damage applied to Stuart's burst, though. Looks like they're having a little bit of trouble applying those heavy missile launchers to the logistics circuits.
Yeah, we do see that there are on top of them that would help a little bit, but it may not be enough. The burst is doing a decent enough job at trying to pull range from what would be heavy missiles, so that may be mitigating some of the damage. Karen Rayleigh now appears to be the primary taking damage. He was in front a little bit, maybe now trying to burn away. Yeah, he's trying to pull range a little bit now. Oh no, he's anchoring. Uh-oh, that's not good, Bart.
No, I don't know. I mean, anchoring is a pretty cool tactic, right? Like everyone does it in TQ all the time. I've heard that it's perhaps the best way to fly your ships. But yeah, in the AT, anchoring generally isn't a great idea. He does seem to be holding pretty well. I wonder if that's because of the ADC though. And interestingly enough, because they're anchored, everybody's taking a decent amount of damage from that Stormbringer on Singularity, which we don't really see that much.
Yeah, normally we see Stormbringers do a really good job of killing drones. It's actually cleared off a good amount of shield maintenance bonds that would be keeping Karen up, but if you're Karen in that situation and you're being the primary, what you need to do is choose to burn away. Right now, we see that the Jackdaw here of Razor was, also anchored, and Jackdaw is not going to have the survivability of any of these other cruisers and gets instantly popped.
Alec
Yeah, it
jumping
does
in. Can
turn
you
out
guys hear
that,
me?
oh yeah, we can totally hear you. But yeah, it turns out that anchoring
Absolutely.
maybe isn't the correct choice here, and they have chosen to die, and this Orthros is now taking a massive amount of damage. So, welcome to the party, Alec. How is everything?
Just in
What
time to
do you
see
see
that
going on?
Singularity Syndicate Basilisk run into a big heap of trouble. That is about to drop. Oh,
Yeah, they did.
that is
They
a
did just
huge
turn and
loss.
snipe it.
Oh, he's got to be feeling that one. It looks like he had an ancillary shield booster, but he couldn't have gotten off more than 1 or 2 charges there. They were really hoping that Basilisk tanked a bit longer, and now their Loki is about to join him. This is a big potential turnaround for Wolves Among Strangers.
Yeah, it is. I think that maybe there's a chance here now because they still do have those 2 Bargus. They are going to probably lose Corey and the Cerberus, but it looks like they might trade it for the Loki here. And something to note, both these teams are kind of kiting fit, but they're kind of blobbed up right on top of each other, which is not exactly where you want to be. The Basilisk pilot actually was directly on top of the Bargists, and that probably led to its demise quite quickly.
Yeah, the Barguests have abandoned the kiting strategy entirely, and they are now trying to run down and maul the kiting team from Singularity Syndicate, and it is working for them. They seem to be boxing them out, kind of pushing them more toward the edge of the arena where they're running out of room to run, and it's allowing them to land these scrams. That said, they're about to lose that Bifrost, which should be links that will slow them down.
Yeah, it will, and I'm wondering. It looks like the Navy Drake of Cyrus is tackled down by a Bargist, and they're both sitting pretty much directly on top of it. I would like to see maybe one of these Bargists pull off, and they're pretty long range ships, so they don't need to be directly on top of the Navy Drake. So I think that Singularity is going to have to start really seriously kiting here. I'm a little worried because 2 Bargists, even if they were anchoring up on each other, which they still might be doing, are incredibly difficult to take down with only a Tengu and a Drake and a Navy Drake. Except said Navy Drake is about to drop. However, the Hyena on Wolves Among Strangers does drop as well, which means there's no more webs on grid because I don't think those Bargus have them fit.
And very critically, not only are the Bargs hard to take down, but they are a massive pile of points. That is 48 points for the Wolves Among Stranger team right there. If they manage to stay alive, that itself opens up a tremendous opportunity for them to win on points if this goes to time. And like you said, they have a pretty stiff tank, or they should anyway. We're about to see that here as Hill of Money's Bargas tank is being tested right now.
It is being tested, but they are taking down the Drake of Beastivian at this moment. And again, both of these Bargus finally split up, so maybe one of them decided to stop anchoring at this point, splitting up and going for other ships. And I don't know. I don't think you can actually break a Bargus with just a Tengu and a Stormbringer as DPS.
Yeah, I was just about to say that the Tengu is really the last significant piece of damage they have. The Stork and the Harpy could potentially be putting out a fairly sizable amount themselves, but not enough to take down a pair of battleships.
Yeah,
That
no, I
burst
don't think
is
so.
managing to stay alive. That is impressive, buying that team a little more time to get the points back.
Well, Wolves does have both of their logistics frigates still alive, even though they are Tech 1, and I think 2 Tech 1 logistics frigates can still slightly barely tank against a single Tengu and a Stormbringer, so I
And
don't,
Wolves
I don't
Among
think
Strangers is
Singularity
up on
Syndicate
points
can
right
do
now.
well.
It is actually on Singularity Syndicate to kill one of the Bargs. If they don't, there's no way that they're coming out of this tournament, or excuse me, of this match with a win and advancing in the tournament. And that Tengu is about to drop. He is clawing back shields, but every time he does, his structure is bleeding more and more. Oh, that's a big
Yeah,
chunk.
doesn't
Oh,
the
he's down.
Self-Rep Tengu almost survived, so I mean that's good points here, but yeah, Wolves with their possible anchoring and such strategy definitely proved that at the end of the day, comps matter and Bargus are very, very powerful here, but I don't know. I don't think Wolves can possibly lose this unless one of the Bargus decides to take a journey to the outer edge of the arena.
Oh, and if you look at the Bargs, they are paired up very tightly together into a little death ball there. And they've even managed to tackle the Stormbringer, and now that is probably going to drop as well. Stormbringer, just a great idea in concept. I really like the pick of the ship, but just ran into the wrong comp for it with these Bargas, the lack of drones. there really wasn't a lot for the Stormbringer to affect, and it was wound up being a big pile of points that was not doing a lot of work for them.
I think that it maybe had an opportunity here. I'm wondering if they were planning on fighting up against drones or something, and then just decided to bring it anyways. But I agree, the Stormbreaker really didn't do all that much in this match. And we have about 2 minutes remaining. I believe that Wolves Among Strangers Vargas are probably on a rapid heavy reload before they clear this grid. So at this point, I guess it's kind of up to both these teams to decide. Is anchoring a good thing? Is losing to people that anchor is a good thing?
I don't think there's any shame in anchoring as a tried and true Eve tactic. For certain comps, I think it can work, and one advantage of anchoring versus not anchoring is it takes the mental math away from the anchoring pilots so they can focus their brains on other things. If your comp can get away with it, it's a great way to give your pilots more mental capacity to manage their modules, to look at what the enemy comp is doing. It's not necessarily a death sentence just by itself.
That is
As we say
definitely
that,
fair.
the support wing of Singularity Syndicate is suiciding itself against these bargs flying into scram and newt range.
Yeah, somebody
Not a
actually
good
brought
idea
up
on TQ or
earlier.
in the tournament.
Well, and here's the thing: is that the points actually do matter. Like the amount of points you lose by does matter because this isn't something where they're out. Like if this ends up in a tie, what if Singularity Syndicate ends up losing the tiebreaker by 11 points because they didn't keep their Storker carries alive? Something to think about, teams, if you want to possibly worry about those tiebreaker matches.
Yeah, and it looks like the Carres has gotten the memo because he is kiting for dear life right now. We are now at 30 seconds left, and the ultimate test is to see if this guy is going to survive. He's hanging around a micro jump beacon right now. Looks like he's maneuvering himself around to make a jump. But will he go for glory or go for survival? That is the question.
Oh, it appears that he went for missing the jump beacon completely and is now turning back towards the jump beacon. So
Dropping
now
his
he is activating
transversal and his hit
drive.
points to go. There you go.
Yep, doesn't matter. He goes down just as the match ends, and we are going to send that back to the desk.
Now for the Triglavian Weather Report, brought to you by Exodus.
The weather calls for disintegration.
And that's the weather forever.
For just 10 million ISK a month, you can save the life of a Hisec miner.
Wolves Among Strangers, they're deploying the elite pack tactics of anchoring to victory and quieting down those Cindy memes in Twitch chat. Jin Tan, I'm going to just let you take the floor. You had some comments on the screening there from Singularity Syndicate.
Yeah, so Singularity Syndicate had two pieces of defensive tackle. They had their primary defensive tackle in I believe it was a Harpy. It was either a Harpy or a Hawk. It was one of the Caldari assault frigates. And then they had some emergency defensive tackle in their Stork, and they didn't use either of it. Those two ships were still alive right at the end of the match. And, you can maybe make some blame on the Basilisk there for getting caught, because realistically in a Basilisk, you shouldn't be getting caught by a battleship. That is a mistake on their part. But those frigates should have gone in at that point. They should have tackled down one of those battleships, and they should have made sure that they were spread apart, made sure they couldn't concentrate their fire onto one target. But they didn't. Instead, they chose to be selfish, chose to keep themselves alive, and as a result of that, their team lost. I think Cindy had quite a clear advantage at the midpoint of that match, and once Wolves Amongst Strangers changed their approach, went in for a really aggressive run with those bar guests, the fact that they didn't react to that, counter it with going in for a bit of suicide tackle, holding off that front and letting them finish off the rest of the fleet support before the Barghests managed to get on top of the Basilisk, that cost Cindy that match. To be perfectly honest, if Cindy had been able to soak that pressure, they would have won off the back of that.
Yeah, I think that comes back a little bit to what we spoke about earlier on, where some some ships and some people are basically designated to die as soon as the match starts. Like that's your job is to live as long as you can, but do not let this guy free. Like go tackle him and just stay on him until they kill you. And leaving that alone to go try and save yourself, or running back to your logistic ship saying, "Hey, rep me," while he's trying to rep, like to be a win for the team. And obviously, you win or you lose as a team here in the Alliance tournament. Speaking of doing things as a team, Zoo, it looked like perhaps we saw some anchoring in the Wolves team. Is that right?
Well, you can say anchoring or some very coordinated double clicking in space, we can say. But normally with kite comps, you could consider it in the sense of anchoring. It's not the end of the world. Obviously, we frown upon it because we're all elite PvPers here in the AT sphere.
Speak for
But when
yourself.
you're doing sometimes a kite comp, you maybe want to keep that. You can travel around this ball. Normally, while you have Logi up, you want to keep that cluster up. To make sure Logi doesn't need to run all over the map chasing all the little children lost around the map to wrap them up. If Logi goes down, you can do something called a Starburst, and then it's just pretty much, in a sense, every man for himself as long as you can fly. But something which people sometimes don't consider in the sense of anchoring is when there's a lot of E-War potential on grid. So let's say damps, you don't know what's going to have missile guidance disruptors, anything like that. And you're running this long-range missile comp, especially with rapids, where every clip counts, every shot counts within that clip. Because you don't know what's going to happen with your range disruptions. You can suddenly be like, okay, we're kiting, here at, or I can shoot this guy, or you can't shoot this guy. One of these bargasts go down to 40 kilometers suddenly, and the other one can't. So if they try and keep themselves clustered up or anchored, we can say in this case, the FC can just try and figure out what is the minimum distance I need to be now for the entire fleet to apply all their damage. That being said, I do feel arriving on grid, Wolves probably should have assessed quite sooner that kiting against the E-War heavy team, while is not the best in that setup because the other team could constantly shoot them while Wolves was against damps the whole time. And we saw it to great effect when Wolves suddenly realized, why are we kiting? Let's just fight them at point blank, use these smart bombs we have in these bar gas. There's no reason to kite if we have the bigger firepower.
Yeah, and they, as you say, turned around, changed their tactics, moved in, and just started dismantling. At one point, it was 50 points apiece with those two bargas, and then 2 points in the logistics frigates, the Tech 1 logistics frigates, going up against more ships, but less chunky boys. Jin Tan, we don't normally see very many Tech 3 cruisers, but that last comp, we saw a Tengu and a Loki fielded by the same team. Why don't we see those ships as often as we maybe would think?
There's a couple of reasons. Some of them are just due to the limitations of the format, as we described before with regards to the Nightmare. Tech 3s are one of those ships that gain so much from being able to bling them. They have really strong percentage bonuses, but those percentage bonuses only really apply when they apply so much better when you have a very high baseline from good modules. And the other one is just the points value of them in the tournament. The Tech 3s are all pointed at 16 points, and that makes them effectively 2 points cheaper than a heavy assault cruiser, than a command ship, but 4 points more expensive than a heavy assault cruiser. And that means that, a Tengu is better than a Cerberus, but it's not 4 points better than a Cerberus. It's not better than an extra third of one in the overall team. So you tend to not see them brought, except in comps like this, where you really need as many heavy missile carriers as you possibly can. In addition, that high point total is typically brought up by the power of the Loki. The Loki is such a strong ship because it brings high DPS, high tank, and then one of the most crucial things in a tournament composition, which is bonused webs. The ability to control range either offensively or defensively in a Loki means that it's normally worth the 16 points, but that means that the Tengu, the Proteus, and even worse than that, the Legion, generally don't get a look in the tournament setting.
Speaking of controlling range, let's look at our next match as one of the teams here, Exodus, very storied tournament team, very good TQ pilots as well, lots of kitey BS they like to fly, going up against the Initiative. The bands are on screen right now. We have Balgorn banned again and Barguest by Exodus, along with the Leshak. First time we've seen that, I think. Initiative choosing to ban Balgorn, Eos, and the Gila. Zoo, what are you thinking about these bans here? We've seen a lot of Balgorn bans, but why ban the Leshak?
So the Shack being a trickle ban, obviously with both teams banning the Balgorn, they both got an additional ban here. The Shack is an interesting one. I'm not too sure how much we've been seeing it at all. It is a scary ship, but the Shack normally by itself is quite expensive. It does a ridiculous amount of damage, but it does require time to get up to that ridiculous amount of damage. But I also feel it's a bit of an odd ban considering scripted E-War is back in. So I was talking about that spool of the Shack, so it can ramp up to a ridiculous amount of damage. I think if you fit it, in a certain way over 2,000 or just breaking 2,000 mark, tracking is pretty good on them as well. But the problem with Triglavian weapons is if they have an optimal range, they have zero fall off. So if they go out of that fall off their optimal, they immediately stop. So with something like scripted E-War, damps and tracking disruptors, you can literally you don't need to keep disrupting the Shack. You can just cycle once, do a nice heated overload cycle of that, and go like, okay, start from zero, the Shack, have fun. But it is an expensive ship, like I mentioned before, with the damage it has, the nude bonus. Normally, it's been used in the past with armor control comps. The Shack being very
I'm gonna have
expensive.
to cut you off there, Zoo, as we are ready to go to the match itself, I'm afraid. It's going to be Exodus versus the Initiative. Countdown about to start. I'll be hand over to Fear and Moderator.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this next round of the Alliance Tournament Feeders. We have the Initiative in a battleship heavy core 3BS going with those rapid heavy missiles, and walk me through kind of the archetype of Exodus.
They brought triple battleship as well and another armor control type of matchup, but this time brawling it out with blasters with the with the Vindicator, Megathorn Navy, and important distinction, Init brought RHMLs on their get-in. It's a full new get-in from Exodus Dot as we start the match in right now. Vindicator's starting to burn in towards these dual Typhoon Fleet issues. Now, Typhoon Fleet, a little bit of a faster ship. We'll see if they're going to be able to catch them with this low end, but both teams' low ends are burning back right now, waiting for an opening.
Yeah, I can't help but feel like that Ishimu, who is now turning around, is going to try to use some of his utility long-range webs to try to slow down Exodus, as that Vindicator and Megathron and that Stabber Fleet are now closing to range. But as far as the new war, I can't help but feel like Exodus is probably going to mitigate a lot of that Ishimu's newts. Right now, we see Wasa QC taking some damage. It's going to be from a grappler and a web. We see those Ishimu webs getting on top of Wasa and slowing down Sabotage's battleship.
Yeah, the Stabber Fleet issue going down pretty low. Trying to run screen for the rest of his team, but he's starting to burn back as the Vindicators keep moving in. They're trying to go onto this Ashimu now, who's a big thorn in their side. They need to get these webs off the table. But the Stallion is actually taking damage right now. I'm not sure exactly what's on top of him. It looks like just drones. The Stabber Fleet goes down first.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of the rapid heavy clip from Initiative spent on killing Wasa QC. Let's see what Exodus can do in return, and it's probably going to have to reload before they can really kill anything else. They will put some damage onto Zeraxel Nightblade, of course, but they won't be able to clip them out. Meanwhile, they're going to continue to apply damage to that Ishimu, who is being sat on at 0 by blaster ships. It does go down. Thalia continues to take damage, as you had mentioned, but it's only from drones. Nothing's on top of them as of yet.
Well, Magus is diving in towards the rest of his team, giving them boosts. Importantly, this Armageddon is actually dove all the way towards this Thorax on the backside of the fight. He's got the long-range newts on top of him, but he's playing a little bit further away from these Vindies. Zeraxel Nightblade currently just got a bunch of armor drones on top of him. He's staying alive as this Typhoon Fleet of Shig appears to be the new primary for Exodus Dot.
Yeah, Shig is burning pretty far away here. Zeraxel continuing to apply new pressure to the initiative. Armageddon trying to trade out since he's got more newts and trying to shut down the Thalia and the Deacon with applied new pressure, maybe turn off some hardeners or turn off propulsion modules. We can see that Del Orion is going to be 1MN AB, moving at around 800, 900 meters a second, despite being scrammed. So Scram's usually not super effective at stopping these, Tech 2 frigate Logi.
Yeah, they're having trouble tracking this Thalia right now. The Vindicators are deep in the sauce at the moment. Might actually be on top of this Thorax right now, and that appears to be their new primary. So the Thalia got out, using that Afterburner to his advantage, but importantly, not a lot has fallen quite yet. These Kingkiller Rapid Heavy ships haven't been able to take down this Geddon quite yet, as they lose their first cruiser off the match.
Yeah, and kind of interesting to note, Exodus choosing to bring a Jackdaw in this composition. You wouldn't normally think, Jackdaw, but they've also got, a Purifier and a Hound, and I can't help but feel like Exodus is
Hold on 1 second.
javelins.
This Augurer,
fighting away. This
Augurer is going down very low right now. These Typhoon Fleet issues getting their damage down. This could take off the Logi, and the Armageddon will be in a lot of trouble, only having Rev drones on top of him. The Augurer is dead, and the Logi's gone from the table for Exodus.
Yeah, that's going to be a kind of a crucial trade that Initiative did here. They realize they can't break any of the battleships, so you have to play for the support, and going after an Augur is, I would say, definitely the call there. So that's going to prompt Exodus to try to close to range, get on top of something. And they have gotten on top of Shig Tawny's battleship. We see that the Vindicator and the Megathron are planted on top of him at 0, slamming him with Void. And I don't think he's going to be able to hold against that kind of damage here.
Yeah, dual Logi Frigs are very good, but not enough to deal with 2 ships with a full rack of blasters doing Void damage at 0. Shig about to go down. They're going to lose significant chunk of the Rapid Heavy power, but remember, this is a Rapid Heavy Geddon, so they will have at least some damage on that Geddon while they move on to the rest of these ships. But that said, this Vindicator and Megathron Navy have been untouched this match, and now they're getting damage on top of the Geddon of Kenny.
Yeah, unfortunately for Kenny, he's being sat on again by a Megathron and Armageddon. And if you look at the Initiative's attack bar, I don't even know if they have any clip left. They're continuing to try to put pressure onto Zeraxel Nightblade and just get the newts off of them, but it's not really working right now for them. Right now, we see drones on Del Orion's Thalia putting split pressure on that, and the Armageddon, who is desperately trying to smart bomb drones off of him. But it's going to be too little, too late. He's going down into Hull. Thalia going down into Hull, and will pop just before this Armageddon of Kenny drops.
And that's pretty much all she wrote for this match. Single Typhoon Fleet issue does do some damage, but not nearly enough to deal with 3 battleships from Exodus. Dot taking the win, a little bit of a scary start, poking and prodding. They lose their Logi, but they make the commitment onto the battleships, and they end up pulling ahead, and should be able to clean up this match just fine.
Yeah, before the Augur of Night drop down, I was trying to talk about kind of this Hound and the Purifier, who have been sitting just at range, kiting with Javelin missiles, staying very smartly out of the range of rapid heavies from the core of Initiative, and they've just been pelting them with 400 damage worth of their torpedoes, staying alive because Initiative just didn't really have the tools to really get on top of these bombers. And Deathwind, you'd think, oh hey, that's a shield ship in that Jackdaw. No, he's just been applying damps and just harassing, being annoying to Initiative, making them either have to lock longer or take closer engagements and not be able to necessarily lock on top of those bombers.
Yeah, and the Armored Jackdaw, I mean, it's a really interesting pick, but I think you're right. The damp utility that it brings is really nice. Even though they're unbonus damps, you have a lot of mid slots and enough low slots that you can successfully armor tank the ship in these types of comps. This is actually why You see some TQ fleets actually bring damp DAWs in their kind of mainline T3D doctrines because they have a lot of mid slots, especially for T3D. So I like the damp DAW flit. I hope to see what the desk thinks about that. As Magus and Vex are the last two alive. Magus looks like he's going for the boundary right now. Now he's turning back in.
Yeah, the Vexer is just trying to kite towards one of the corner micro jump drive beacons. Exodus having a really strong showing in this event. I think at the onset of this tournament, we said that them alongside Odin's Call are probably the two best teams in this entire feeders event. I think many on the desk, myself included, thought they would have bought in or paid enough bucks to get into the main event. But they're absolutely on a tear in this qualification bracket and dismantling initiative very decisively and showing why they're the tournament mainstay that they've been since essentially forever.
Yeah, really strong showing as they win the match off a boundary from the Vexer, taking the MJD to glory. And that's all for this one. We'll turn it back to the desk before we move on to All Hail Na versus We Farm Blob.
Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew. I buried the pot.
Exodus there taking the W over the initiative, who in this case not in it to win it. They are more likely in it to bin it. So interesting points of discussion. There are many for this one. Zoo, I wanted to ask you first. We saw their Exodus brought 2 stealth bombers, and they were just left unmolested the entire match, even though the Init team had a couple of big ships which would be getting absolutely pounded by those bombers. Why didn't they try and remove those bombers, do you think?
Bombers have, in a sense, already been seen. They're kind of a glass cannon. So they could have honestly just underestimated the potential these bring. Because what a lot of people doing their torpedoes from super far away, torpedoes have a really slow flight. So you're sitting there a minute into the match going, bombers are doing nothing. Why should we care about them? And then the damage just keeps coming in. And that by that time, your plan might have changed. You might not have ships free. People might have been tackled up already, so no one might be free to engage. And I think bombers also start shining a lot more in this format now, where damps and bonus damps come into play. So the combination of the armor jackdaw being able to use its mids for damps, bombers would be able to use their mids for damps. So these bombers can just set a super long range, take advantage of that, and just play a range game pretty much, outblocking the enemy and just putting that steady stream of damage onto full application battleships.
Yeah, it's just like the worst possible thing to see when you're in a comp that relies on heavy battleships and you don't really have much that can deal with bombers. You're just going to have to sit there and take it in the face all day unless you can do something about them. In this case, it seemed to be inexperienced facing bombers. Perhaps that's a throwback to TQ. I'm not really sure. Jin Tan, I'm in Volta, so my math isn't entirely great. But by my calculations, a Deacon and Natalia is 10 points and an Augurer is 9 points. But of course, the Augurer only gets Tech 1 resists. What do you think about that choice there from Exodus?
Yeah, T1 Logistics are a really interesting choice. They're very, very hard to keep alive. You're effectively, in a lot of these fights, you will see a Logistics go down towards the mid game once Tackle gets into position on them. But that is even more the case with the T1 Logistics. You need to spend a lot of effort just to keep them alive for 3-4 minutes where they can have their effect. Whereas the Logistics frigates, you have to spend 2 pilots on them, so you're kind of impacting the rest of how your team's constructed. But if you fit them with 10 men, those things can be really, really hard to kill, unless you have a composition that's designed to deal with them. That said, Exodus kind of dealt with the downsides of bringing a T1 Logistics really effectively in that match. They had so many damps from their damp door, and also the Pontifex and the Magus had damps fit, which is something that's a little more unusual. They were able to stop the Typhoon Fleet issues, the kid linchpin of what we often call the Kingslayer composition, which relies on the projection and application of rapid heavy missiles to just reach across the grid and kill a logistics quickly. They couldn't lock that Augurer, and because of that, they weren't able to do what they wanted, and it let that Augurer live well into the game and just keep that Armageddon, which ended up being their backup primary, alive until it was practically too late for Initiative to regain the advantage there.
Pretty solid execution, crafting, and a all round well put together comp there by Exodus. I think it was mentioned by the casters that many of us favor Exodus as one of the strongest teams in these particular feeder brackets, along with Odin's Call. Both teams with a lot of historic good success in Alliance Tournament. Odin's being the newer one of those two, of course, but in recent years they've been doing some pretty cool things. And we will see them in about 20-40 minutes or so from now. But before that, we have at least 2 more matches. And the next one is going to be All Hail Na versus We Form Blob. So we're back to the Thucker A. We Hail Na were the first gods. All A Hail Na were the first team we saw today. So many team names. And they won against the network. So they're currently sitting pretty in a 1-0 position in their tribal bracket. So if they can win now and go 2-0, they're in a very strong position to guarantee themselves entry into the Alliance tournament. We Form Blob, this is their first match of the day, so they're looking to come out strong and try and take that first victory, and also critically stop Ahil Na going 2-0. The bands here on screen right now: Balgorn, Barghest, and Vindicator from Ahil Na. So they don't want to see big, heavy battleships. They don't want to see the Vindicator, aka the Windicator, and they really don't want to see those potentially long-ranged webs. We Form Blob also don't want to see the Barghest. They don't want to see an EOS, and they don't want to see a Nighthawk. Interesting sets of bands for them. These pilots, of course, probably going to be somewhat fatigued already because they'll have to be defending from Fraternity Invasion. I believe that's why Mystical Might left us to go and invade the space of We Form Blob on TQ. So, Jintan, anything jump out at you in these bands? The EOS band, for example, we've seen quite a few of them. What's your thoughts there?
Yeah, as I said, the EOS is just the EOS is the linchpin of the drone kite comp, and I think what we see from the other 2 bands as well is that We Form Blob don't want to deal with something that can project from range. We normally associate the Nighthawk more with the Ham Rush, sort of compositions where you're trying to get in and do a lot of damage. But it when fit with heavy missiles, it can do the kite roll just as effectively. It tends to be the linchpin of some of their heavy missile kite comps that we've seen be thrown around.
Awesome, thank you. And Zoo, in terms of the format today, Ahil now are going to want to go up 2-0, obviously. But how critical is it? Like, are they going to be able to just relax after this, or does every win still matter going forward?
Well, wins always matter because another team. I'm trying to think now. Other team can also no, they can't. Only one team I think get 2 on the bracket now. Trying to do some Volta maths here. It's not working out. But I don't think it's ever a good idea to rest on your laurels in an 80 format, especially leaders. It doesn't matter also if you win. Sometimes it matters how good you win. So win hard and keep winning is the basic principle, I'd say, if you want to get a highest placement as possible.
I will note that the person who wins the group doesn't automatically advance. There's actually a playoffs that will be taking place next Saturday. So this is effectively just a seeding, unless you are the last in your group, in which case it's good night and goodbye.
Exactly, well put. So still plenty to play for. Ahilna versus WeForm Blob is coming up pretty much right now. So let's go to the arena, as I see both teams are in local, and we can let the casters talk a little bit about what they see on grid. So let's hand it over to Alec and Blackbird Parrot.
Welcome back to the Alliance Tournament 18 Trials, where we have two teams that have decided to throw caution to the wind and warp in at 0 with their cores. Ahilna bringing a Sleipnir Claymore Gila rush, and WeForm Blob thinking that they might have an idea and brings a armor version of what we've seen a couple times already today. Alex, how are we thinking this is going to go?
I am thinking this is going to be a short match one way or the other. We form Blob with 2 Tempest Fleet issues, an Armageddon, Og Navy, 2 Command Destroyers, 2 Deacons, interesting choice there, and then Vengeance Mauler. They're definitely leaning more into the tank. I think We Form Blob has the slight edge, but we are going to find out very fast as both teams are on top of each other.
Yeah, I have noticed the Twitch chat does in fact think that this is a completely even match. I don't think that's quite as true as it could be, but we're gonna see how this goes. This Gila is rapid light fit, which is a little bit different, so he's gonna be able to apply some damage from far away. But the big deal, like you said, quick match. The Sleipnirs and the Ham Claymore are sitting at 0 on top of the Tempest Fleet issues and the Armageddon. So there's not going to be really that much screening. I'm wondering if anyone's going to burn straight away, or if this is just going to be one of those 3-minute Giga Brawls.
Hard to say. Now the Gila is very far away. The broadsword also came in slightly at range. It looks like the Na is. They've got a bit more of their team spread out. I think that'll be easier for them to control the range with their backline. We Form Blob is just about all in, except for one of their deacons, which may have come in at the wrong range.
Oh, maybe.
And there's the links,
it
and
could
we're
be
on.
the ultimate tactical, or it could be the ultimate tactic here. But All Hell Now is immediately burning their backline straight towards that deacon that is at the wrong range, which is a little bit weird. It looks like he's going to get tackled by the Skybreaker here. Driss is already taking massive amounts of damage, so it does appear that Ahel Na is going after the Blob logistics, at least with some amount of damage. Meanwhile, their Tempest is already dropping quite low with that massive amount of damage from the sort of Mimitar ham rush coming from Ahel Na.
And that tackle is actually really huge. That's going to pin the Deacon out of position. It's going to really limit his ability to do reps. Armor reps, rather short range compared to Shield, which have very long fall off. So he's really in trouble. Neither of them are going to be able to support this Tempest Fleet issue, which is dipping into 1/3 armor. Both the Deacons are also taking fire as they're about to lose a Claymore on the Ohel Na side.
Yeah, this Claymore does drop
there it
before the
goes.
Tempest Fleet issue drops, but I think that the Tempest Fleet issue is also going to go down. You did make a very good point. Weaveform Blob's Deacons are actually tackled outside of their optimal range on that Tempest Fleet, so they're not able to apply enough reps. And they are also being soloed down by that Svipple and the Jackdaw, which is pretty strong. The Tempest Fleet does go down, and it looks like the Deacon of Dryas is probably going to drop as well.
I have to say, overall, I think this is favorable for WeForm Blob. They traded a command ship for a Tempest. The Tempest did last a while. The Sleipnir that's currently under fire is burning through its ancillary shield booster charges at a rather rapid rate. They will lose this Deacon, but if it's already out of position, it's not adding a lot of value. This is really going to come down to a DPS race between the command ships and the battleships.
Yeah,
Right
the
now, the
Deacons were
battleships are
able
winning.
to burn in. Yeah, they are, and the Deacons were able to burn in kind of at the last minute. I do believe they might be Tenement Afterburner fit, but you're right. Is that the battleships are? It's kind of even here, but again, Al Na still has their logistics where the second Deacon has now dropped from WeForm Blob.
Now, the Tempests do have a bit of local on them, so it's not the end of their world. Meanwhile, ooh, the ASB has run out on Etria, dropping very rapidly. Half structure, trying to claw back some shield, but it's just not happening. Ooh, this is a race. And there it goes. Tempest Fleet is still alive. Now, the DPS should slow on it considerably now, but can it pull back any armor? Looking like no, but it's trying.
There's a very small amount of self rep. One last gasp before it does drop, and that is most of the DPS down. This Armageddon does actually have 2 lasers on it, which is a little bit weird, but the links go down from WeForm Blob, and so far you've traded your entire top end and your logistics for a Sleipnir and a Claymore, which is not a position you ever want to be in the Alliance tournament.
Yeah, I think they would really love to have had a little bit of time to chew on this last remaining Sleipnir. Just the Sleipnir versus the Geddon Mauler Og Navy. It will probably be able to tank this comfortably. That battle ended on a knife's edge there about which of these 2 top ends was going to win the race. And unfortunately, not only did WeForm Blob lose that race, but in the process, they lost their entire bottom half of their team.
Yeah, I think we saw it earlier about the warping in at 0, but I believe Mystical Might said that warping at 0 is almost never a good idea, and we're kind of seeing why. They did not have enough time. We from Blob didn't have enough time to screen any of those tackle ships, which were able to do a lot of pressure to the beacons here. And the Saga Navy goes down at this point. Ahel Na is just cleaning up. They did lose a little bit of ships, but I think that we from Blob had to take down at least one more DPS to have any shot here.
Yeah, absolutely. And to Ahel Na's credit, they did disperse their DPS across 4 or 5 ships rather than concentrating it in 3. So that was their strategic decision. It's paid off for them here. I think if those deacons had started off a little bit closer into the fight and could have better supported each other and that initial Tempest, you've got to wonder if this fight would have played out very differently.
Yeah, having this fight start with them having the full amount of DPS applied to your top end and them not having to even bother, like you can't even tackle them, you can't screen whatsoever. Like just future reference for teams that are going to be continue to compete. Warping in at 0 is probably never a good idea ever, even if you're a rush team. But that being said, both teams did warp at 0. Ahel Na does end up taking this. They're kind of just picking away at this Geddon. What do you think about a laser Geddon?
I think it's a very curious choice. The Armageddon gets its bonuses to neutralizers and drones, but it does have a pretty diverse high slot turret hardpoint. So you could do turrets, you could do missiles. Most people would think to do missiles because it doesn't take capacitors. You can put that capacitor toward the newts. Using a laser, which is the most cap intensive turret, that's questionable.
Well, I don't think that was why they lost, but it definitely wasn't the smartest idea ever. Match is over in slightly longer than 5 minutes, and we are going to send that back to the desk so they can take a good look at this and tell you all about it.
Minutes on. You want to do something stupid?
I think it's alt. It's alt and like F4, I think.
Just going in. It's deep. So what's going to happen here is Derek is going to undock the Titan and bridge us.
There are a lot of fun dice games, but rolling the number you need to win is pure luck. Or is it?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to that matchup where WeForm Blob formed a blob of molten scrap metal under the guns of Ahel Na, taking the W there. Jintan, interesting matchup. Everyone kind of warping in all over the place, mostly at 0. It was discussed a bit during the match about how that's generally considered not an optimal strategy. But what could these teams have done differently? I think you said that you thought that the Blob comp and setup was actually the superior comp there. I cannot hear you, Jintan.
Left myself muted. Classic mistake there. But no, I think WeForm Blob had the comp to win that match. They had a lot of really tanky cruisers in the Augur Navy issue and the Mala that should have been able to disrupt the rush as, in theory, their opponents, Ahel Na, were coming in. and they just, because of the way they warped in, they weren't able to affect that. What they should have been, in an armor control comp, you want to spread your opponents out and then concentrate your force of your Armageddon, your Balgorn, whatever ship like that you have available that's going to just turn something off and make sure it dies, no matter how little DPS you're really applying to it. And they weren't able to do that because they just came in at 0. They must have been expecting a kite comp or something like that, where they needed those Armageddon newts to apply from 0-0 on the clock. But we're gonna talk that to death if we talk any more about how they shouldn't have warped to 0.
Yeah. Just in terms of like other ranges, obviously 0 is a great range to be if you're a logistics ship and that's where you want to rep your pals. You're definitely going to be out of range. But logistics frigates don't have the same kind of range as their Tech 2 cruiser counterparts. Zoo, what's the kind of the main problems with those?
So logistics frigates, so they use small reps. So it doesn't matter if they have the bonuses to the repair, optimal, and fall off. Obviously, it still helps, but they don't really have that much numbers to work with initially anyway. So even though they don't get bonus that much. Obviously, shield has the more fall off, armor has the better optimal. But you can kind of say Frigology wants to be normally in around 12, 15 kilometer range. And they can comfortably still rep something at 30 kilometers, I'd say. But after that, it starts getting really, really dicey really quickly, especially for the armor. So deacons, you kind of want to you want to be telling your boys, hey, you're getting out of range quite quickly. So another thing we saw there at the start is I think those deacons were having an uphill battle right off the bat. When you warping in, I know we're kind of getting back to warpings here, but you want to set yourself up for the win. You want to set yourself up where you can start focusing on the job you want. And unfortunately, the things those deacons that looked like were focusing on first is I need to get back to my friend. I need to make sure I'm in his range because if he dies, I die. And they had to suddenly start fighting their own little battle for positioning there. The other pressure was being applied everywhere else. So just that the small disruption in the warp ins already kind of like put these deacons in a separate kind of mindset. I don't want to say tunnel vision because logistics pilots normally have a lot more reference, I'd say, but they knew what was their priority, and unfortunately, that priority wasn't really coinciding with maybe what was happening with the rest of the match. So positioning for Frigology is exceptionally important because you have to be thinking for 2 people at the same time all the time.
Yeah, having good logistics ship pilots in your team in Alliance tournament or any tournament really in Eve is such an important thing. Like they're worth their weight in gold. If you have someone who's able to position themselves and their ship well, while also keeping an eye on the positioning of the rest of the team, while also keeping an eye on the positioning of the enemy team, while also managing local tank modules, remote calling for drones, it can just be a huge amount of work. And there's a couple of pilots out there who are just really, really good at it. Planet 6 Reload, for example, from the Volta team, fantastic logistics pilots, as a Starfleet commander. People like General Hungry from the Tuskers, a couple of the other ones whose names escape me. Jintan, speaking of teams and organizing teams, I want to go back to that a little bit. So you've been spending a bit of time with the Foxholers team, kind of like running practices and just kind of like generally being Papa Jintan to the team. What kind of workload is involved in that? Like, how would someone who wants to start a team, maybe from next year or a small tournament, get started with this?
It depends what your aims are. Like if you're trying to be a top tier Alliance tournament team, you're normally going to be scrimming 2 to 3 times a week. It depends how long for. Depends on how long you have the tournament announced for. Most of these teams have probably only been scrimming for about a month and a half, which is how long the format's been announced. Although I know some teams had actually started to scrim kind of before that in anticipation of the announcement. And then all of their theory crafting was kind of thrown out of whack when the new rule changes were announced. But what you're generally looking to do as a captain is you're also trying to help teach people. So not every practice has to be, hey, we're going to go 10 man versus 10 man. We're going to just play out 8 matches. Sometimes you can do some drills. You can say, okay, we've got a logistics pilot. We've got a couple of tackle pilots. We've got a couple of other tackle pilots. You guys are going to try and, one team's going to try and defend the logistics. One team's going to try and attack the logistics. And if you get a tackle on the logistics, your little team wins. Or if you successfully defend it for a certain amount of time, the defending team wins. So you can sort of make things work if you've only got 4 or 5 people online at a certain time. It's just generally less effective than getting a 10v10 in, because communication ends up being one of the key aspects you have to learn in an alliance tournament match, because it is so different to Tranquility. A lot of the time, if you're used to flying in big fleets, you'll hear die quietly and lovely phrases like that we use to indicate that people should just get on with things, do what you're told, and then leave the decisions up to your fleet commanders, and comms open for your scouts and other people who are going to inform you if the strategic situation is changing. But in the AT, it's all purely about tactics. So communicating absolutely everything that's important and doing it in a concise way that's easily understandable, so that the decisions being made can be changed on the dot. That's what ends up being key in an AT. In terms of cut time commitment, again, depends on how competitive you want to be.
Yeah, if you have a couple of really, really good communicators, it can really make a huge difference. A good example is, let's say you have a pretty solid logistics pilot. He can't predict who the enemy is going to shoot, but if his DPS pilots are calling out, "I'm being yellow boxed by everyone," then he knows to perhaps get ready to swap his reps across, and that little bit of communication can mean that those reps land 3, 4, 5 seconds faster than without it, and that can be a huge, huge difference, especially against a comp that is like Kingslayer, designed to just blast through people as quickly as possible. Those are all things that you can practice either just by doing those little drills that you mentioned, Jintan, or even just like flying around on TQ as a group. Like a lot of teams, especially in bigger alliances, will do almost like AT training roams where they'll all fly together in sort of like kitey nano ships around, roaming, looking for content, and just sort of practice flying, understanding how each person communicates with each other, and generally building up that team rapport. Zoo, let's look forward to our next matchup here. So we just had All Hail Na go 2-0 versus We Form Blob, or rather in their division by beating We Form Blob. And we're going to go forward to Prismatic Legion. So this is Thucker B we're looking at now, and they're going up against Shut Up, I'm Trying. So both of these teams already played today. Prismatic Legion beat Shut Up, I'm Trying already. So they are 1-0 in this particular matchup. Now, they are actually playing as a best of 3 because of the teams that have dropped out of the bracket themselves. They're in one of the smaller tribes, so they don't actually have to play everyone else. They just have to play each other as a best of 3. So good opportunity here for Shut Up. I'm trying to take a match back and take it to 1-1. This Vargar ban, Zoo, I don't understand this, but then Shut Up, I'm Trying also banning a golem. Enlighten me here.
Marauders are apparently scary, they say, but unfortunately, we have not allowed the Bastion module to come back. But the Vargar, I think I saw a lovely, I think, double Vargar comp in Anger Games Rebirth. I think there was some scary stuff there. I absolutely love seeing that comp. Vargar absolutely having, I think, most of the time, it has a ridiculous bonus, a damage bonus, obviously, and having utility highs. The newts, smart bombs, always effective to bring all utility you can to an engagement. Make sure you can take comers. And the golem, known for its ridiculous paint bonus. So most of the time when you bring some missile ships, you normally will have a ship dedicated on the side, which is going to be doing the painting for you. A golem is an all-inclusive package. It can apply the damage, and it can make sure that the damage is applying. We can say it like that. But Marauders are expensive. They can't use the Bastion module. So it's interesting to see them banned here because, I don't know, maybe the teams are just getting to know each other because of this best of 3 format. It's more worthwhile to investigate the team you'll be fighting against, I'd say. It might be that. And this might be a scrim bubble we're seeing against. But I will say seeing a double Marauder ban in the sense of each team banning an individual Marauder is quite interesting. Maybe not the best, but the teams sometimes do know better than us.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to seeing if Shut Up, I'm Trying can go to 1-1 on the series and push it to the final match in the best of 3. Obviously, Prismatic Legion would rather that not happen and rather they go 2-0 and put themselves in a very solid position to go forward. And teams landing on the fields now looks like a couple of interesting ships, to be sure. No Vargars, no Golems, because they've both been banned. I would put money on the Eos and the Balgorn being our most banned ships thus far. Jintan, I've asked you about the Eos a couple of times, and we've kind of all spoken about the Balgorn. Are they really that powerful that they are ban or bring?
I think it's less that they are that powerful and more that they are ships which you can ban individually to take out a comp. Um, we've seen armor control be brought with 2 Tempest Fleet issues quite regularly now, so it doesn't look like that's going to be as effective as maybe some teams think it is. But Balgorns really do make armor control so much more terrifying. It basically presents a 30-40 kilometer window where you can't be inside it or you will die, just due to the power of the webs and the newts. And the EOS, as I've said, it's the linchpin of the drone kite comps. So by banning those 2 ships, you take those 2 comps off the table, you limit what your opponents can bring feasibly, and it allows you to think a bit more about, okay, I can bring these comps that would otherwise be countered by those 2 comps, which is typically Mimitar Rush and a few other things that we've seen quite prevalently.
Yeah, as we're about to go to the match, I just wanted to let you people out there in Twitch chat know, if you've never played the match yourself, the way it works is you're teleported from station into system way off D-scan from the other team. You can't move, you can't warp. You're then told by the GMs to warp to the arena at a range of your choice between 0 and 50. After you're all in warp, it's locked again, and you can't move until the match starts. If you warp at another range or somewhere else, for example, the sun, then you are teleported by the GMs to 0, whether you like it or not. And that has just happened by one of the teams here. Shut Up, I'm Trying. Tried to warp to the arena, warped to the sun, and got moved to 0. So with that, let's hand over to the match with Fear and Moderator.
Welcome back to the arena. I'm Fear, that's Moderator, and we have the second match of a BO3 between Prismatic Legion and Shut Up, I'm Trying Prismatic Legion, bringing what appears to be an RHML comp with Rattlesnake and Scorpion. If you'll introduce what Shut Up, I'm Trying is bringing.
So, Shut Up, I'm Trying earlier in the day didn't bring a full team of 10 players. They once again only have 7. I have to wonder if they even have 10 people on their roster. It's interesting we would see a Vindicator brought with a Scimitar, Vindicator being, almost always an armored battleship. And as the desk was saying, he warped to the arena at 0, or warped to the sun instead of the arena. So this will be interesting. He's the first primary, makes a lot of sense, armor ship and a shield comp. Not going to be tanked well unless this is somehow hull. Yeah, and
might be. He's actually not taking a whole lot of damage through his hull.
Yeah,
his armor and his shields died very quickly.
Yeah, so
this is a hull tank Vindy.
Yeah, how slow
he's got to get on top of someone first, though. This Caracal dies, but I mean, he's so far away from these Scorpion Navy issues. They're keeping on kiting. The Svipple of Yvette has screened him off, and this Vindicator, I mean, he's got no reps on him, obviously, because he's a hull tank Vindy, and he's about to go down. There's not a whole lot more that they can do. And once again, not bringing 10 people and mixing your tank types, not exactly what you want to do in the tournament. It looks like Prismatic should be able to just run over this one.
Yeah, and it's kind of unfortunate that this happened in the same half of a bracket with Prismatic and Shut Up, I'm Trying being the only 2 teams. Prismatic won their game earlier, and now with Solendus's Barger, does finally drop here, it means that Prismatic Legion will be 2-0, so that's going to mean they will advance. Asborn is taking a good amount of damage. The Scimitar doing what they can to keep him up. Stormbringer on top of him at 0, holding him down. Osprey Navy issue now taking rapid heavy damage from the Scorpion Navy issue and Rattlesnake.
Yeah, and these dual rapid heavy ships on top of the drones that the Rattlesnake can bring is just a whole lot of damage to deal with. Once again, this is a shield king killer setup. We've seen 2 different varieties, the armor and the shields. The armor being a little bit more popular, but this time around, they're working away from that Vindicator now through the rest of the team, starting with these cruisers. The Osprey Navy tanking up as best as he can with his ASB and with the Scimitar, but once that ancillary shield booster is dead, there's no more in the tank for him, and he will die.
Yeah, we see that this fight pool is now the primary right now, him being held down by this Onyx and the Osprey Navy issue that he was trying to get tackle on top of. The Hugin has Scram on top of him. He may be a primary here shortly. But at this point, it almost doesn't really matter what Prismatic Legion does. Any application of damage anywhere is going to win them the match at this point. They've chosen the Scimitar, which is a good as call as any, as that's going to be the logistics. We see that drones are chasing after him. I don't know if the heavy drones from the Rattlesnake can even really keep up with a micro warp driving Scimitar. That said, the Osprey Navy issue of Prismatic Legion is living to win right now, as he's still being held down by this Onyx and being nuded out.
Yeah, doing as best as he can, Azrael Delta. It's one of those cases where we'll see both of these teams in the playoffs regardless, because there's no third team. Remember, the top one gets seeded first in their playoffs. A half goes against second place from the other side of the group. So we will see both these teams in playoffs regardless, but the top seeded of them will be Prismatic Legion. They lose another ship. They're on this Hugin now. But once again, there's just not a whole lot of Single Scorp Navy can do. They take down the Osprey Navy, but the Scimitar is still alive, and both these Rapid Heavy ships are alive. So they take out the enemy logistics as well. Onyx and Stormbringer and the Scorpion Navy, the last ones remaining.
Yeah, I mean, Prismatic Legion, they will get on top of their bracket, but I have to be a little bit worried about them. You really shouldn't be losing Navy Osprey, a Stabber Fleet issue, a Swiple, and a Caracal to a 7-person composition with a kind of a troll peck in the hull tank Vindicator. May want to tighten that up a little bit, going up against what will be the winner of the other side of this bracket. Otherwise, they're going to be in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, this Onyx about to go all the way down to 0. And Chad is mentioning this could actually be a multi-boxer for Shut Up, I'm Trying. I'm not exactly sure of what the story of Shut Up, I'm Trying is, but it would be fun if that was actually the case here with one man doing 7 ships. Either way, Prismatic Legion, I mean, we could talk about them on TQ. They're kind of cool. One an alliance dedicated to LGBTQIA people, so do like to see that. This Onyx is going down, though.
Yeah, definitely proud of the fact that they're going to be winning their half of the bracket, as it's just CJ Okasi just kiting at the very edge of their rapid heavy range, putting getting target painted, actually, trading paints with the other Navy Scorpion. One Navy Scorpion, though, does not win against the Navy Scorpion Rattlesnake and support for here. The rest of the Prismatic Legion team is trying to close distance and get on top of him. The Worm trying to close range and get some tackle, realizing that they're a little bit out of the reps of the rest of the team and deciding to pull back before they get killed.
Yeah, they want to keep their points. That said, that's pretty much all they have for this match. Don't know the exact time remaining, as I don't have fancy UI, because once again, Thunderdome is weird like that. I believe there's a little bit under 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, we got about 3.5 minutes here. The Scorpion Navy issue of CJ Okasi is slow boating towards a tournament micro jump drive unit and trying to see maybe if they can hit the Edge of Glory. That would be rather entertaining, see how much range they can get. They're shooting the Rapid Heavies into the other Navy Scorpion, but of course that will not be breaking with Zorexia's reps on top of them. Now about 10 kilometers off that micro jump drive unit, and 2.5 minutes remaining in the match here. The Worm trying once again possibly to get tackle onto CJ before they can spool out of the arena.
Let him MJD. Let him MJD. Let him boundary. I want to see the Edge of Glory. Why you got to do this? Why why do you have to remove the entertainment value by tackling the Scorpion Navy? I mean, he is fooling the MJD right now. The Swarm doesn't have him scram, does he?
Yeah, he does. He's got
he
the
does.
scram on top
Okay.
of him and rocket shooting. So no boundary for TJ Okasi once the rest of the team eventually catches up. And I'm wondering if there are even really major propulsion modules on top of Prismatic Legion. They don't seem to be going fast. Okay, they're picking up a little bit of speed. The Scimitar appears to be moving at around what you would expect with a 10 MN afterburner, not a micro warp drive. The Navy Scorpion just picking up a little bit of speed. Okay, and now he will be let away, and he does spool away. So the Worm let him go, and that'll be the end of this match. We send it back to the desk.
Prismatic Legion, they're going 2-0 versus Shut Up, I'm Trying. And credit to Shut Up, I'm Trying where it's due. They are trying. Like, they're undermanned, clearly, and still bringing comps, bringing as many points as they can, and, you know, giving it a damn good try. And that's, to be honest, all you can really ask for. They could have easily just forfeited the match and left us with 40 minutes of blank space, but you know, they wanted to compete, they wanted to play, and play they did. They also brought the absolute Chad move of the hull tanked Vindicator. I would have respected them even more if it was polarized, of course, but I've been informed reliably that it was not a polarized hull Vindicator. So next time. Jintan, let's talk a little bit about the rules and the format of Alliance Tournament 18. So one of the interesting things is it's sponsored by the Minmatar Republic, which means the Minmatar ships are down pointed, and everything else is been rebalanced to whatever it needs to be. There's a lot of really, really good Minmatar ships that you can get relatively inexpensively. I'll come back to those. But first of all, Zoo, one of the rules that has changed is you can bring 4 of a particular hull size rather than 3, like last year. How is that going to change the meta, do you think?
I think by face value, when you see that first off, you get this kind of cold feeling going through, like, 4? We can take 4 of a hull type. We're just going to see very, someone's going to find a good ship, spam it, and we're going to see very repetitive comms. But it's in a good position to come in the combination with that +1 duplication rule. Because now you have, in a sense, diversity being enforced by that, but you're actually not really, shall I say, crippled by your choices as much. So I really do like that 4 rule, giving it allows for more diverse comps to be shown a lot more. You can actually focus more on the things you want to focus. Like if you want to do a hack comp, if you want to do 4 Deimoses, okay, that's you. But you could have done 2 Deimoses, 2 sacks. So if you want to go in hacks, you can actually properly go into hacks. If you want to go into battle cruisers, sure, you can't do the Octodaddy. That's the thing, but you can actually have a proper focus on battle cruisers. If you wanted, you can somehow do 4 battleships. You can focus more on tackle things. So it allows you to actually focus a lot more on what you want to focus on, what you think is the core of your comp. But then the +1 rule works quite well in conjunction with it to stop that stale meta and to stop you abusing what might be a really powerful ship as well.
Yeah, and speaking of ships, actually briefly, you mentioned the Octodad comp. That was a comp that saw a lot of success in, I believe, Alliance Tournament 16, mainly focused around bringing 8 battle cruisers to the field. It was so dominant and powerful that it meant that the next year in Alliance Tournament 17, and actually in the Alliance Open, we introduced a rule where you can only bring 3 of a particular hull. The logistics do not count towards that, so you could bring, for example, 3 frigates and 2 logistics frigates. Now that's been up to 4. So yeah, we'll see how that goes this year. I'm already looking forward to seeing the meta develop. It's interesting when there's just little changes like that; they can have quite a big ripple effect. Now, Gintana mentioned earlier on about some of the underpointed ships, the ones that we're seeing a lot of people using, Stabber Fleet and Scythe Fleet. Why are they so popular?
Yeah, so one of the big impacts, obviously, is that the sponsorship rule is only a flat 1 point decrease on all of these ships. And that has a really big impact. Sorry, it has more of an impact on the overall points cost of a ship the smaller it is. The Vigil Fleet and the Republic Fleet Firetail, where it's a 1/3 points decrease, we haven't really seen those as much. We've seen them here and there, but generally people have been trying to put more points into their tackle wings anyway. So yeah, because they're just not very survivable, unfortunately. So we're unlikely to see a huge amount of those. But there is such a sweet point when you get to the Stabber Fleet issue and the Scythe Fleet issue. They're very fast. They're very good at dealing with other frigates, and they let you and most importantly, actually, they can work in both armor and shield. Uh, the real power of them is that they're great at bullying your opponent's tackle. If your opponent has brought a lot of assault frigates, or they're running around with something else like a Punisher that's trying to get in there and do a lot of damage and try and survive by just being small, the Stabber Fleet issue and the Scythe Fleet issue are so good at dealing with them, and they just allow you to occupy a large amount of space on the grid, which your opposing frigate pilots have to pilot around to get to where they want to be. For the Stabber Fleet issue, that's because it has a massive tracking bonus. It's 10% per level, I believe. And with the already incredibly high base tracking of autocannons, that means you can almost always hit a frigate on the approach. And, combine that with a good bit of lurch speed, if you grab a scram and a web on a frigate, it's normally going to die or at least force 1 or 2 reps from the logistics to go onto it to keep it alive. And at that point, it's effectively dead in the water anyway, because it's not tackling something it wants to be tackling. The Scythe Fleet issue, on the other hand, it's a lot faster, but it has the downside of not having that same tracking bonus. It's got to use either rapid lights or autocannons, and it needs to rely on the utility highs that it has. So putting out newts, or putting out, if it's armor fit, 2-3 webs to allow the rest of the fleet to just quickly apply to that bit of tackle that's wandered a bit too close and kill it through that. We're going to see a lot of these going forwards in the tournament, in my opinion. They are just so powerful of a ships, especially the Stabber Fleet issue, which in my opinion is the better of the two.
Zoo, do you think that these ships are going to be powerful enough and impactful enough that we might see teams start to ban them, or do you think that there's not linchpin enough to comps that they're worth burning a ban on? Maybe not in feeders when there's only 2 bans, but what about in the main AT?
Yeah, so it's a good point that you make about the 2 versus 3 bans. So with the trials here, or the feeders, we only have 2 bans, and going to the main tournament, there'll be 3 bans. So there's also more potential for overlapping bans, which, they can then, in a potential, you could see, what's that, 6-9 bans? Well, we're bad at maths here on the panel, apparently. But like you said, I don't think they're a make or break style ship. They normally augment a style. We see Scythe Fleets being thrown into some rapid light comps. They have that bonus, maybe not the best because they suffer on range a bit. Most of the time, they excel at the kind of rush that autocannons that Jintan was speaking about. But you won't see purely I don't think if someone wanted to really do a rush, you would Scythe Fleet's banned. We can't do a rush now. There are things still. The Hicks always good. I forget what I think it's Munins, the broadswords, classic step. There's things you want to do if you want to do a rush. The shield rush with the hams. Kaldari ironically makes a good rush still. So no, I don't think they're a make or break. They will never really be an optimal ban. It's one of those things also, if you really, really wanted to ban a rush, you're going to have to ban so many things. Normally, you're better off going for something like a slap.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. So we are going to look forward to our next match. It's going to be Seriously Suspicious versus Odin's Call. Now, Odin's Call, a team that the casters have put a lot of pressure on to perform well, ranking them pretty highly. And Seriously Suspicious, this is their first match of the day. They should have played earlier on versus the Minions, but the Minions forfeited, so they haven't had a chance to warm up. They're going in cold here against a highly ranked team. Seriously Suspicious banning the Balgorn and the Vindicator. Meanwhile, Odin's Call banning the Sleipnir and the Loki. Two very different ban strategies at play here. The Vindicator and the Balgorn, heavy battleships with a lot of control, whereas Odin's banning the Sleipnir and the Loki, not wanting to see things perhaps like a Fly Killer or a Kitey comp, and they don't want to see those long-range Loki webs. Super, super interesting. We're pretty much ready to go to the arena itself now, actually. So let's hand it over to Fear and Moderator to look at what's on field here for Prismatic Legion. Sorry, Seriously Suspicious and Odin's Call with Alec and BBP, and 52 points in 2 ships.
Hello and
All
welcome.
right, we do
Seriously
have-
Suspicious taking advantage of that point reduction that Yin Tan mentioned at the top of the analyst desk here. Double Typhoon fleet issue, Hurricane fleet issue, Broadsword, Osprey Navy issue, Bifrost, Scythe fleet issue, Scalpel, Hyena, Mollis.
They do, and they also happen to warp in most of their fleet at 0. So just to put it out there, these are Torpedo Typhoon fleet issues. So it's a little bit different than what we've been seeing most of the day here. We've been seeing a lot of not Torpedo Typhoon fleet issues. We've been seeing a lot of Rapid Heavy Typhoon fleet issues. It's a very, very different
I
setup.
love the
than
torpedo
what we've been doing.
configuration. I really do. I love it.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. They are also running autocannon, broadsword, autocannon, hurricane fleet issue. So there's a massive amount of anti-battleship DPS, which is maybe unfortunate for Odin's Call, who has spent 52 points in 2 Leshaks with a smattering of other ships. So they do have a curse, which is pretty good. I think that's one of the first curses we've seen today, actually.
Yeah, it's the first to my recollection. They also have got a Celestis as an interesting addition, especially with scripted damps being part of the tournament here. It's going to be a battle of the battleships here, but Seriously Suspicious has a bit of a thicker low end. We'll see how well that does for them. And we're off.
Well, it does look like Seriously Suspicious is actually burning straight in to grab a tackle on something, though that Scythe fleet issue of Mosquito does get screened by, looks like Mauler webs, and then also grabbed down. Does look like Mosquito's going to be able to pull away here. Not a huge amount of damage coming out. Lots of tracking disruptors on both of those fleet Typhoons right now, so that'll reduce the damage quite a bit, though the Leshak of Colonel Kurtz is tackled and already into armor.
Yeah, the Typhoon fleet issues are screaming across the field. They are far faster than a battleship should be, and they have closed the gap on top of the Leshaks in record fashion here. There's a massive cloud of bots coming out.
I think, yeah, this massive amount of rep bots, they do need to get these Typhoon fleet issues. Hopefully they have got smart bombs. I normally make a comment about XX Jan XX overshooting his target, but with Torps, it doesn't really matter that much, and he's moving in. Newts are going out, but this Leshak is dropping through both of these Typhoons already, and unlike Rapid Heavies, there's not going to be a respite when they have to reload.
Interesting difference here. Seriously Suspicious went damage drones, whereas Odin's Call is going rep bots. Very different approaches here. The Odin's Call team electing for more control, trying to extend the length of the match, whereas Seriously Suspicious is all in straight away, tank and spank. And right now, they're unfortunately getting the bad end of the spanking as that Typhoon fleet issue is about to drop. He's trying to claw back his shield, but it's just not enough. The ramped up damage from these Leshaks doing work, about to drop it. And once it goes, their chances of breaking Colonel Kurtz drop drastically.
Yeah, I think it was a really, really good attempt, but Shield Typhoon fleet issue is just so squishy. I mean, look how fast. He just lost half of his shield in like 2 volleys on Jantis, and I'm assuming they're shield tank because it is a shield setup. And I don't know. I mean, it was a really, really cool idea, but we're not really seeing it work all that well. It does appear that they have swapped over to shooting at Warring in the Vexor, so giving up on that Leshak kill already.
Yeah, and in fairness, they are making good progress in him. That Vexor will go down, but it's a very poor trade for one of the 2 main pieces of DPS on their team. Now, I did say Seriously Suspicious has a thicker low end. That is true. but especially in their torpedo setup, these Fleet Typhoons were the lion's share of damage on that team.
Yeah, both of them already dropping. It does look like that low end of Seriously Suspicious is actually doing a pretty decent job taking out the low end of Odin's Call, but, these two Leshaks, I mean, that was amazing damage. Like, there's so much potential here from Seriously Suspicious to just completely dumpster Odin's Call here, and it just didn't happen. 52 points of Leshaks by itself probably can win this match at this point.
Yeah, the test for Odin's Call is whether or not they could weather the early storm from Seriously Suspicious. Their damage drone focus, the high damage, short range orientation of their comp. If they could last past that initial push and start to, clip some of that damage down, it allows the control setup to really get comfortable. And that's what we're seeing here as pretty much all the damage from Seriously Suspicious is stopped. They're trying to kill the Confessor, but they're not even really making progress against it. Meanwhile, they are losing ships at a regular, consistent pace. This Scythe Fleet issue, absolutely torn apart like it was made of paper.
Yeah, I think he went down in about 4 seconds there, which is pretty dang fast. Where these Leshaks are having absolutely no issue applying damage to everything. Odin's Call, I believe, they were talking that some of them aren't the same people as last year. Maybe they aren't the same team, but as a team that went 5-2 in the AT last year was a very, very good team. They are showing that they still have at least some level of magic as they are completely stomping the Seriously Suspicious team. Seriously Suspicious definitely brought an off-the-wall setup too, so you never know how people are going to react to something like that, but they're just dumpstering it. This Osprey Navy issue is taking mass amounts of damage as well, kind of boosting through it, but, it's not long for this world.
And frankly, the Seriously Suspicious team, their comp was not bad. They just had to execute one thing correctly, which was basically kill one of the Leshaks before they lost anything. That didn't happen, and the entire rest of the match ran away from them.
Well, and I feel like they maybe had a little bit of a chance there if they had possibly like instead of bringing Fleet Typhoons, brought Scorpion 8 issue or something like that. Because imagine this setup, picture it in your head, where the Fleet Typhoons aren't garbage tank shield ships that die in like 20 seconds to 2 Leshaks. Just putting that out there. This might have worked with some Scorpion Navy issues.
Yeah, perhaps. I think the Fleet Typhoon probably went with it for the reduced points value, but they kind of undercut that by bringing 2 of the same hull. I bet they're kicking themselves right now for not doing one Fleet Typhoon and then maybe a Tempest Fleet issue and then using that other point somewhere else. Also think the Hyena inclusion is a bit odd considering they already have the broadsword. Maybe something tankier to keep those webs on for longer would have been a better option there. Something that could bring a little more than just the web.
Maybe bringing 2 Logi frigates instead of just 1. Instead of a Hyena.
Perhaps.
I mean, that's a possibility too. Yeah, there's some serious glaring holes in the Seriously Suspicious setup, but I don't know. I think maybe they'll learn from this and be like, hey, we should bring better ships next time.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, the core idea was good. We're now seeing their Bifrost, the last man standing, not standing for long, in deep armor now, hitting structure, about to drop. He does take down the Confessor, so they didn't come away completely empty-handed, but they have been wiped out by Odin's Call as we throw this back to the desk.
Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew. I buried the pot.
Odin's Call answering the call there and taking one out over Seriously Suspicious. Shout out to Hodar there in the Confessor, boundarying for Odin's Call right at the end there. He thought we didn't notice, but we did. I saw that. You went outside the arena for no reason. Speaking of doing things for no reason, Jin Tan bringing a single logistics frigate. Question mark, exclamation mark?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have an answer for that. One of the benefits of logistics frigates is that you can bring two of them. If you're strapped for points, you can, they allows them to self-support and self-rep one another. If you're that strapped for points, bring a T1 logistics frigate and a T2 logistics frigate. It only costs 6 points. It takes up one slot, but then hey, you've got points free to maybe provide something somewhere else in your composition. Yeah, I've got no answer for you on that one, Ithaca. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. It just feels like there's very little reason to bring one. It's 5 points that isn't really going to do very much at this point. You may as well bring either some other ship that's worth those 5 points that does damage, or drop something else and bring a second one. Having one unsupported
I must
logistics
say,
frigate.
though, when I saw that,
Go
I
on.
was suspecting that maybe it was going to be something like a tenement scalpel, and I was going to expect a huge amount of rep bots coming up to support it, which could be a viable strategy. Bait them onto that scalpels reduce signature, tenement, and rep cloud, keeping it up. But then Odin had the bigger rep cloud and barely anything on that scalpel anyway, so really weird strategy there.
Yeah, I mean, we like to see off the wall strategies and crazy things. Sometimes, when you're going up against a really well disciplined team, you sometimes see them lose to some just complete cheese strategy, because I mean, you can't really practice against stuff that's kind of a little bit weird and a little bit wild, and occasionally it gets lucky. Unfortunately for Seriously Suspicious, it was not to be today. They are still 1-1 on the day, due to the minions forfeiting that earlier match. So not all is lost for them. Odin's Call, that was their first match. They go 1-0 in the CBS store bracket. Quick shout out to everyone who's been creating and submitting the adverts that we've been broadcasting on the way back and forward to the desk. If you want to submit your own adverts to be broadcast during Alliance Tournament 18, then the details are in the most recent Alliance Tournament blog, I believe, in terms of what you need to do, what the format has to be, what the requirements of content are. CCP Zealous is just very kindly linked in Twitch chat the actual form itself to submit them. I think the deadline off the top of my head is somewhere around November 5th for Alliance Tournament 18. So if you want to advertise your Eve Corp, your Eve program, whatever, then make sure you do it. There's been a couple of really good ones so far. Shout out, of course, to the Fun Inc. guys and Kiakti, all the MPSI groups that you can go on. I think that's pretty cool. They've got an advert in. So make sure to check them out as well. Right, let's look forward to our next match, which is 9 minutes away. And we're going into the last couple of the day. 3 more today. We have Whole Control versus Bright Side of Death. We've seen Bright Side of Death already go up against Whole Control. This is another best of 3. And Bright Side of Death came out victorious. Jin Tan, I think you were casting that one. Any sort of things to give advice to Whole Control and what maybe they can do to try and pull a win out here?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't remember precisely what happened in their match, but I will say that Bright Side of Death are a really, really good execution comp. Sorry, a really good team for execution. So they're gonna need Whole Control are gonna need to bring something that's gonna challenge them, probably on a comp level rather than an execution level. Uh, Given the bands here that we're looking at, I'm not sure entirely what I'd bring, but maybe something rushy, something where if you get a nice pick early on, you can snowball out of control, rather than something where you're going to try and out execute like an armor control or a Kingslayer or something along those lines.
Yeah, that's actually something I wanted to talk a little bit about, is control and what we mean when we talk about that. That last match, we saw Odin's Call have a pretty substantial control bar. Some people would say is as wide as Black Bart Pirate was earlier on in wide Bart mode. Control, Zoo. What is control?
So, well, we can first go basically control is you want to control what's happening in the game. Control is normally a really scary comp and really for teams that are really good at execution, because it allows you to kind of, in a sense, lose that rock paper scissors of the blind bands matchup shown on grid. So you can actually show up on grid, be in a sense in a worse matchup with arm control, and actually be in a pretty good spot still to call it back if you got the execution. This is because normally the tools that control gives you. So with control, we're talking normally about E-War stuff. And it kind of can also be a bit grindy. That's why we see Leshak featured. So when you talk about E-War, you normally see something like Blackbirds, Kitsunes, Rooks have also featured with this. So you start controlling what the enemy can shoot. You dictate, and that comes in with damps as well, tracking disruptors. So you pretty much, it's two things. You control where the enemy can apply DPS, so that it also comes on your side. You need to make sure that you're presenting the right target at the same time as well. It doesn't help if you're jamming or damping, and then something that is in range or is lockable is getting shot at. Sorry, what I mean is doesn't help if you're damping and your logistics is staying in range. So the logistics need to be aware of that. But then it's also the ability to just make sure whatever you're grabbing on, you can just slowly grind it down. And it's like anything you normally latch is in a way a guaranteed kill, which is why we see Leshak come into that, where it just has that spool grinding and grinding and grinding away and get that going. So in a nutshell, control is just limiting what your opponent can shoot and being able to choose your target to pick apart the enemy team one by one.
Yeah, we usually see control comps. Armor control is super popular, obviously, because the tank modules for armor go into the low slots, and most offensive E-War and control modules go into the mid slots. Obviously, there's some high slot ones like Newts, but again, lots of armor ships are very, very strong with Newts as well. So we do see armor control really, really often. It's one of those archetypes where the longer the match goes on, the more powerful those control modules essentially become, especially when it comes to things like energy neutralizers. You're not going to be infinitely regenerating capacitor. You're going to be burning through boosters if you have them. Your capacitor is going to get lower and lower and lower, and eventually you might not be able to shoot or run your tank modules at all. Whereas, at the start of the match, when you've got full capacitor, you are in a much better position. In terms of the actual UI that we see on the screen, you might sometimes hear the casters refer to it as fancy UI. That's the internal name it's known as. That's the bars across the bottom of your screen with the ship types, the points, and a couple of bits of information like the speed, and of course all the different effects being applied. NG neutralizers, webs, tackle modules, things like that. You can see which modules are being applied on what ship. You also have the defense bar, the attack bar, and the control bar. We've just spoke about control. Defense is essentially EHP. And if you see a little purple bit in the end, that's active reps. So things like your ancillary armor repairer as opposed to pure HP. And attack is DPS, the number that is in your fitting window, added together across all your ships. Whoever has the most has the biggest attack bar. So that's what you're seeing when you're looking at it in the matches. Now, if we can bring those bands back up for Whole Control versus Bright Side of Death, we just spent a bit of time talking about control. Whole Control have control in their name, but they're banning off one of the most popular control ships, the Balgorn. Jintan, I think you spoke a little bit about what you expect to see here, but what do you think they don't want to see?
What they seem to not want to see is, I don't know, it just seems like power bans. It's not a consistent theme because they're banning something that's going to be really powerful close range and something that's going to be either really powerful close range or further away in the Nighthawk. You'd normally see a Sleipnir ban or something a little more geared towards taking Mimitar Rush off the table if you're worried about that. Personally, I tend to ban the Loki if I'm worried about Rush, because I find that the combination of hams and bonus webs is probably the most important part of it. Something really interesting, though, is the fact that no team has banned the EOS here. So we might actually end up seeing a drone kite mirror, or potentially one of these two teams has found something that they believe is the counter to the drone kite comp, and they're going to bring that and hope that their opponents fall for the trap and bring the EOS, which has been left unbanned for the first time in quite a few matches, I believe.
That would be super interesting. We haven't seen any mirrors yet in the Alliance Tournament trials, as far as I can remember. There's been some comps with similar themes, rush in, punch each other in the face comps, kitey comps, but we've not really seen any pure mirrors where both teams bring essentially almost the same ship lineup, maybe just some difference in fittings. I love seeing mirror matchups because at that point it can kind of come down to execution, target calling, and just who is the better team. Whereas sometimes you find that matches are won in the draft, they're won in the banning, or they're just won in ship selection and ship fitting. We're almost ready to go to our next match, Whole Control versus Bright Side of Death. I see that Twitch, you guys are strongly favoring Bright Side of Death. 650,000 of you putting your Twitch points put on Bright Side of Death to only 140,000 for Whole Control. So very strongly, people expecting Bright Side of Death to go 2-0 in this series. We'll find out in just a moment. So let's hand over to the arena for this match with your commentators, Fear and Moderator.
Welcome back to this next match of the Alliance Tournament Feeders, ladies and gentlemen. We see that Whole Control has chosen to bring two cruise fit and very fabulously pink golem ships, and Bright Side of Death has brought a Fleet Puppet, a Claymore, and a Sleipnir, and just a very fast support core here.
Yeah, it's Shield Rush with the Tempest Fleet issue added on top of it. We'll see how that works. The true Minotaur Rush, only having 3 Caldari ships in the entire Shield comp. It's interesting because we actually saw this exact dual Golem, single Scorpion Navy issue tinker setup. And I don't know if these are tinkered yet. We'll see if there are cap transfers earlier in the day, and it won, but Whole Control, I don't know if they've actually practiced with this comp yet. We'll see, because it is very difficult to execute these kinds of setups if you haven't tried them before. Believe me, I know, because this is actually something that we had prepped for last AT until we got knocked out by Bright Side of Death in the feeders. We'll see if Bright Side of Death are able to go up 2-0 in the series, though, as we're about to start right now.
Yeah, interestingly, the Scorpion Navy issue is the lone of that battleship core that has gone with rapid heavies instead of going cruise like the golems. Cruise golems, kind of make some sense. The golems are going to use their painter bonus to try to apply better, and I would expect them to try to pick apart at the support core of BSOD or try to headshot one of the larger ships. And they're choosing to go after the Stabber fleet issue, trying to get rid of that fast tackle, but immediately we can see that Wanto is deciding he's going to burn far away. He doesn't want any of that smoke. Meanwhile, the Sama is going to be the primary, as the Sleipnir, Tempest, and Claymore all close on top of him at 0 and are going to be slamming into him with autocannons at close range.
Yeah, interestingly, this Vagabond also staying far back, trying to protect this Osprey, but now he's got the opening, going back in. This Whole Control team is very, very tightly balled together. And onto the Scorpion Navy issue. Remember, he's the lone Rapid Heavy ship out of the comp. They'll have to deal with Rapid Heavy reloads, but he is getting through the Scythe Fleet issue right now, alongside those bonus paints from the cruise missile golems. And he's in hull now. The Scythe Fleet issue about to go down. This Griffin, though, has been caught out on the side by these drones, nearly volleyed, and both fall at the same time.
Yeah, the Scorpion Navy issue is just trying to survive as long as he can. Only really having a burst for reps is not going to be sustainable. As I say, the Bantam goes down at the same time, so one of those pieces of Frigg lodging, not quite as survivable as if he had a Scimitar on top of him, but I mean, that's what you get when you bring triple battleship. You just don't have the points for heavier Longi. And now that one of those support frigates is going down, the burst is going down, Basama is in low armor and will be dying fairly soon. And they need to kill more of the support core of BSOD, or they're going to be in a world of hurt here.
Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot left in the tank. In fact, these tinker setup, as they were tinkers, we did see the cap transfers hitting. Importantly, as was mentioned in by the analyst by Mystical Might, as a couple more ships die here, is that if Tinker gets bumped out off of each other, especially with these big, heavy ships, they're no longer able to tank as effectively. More ships just dying left and right from Whole Control, as this Golem is now into half shields. But look, he's not able to rep significantly at the moment because Bright Side of Death has actually been able to get these bumps off.
Yeah, and BSOD, they've been having their, their lighter ships like the Jackdaw, the Stabber, and the Vagabond, have been just absolutely picking apart the Bantam, the Burst, the Merlin, the Fleet Vigil. Very well played on their part, realizing that they can get more value out of their lower end core, choosing to a breakthrough, the core of whole whole control rather than just having it all go for the golems while they focus their heavier ships on top of the golem as Karib does drop. Stavlad will be the last major ship along with Pavel in the Claymore, and it's been pretty one-sided for BSOD here, executing their rush very, very well against a golem team that probably thought that they would have more time to apply those cruises and maybe whittle away at ships, but Bright Side of Death just absolutely controlled the arena, didn't allow that to happen, and has been picking apart whole control here.
Yeah, and this is why they were predicted to be one of the top teams going into this tournament. They're very good at execution. We saw them place top 8 in the last AT. We'll see if they're going to be able to make that happen again, as they will move on to the playoffs for the feeders. We'll see if they're going to be able to move on at AT. But all that being said, well played from Bright Side of Death. Of course, Whole Control, being in a 2-team group, will still automatically be runner-up and will be playing in the playoffs next Saturday as well, just as the second seed from their group and not their first seed.
Yeah, Faffy Waffy critically no longer part of this Bright Side of Death team. We were wondering how good of a roster they would be kind of without him. He's moved on to Darkside, who was qualified into the main tournament. We're also wondering how well some of these Russian teams would do after the kind of implosion of Vidra, and with some of their members spreading across the Four Winds, and also with what's going on in Eastern Europe right now. But seems like Bright Side of Death is not having too much trouble with that, as they drop the Claymore of Pavel and the Skybreaker of Crystal, trying to burn towards the edge of the arena here, as Bright Side of Death takes a commanding victory as Crystal burns in boundaries.
We're going to send it back to the desk to break that one down and bring us into the next match, which will be Electus Matari versus Kitchen Sinkhole. We'll be right back after this.
Bright Side of Death, they're shining brightly as they take out Whole Control in what seemed to be a pretty commanding victory. They are now 2-0 on the day, looking strong. As Fear mentioned during that match, one of the favourites potentially to do quite well and get through into the main tournament. There was a couple of questions raised about losing one of their key members and one of their key theory crafters. But it goes to show that not just one person can make a team. One person can certainly have a huge influence on a team. Jintan, I'm sure you've seen some of that in the teams that you've been with. Foxholers, I believe you're, obviously, we said this a few times, but you've been leading a lot of the practices. I think it'd be safe to say, if someone like yourself wasn't in that team, then they would maybe, struggling a bit more than perhaps they might would have been. Having one linchpin anchor person or personality can really make a huge difference. So pretty nice to see that BSOD are still doing well, even though they have lost one of their historic members. Jintan, what did you make of that match, though? Is there anything Whole Control could have done differently, do you think?
Brawler Bear comp. In terms of actual execution, there's not a huge amount you can do with a Tinker. You are very much a pseudo Tinker. We shouldn't really call it a Tinker. There is no Tinker logistics involved in there. It's just trying to project a lot of DPS out onto the field and go from there. You are matchup fishing really hard when you bring a Tinker. You're hoping your opponents bring some sort of control or kite setup, ideally a control setup that doesn't have newts. or a kite setup that doesn't have the option to go aggressive, and they just weren't able to they weren't able to find that. Maybe it would have done well against the drone setup. I can imagine that being the case. All you'd need is a couple of smart bombs on the golems and some, and the ability to project onto their logistics, and you could have won via that. That might have been their train of thought, but unfortunately, Bright Side of Death, they saw through the ruse, they believed in themselves, and they brought a simple execution comp rather than the powerful comp that everyone else seems to fear. And because of that, they were able to pull out a very simple victory there.
Yeah, and Zoo, what do you make of Burst Bantam? Like, it's only 2 points. It's 2 logistics frigates, Tech 1 logistics frigate, not even Tech 2. And you're bringing them with some pretty heavy ships like the Golems, and the Navy Scorpion, and the Claymore. Are they really going to have the rep power to keep these ships alive, do you think? I mean, obviously not. We can answer that question factually. But do you think there's something that they could have done differently with those ships?
I don't think there's too much they could have done different. What we also saw happening there that was picking the Frigology apart was there was looked like Brightside brought light drones, DPS drones to supplement their rush. Teams normally might have EC drones or logistics drones, and Brightside also had a Jackdaw. So a combination of those two allowed them to put a lot of like sideline pressure on those Frigology, in a sense, forget them and focus on their main target. But what someone like Hull Control might have been hoping for with these things, is supplementing your reps. What you're kind of hoping for is a sense of like a breaking point. You're hoping that the Frigology, even though it's just T1, can give you just that edge to remain above your kind of breaking point on your self rep for your battleships, so the battleships can hopefully start getting off enough DPS. So hopefully the Frigology then survives, relying on their small sig radius and mobility and all of that. Just put up enough rep power to make sure the battleships just staying in there, and then hopefully the battleships would have gotten rid of some of the DPS that was rushing them. But obviously that's not the case here. Mostly due to a lot of DPS coming in, not enough DPS going out, and the potential for the split DPS from Brightside, and quite an effective pull there, I'd say as well. Not completely tunneling on their primary target, understanding like, cool, those Frigology aren't going to do it much, but they might just buy enough time. So let's do what we can about them. So if everything that can perfectly apply to them perfectly apply, and they decided that was a Jackdaw and a light drone.
Yeah, well, it wasn't to be, unfortunately for them. Those 2 points were just not enough to keep the hopes of Hull Control alive and well against the Bright Side of Death. They are now 0-2, so it's going to be a tough climb for them to try and make it through into the consolidation bracket. They still have some more matches to play tomorrow, so we'll see if they can eke out a couple of wins there and perhaps take it to the tiebreak. That will certainly be very, very interesting. Now, speaking of interesting, our last 2 matches of the day are going to be featuring our Minmatar roleplay corps once again, Electus, Matari, and Ushra'Khan. They're not playing each other yet. That would be super interesting. They are playing, respectively, Electus, Matari playing Kitchen Sinkhole, and Ushra'Khan playing No Vacancies. Both of them put into the good luck tier by a number of the casters, not me, in our tier list show. And both of those teams doing relatively well. Jintan, I think from what I remember, Alexis Matari looked maybe the more put together, more experienced team. What do you think?
Yeah, I have to say, Electus Matari looked really, really good in that first match. They must have been practicing that comp quite a lot. I think it's gonna come down to, is that a comp that they've sat down and run 10 15 times, or is it just that their base skills are actually good? A lot of times a team will narrow in on one style of comp, or one specific comp exactly, and just practice that over and over and over, especially for a tournament like this, and try and get really good with it, and then they'll neglect to do other styles of comp. So it's going to be a question of, do they have an aggro comp in their back pocket? Do they have something else that they can bring and maybe surprise No Vacancies with? Because No Vacancies haven't played yet today, so they haven't shown anything. Sorry, Kitchen Sinkhole have played today. My bad. I'm looking at the wrong match. But
Kitchen Sinkhole.
no, they haven't played. They haven't played. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, you were right the first time.
I was correct. I just had the wrong teams. But it's going to be a question of can they bring something different and maybe surprise Kitchen Sinkhole? Or are they going to bring the same thing and maybe get countered? That's always a possibility, especially in a tournament like this where you're trying to conserve a little bit of theory crafting as well, because you want to prepare yourself well for the playoffs. You don't want to show everything right now.
Yeah, Alexis Matari also have RCA Elkin, member of this Council of Stellar Management, current sitting member. They're in the same tribe as Turbofeed or Glory, who have Mark Resurrectus, Wormhole candidate, Wormhole CSM member, sitting in the CSM member in CSM 17. It would be interesting if those two fight off against each other. Perhaps the loser will resign their seat. Who knows? That would be certainly very, very interesting. I'm looking forward to tomorrow, to be honest, because today's matches, while interesting, are just like the group level matches. All right, so tomorrow is when we start to see teams basically starting to get eliminated or in positions to be eliminated from the Alliance tournament trials. No one has really secured themselves a spot yet, and some teams are really looking a bit shaky whether or not they're going to make it through. But tomorrow is when we start to see those chances, firm up or wash out completely. And Alexis Matari and Kitchen Sinkhole see what these teams have decided they do not want to face. So if we can pop them up on screen. Cool. So Alexis Matari, interesting sets of bans here, banning the Curse and banning that Loki. So as Jintan mentioned a couple of times, if you want to avoid that sort of ham Nighthawk Loki rush, then he thinks banning that Loki and those long range webs is the more powerful of those bans. The Curse also a very powerful E-War platform, especially with scripted E-War. The guidance disruptors or tracking disruptors and the energy neutralizers that you can slap on that bad boy can cause a lot of disruption. Kitchen Sinkhole banning that Zarmzad. We've only seen that banned once thus far. It's a very, very powerful single target logistics ship. Not normally the most picked logistics cruiser in any format, really, because its inability to rapidly switch between targets in a tournament environment, but still very strong. And of course, that Typhoon fleet issue, sometimes known as the Floon, which can be just vomiting out DPS and has those utility highs, usually filled with heavy energy neutralizers. Zoo, anything else really jumping out at you here from these bans?
Well, I'm loving to see the Curse in some capacity. Curse is one of my favorite ships, but it's always a good ban because it's kind of like a cheap self like bring all kind of armor control all in one in a sense. It's got the drones, it's got the E-War, it's got newts, all like stuff's awesome. But the Zarm is also kind of, you could say, another thing that falls into the armor control style that we've said before. Thriving in an area where if you're controlling what the enemy team can shoot and the Zarm ramping up, being able to rep just one ship stronger and stronger and stronger. If you're limiting the enemy's ability to switch targets, that's where the Zarm can thrive there. Stuff isn't really jumping out. I think Jintan's mentioned quite before how the Loki is normally a sign that you might be scared of something like a rush. So I'm wondering if we're also going to see more Frigology coming in from, sorry, I forget teams now here, if I just go back, from Electus, because a Curse with its small newts can be quite effective, just absolutely ruining Frigology's days with those cycle time bonuses and being able to spread them all around. But I sometimes feel like Shield might suffer a bit more from newts as well. You generally want to keep that kiting potential you have. Getting your micro drive shut down is tantamount to death in that point. So I want to say that Electus might be trying to go for a more shield kite style here.
All right, well, let's find out how right you are, Zoo, or if you're wildly wrong. We'll know in just a moment as we hand over to the arena to see this match between Electus Matari and Kitchen Sinkhole with your casters Alec and Blackbart Pirate.
Hello and welcome. A very interesting matchup. These teams starting very far away from each other. Electus Matari has a pair of Eos, a Hugin, a Myrmidon, Ishtar, Vexer Navy, Athalia Deacon, Vexer, and Skybreaker. Very drone heavy comp. Black Bart, what do we have from Kitchen Sinkhole?
Kitchen Sinkhole's done something a little bit interesting here. They are actually running autocannon, hurricane fleet issues, and Slipner, but they did warp in at 50, so very, very far away, but with a lot of very close range damage. Also, they have a Hugin, they got a Kitsune, they got a Carry, so they have a pretty solid E-War and control setup, and they're rounding off that low end with Jackdaw, Flycatcher, Stabber.
It's an interesting
So,
hybrid of a
pretty decent
Mimitar
setup.
Rush and an Ewar control.
Indeed, and they, I really actually like their setup because they've got some good close range damage. They've got some good anti tackle, though. It does look like the Flycatcher and the Jackdaw are well, the Flycatcher's rocket and the Jackdaw's light missile. So there's kind of a little bit of a, I don't know, maybe a mix of opinions here. Long range, short range, E-War, who knows?
Yeah, unfortunately, against the drone comp, all of that control is not going to help them a ton. Doesn't matter if the drone ships are webbed far off. Damps will be helpful, but they don't have enough damps for the whole team. And the jams are going to be effectively meaningless. So I actually think Electus Matari may have the edge in this rock, paper, scissor war, but it will all come down to the execution here. They need to be putting the drones on the right target. They need to get that target tackled down so the drones can apply.
That is true. However, to help them get that target tackle down, Electus Matari also has a Hugin. The question is Kitchen Sinkhole going to be able to prevent said Hugin from doing any tackling? I think they do have a decent E-War setup, so like you said, this is
What would
going
be
to
your
be very,
solution there,
very
Black Bart? Would
execution.
would you if you were Kitchen Sinkhole, would you try to E-War the Hugin and count on your Kitsune and carries to keep it isolated, or would you try to primary it?
I think in this case, like I would damp the heck out of that Hugin and then maybe ignore it. But we're gonna see. I'm a little something that we actually haven't seen an EOS based drone setup yet, and I'm kind of curious to see if Electus Matari has filled all of the mid slots on that with damps of their own, which we're gonna find out in about 5 seconds here.
Yep, links are up. The teams are raring to go, and we're off.
Gigantic heavy drone cloud is already out, so we're not seeing any sentries. It will take a little bit for this damage to apply. Looks like long range webs are already on the Vexor, and Kitchen Sinkhole has their Hugin and their carries and their Scimitar damped. So it does look like Electus Matari has fit quite a lot of sensor damps on a variety of their ships here.
Yep, and we can see Electus Matari fanning out now. Meanwhile, Kitchen Sinkhole driving desperately in a straight line to catch anything. Their Flycatcher has zoomed out very far ahead of the rest of them, and ooh, that's a pop.
Well, the Flycatcher actually just dropped a stasis webifier bubble on top of all the drones, so that's kind of an interesting tactic there. Unfortunately, by doing so, it has also stasis webified itself, and all of those heavy drones are doing massive amounts of damage to the Flycatcher. It does look like the Skybreaker is going to drop first, and then the Vector Navy is taking a decent amount of damage. And actually, this Flycatcher almost is holding, but I think it is eventually going to drop here. Very interesting use of web bubbles right there.
That Simi is doing a lot of work buying time on this Flycatcher. I think he will die, but the Vexor may go first. That's a heck
Well,
of a great
and the
trade.
Simi, it is actually keeping it alive, but all the drones did swap over to the Scimitar, who is not moving, but is also not tackled. I believe they damped the Scimitar down. It flew in to get on the Flycatcher, and then Electus Matari switched all of their drones over towards it. Is boosting for its life, and the Vector Navy issue drops down here. So Kitchen Sinkhole is actually doing a really, really good job versus this drone setup.
Yeah, the Simi's surrounded by a cloud of hostile drones. No rep drones on their side, so as soon as his ancillary shield booster charges run out, he will drop very rapidly. But it looks like they're going to go for a Logi trade here. They know that's about to happen, so they've taken out the Thalia. Now it seems like they're splitting damage across the Hugin and the Deacon. The Hugin, not the greatest armor tank in the world. Ooh, and that's their Simi.
Yep.
Okay, so this match is evolving in a very interesting direction. I think Kitchen Sinkhole has the edge of the snowball here, but things are far from certain now that their Logi is down.
Well, and we're gonna see if Electus Matari has actually practiced drones. It does look like they have, as all of their drone ships are starbursting towards beacons. This is a classic tactic whenever you are flying drone ships, is to get away from everything, because the drones don't, or your ship does not need to be near the drone target. The Hugin is tackled and will drop, but none of the other Electus Matari ships are down. So now the drones are going to be flying around while Kitchen Sinkhole has to chase after their targets. Very, very interesting setup here. This match could definitely go either way still at this point.
Yeah, I think the challenge now for Electus Matari is they're not going to be able to slow down any of these ships. You can see the kitchen sinkhole fleet micro warp driving away, kind of dragging that cloud of drones behind them. The drones not able to do their theoretical full damage because they have to speed up, catch up fire every time. It's enabling this Hurricane fleet issue to stay alive a lot longer than you'd think, although he is running out of shield and running out of runway.
Yeah, it does look
Once
like
they
the
get to
Hurricane
his
fleet
armor,
issue
he
is
is going
about
to
to go
drop
down.
incredibly quick.
Yeah, he just turned and maybe is going to survive. He's kiting the drones extremely well here. Very very good play on Kitchen Sinkhole. They've definitely fought up against drones before, and they have the Vexor of Lord Omega Tackle. I'm betting that's going to be the next target. And yeah, this Hurricane fleet issue is living to win, just kiting drones extremely well.
His armor is dropping, but these drones are just so slow. I wonder if by putting so much E-War in their mid slots, they forgot to put the drone nav computers to allow those drones to get onto target.
Ah, that's very possible, and it's just actually kind of surprising how well they're kiting here. I think that Alexis and Matari maybe needs to look into swapping to a different target, but somehow they're applying almost no damage. A lot of this is the drone choice too. There's a lot of Navy Predators out, which are quite slow. I think that maybe if they had Berserkers or something, they could do more damage. But Berult is still living to win here. Very very low armor, but the EOS of Athlon is tackled and probably going to go down, maybe even before Berult.
And the most concerning thing is you mentioned swapping to another target. That's the best target they've got. The Hurricane fleet issues are by far the best option for this drone cloud to park itself on, and it's still kiting them out.
Yeah, at this point,
It-
yeah, Berolt's just flying. Berolt's actually going to outlive the EOS as well. Player of the match right here. EOS going down. Berolt is still alive with this massive drone cloud, and Kitchen Sinkhole is just handling Alexis Matari, who've massively overcommitted. Like they're tunnel visioning on this poor Hurricane fleet issue.
Yeah, they have no tackle to really pin down anything else. This is a runaway, and it's all thanks to the piloting of that Hurricane fleet issue.
Yeah, and they're swapping over to the Ishtar now, who is tackled down. 3 drone ships left, not really that much damage. I don't think that Alexis Matari has any chance here. This Ishtar is just going to drop so quickly, and we're not seeing any drone damage applied to anybody on Kitchen Sinkhole yet.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of hate on drone comps in the Twitch chat. It's not that they're bad; they are quite good, but you need to pair them with a little bit of tackle. That was a glaring gap in the Electus Matari comp here. They just didn't have it, and the very little bit of tackle they did have got taken out way too easily. Rather than invest so many points in a fragile Hugin, you might have been better off distributing those points into several tanky frigates.
No, I mean it might have even been better off just having like your EOS be a tackle or something. But and I
Yeah.
thought that for a while Electus actually had this because that scimitar did not. The scimitar lived way longer than it should have. Like it was sitting at 0 on top of their flycatcher and had a ton of drones on it. The scimitar just tanked, which was very surprising. I'm not sure if Electus had the drones on the wrong target or maybe they just messed up, but there's definitely a little bit of tunnel visioning here, and we're kind of seeing. I mean, we're seeing the result of that right now.
Yeah, no viable options. I've got to assume that the EUs and the Myrmidon, neither of them has a scram or web. If they did, they would probably be trying to go in and apply it on literally anything at this point. But they are so far behind in both the DPS and E-War race. I would be shocked if they could even target anything with both the Carries and the Kitsune still alive. Those drones are probably running on autopilot.
Yeah, it looks like they might get Kydra's flycatcher down, which has been surviving in like 30% structure for the last 5 minutes or so. Maybe I did see another web bubble and some kiting away, but yeah, this is just again totally handled. Kitchen Sinkhole's definitely practiced against drones. They were ready to fight drones, and they're doing a fantastic job against them.
Yeah, it's probably one of the best defensive flying we've seen against the drone comp in any tournament setting in a very long time. Just absolutely fabulous. I think there's nothing in the kitchen sinkhole comp that suggests they had some kind of rock paper scissors type advantage over this drone comp. This was purely down to target selection and personal piloting.
Yeah, they did just pop that Kitsune kind of out of nowhere. I think that was probably the only target. But that's way too late here. The Myrmidon is now tackled down, and they're gonna like slowly wipe this one out. They left the Myrmidon for last, probably the least dangerous ship here. And again, huge shout out to Barolt. I think probably some of the best piloting we've seen today, more or less single-handedly wasting Electus Matari's DPS for like 3 minutes straight, which was again very very good play.
Unfortunately, the EOS for Electus Matari not long for this world. Pixie Warrior is about to drop. Now, the EOS does have a very beefy tank, one of the tankiest, especially in terms of active tank of all the command ships. So we'll take them a little bit to grind him down, but I think it's a foregone conclusion. His drones just do not have the DPS. Now he's in structure. It's dissipating very rapidly. Then Kitchen Sinkhole is about to claim a very spectacular victory as we throw it back to the analyst desk.
Ten minutes on. You want to do something stupid?
I think it's alt. It's alt and like F4, I think.
Just going in. It's deep. So what's going to happen here is Derek is going to undock the Titan and bridge us.
There are a lot of fun dice games, but rolling the number you need to win is pure luck. Or is it?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as Electus Matari drop that match to Kitchen Sinkhole in what is considered clearly a bit of an upset, not just on what we saw on field, but also to you out in Twitch land. 428 of you put 600,000 of your channel points on Electus Matari, and you lost all of them. Meanwhile, 240 of you choosing to bet 200,000 on Kitchen Sinkhole. You get to be smug. You are the winners in that particular one. You can, of course, redeem those for some pretty cool skins. There's a bot that's doing it. It sometimes gets overwhelmed. Not used to having so many people trying to talk to at any one time. So be patient, but you will get some pretty cool skins for 10,000 points. Jin Tan, exact quote from you during that match in our production chat. Quote, "I think EM have this," end quote. What did you see at that particular moment that made you think that, and what changed?
Yeah, so this was at a point in the match where Electus Matari had yet to lose any major DPS ships, so they still had all 4 of their major drone DPS things in play, and their opponents had lost their logistics. At that point, in theory, you should be able to go to all your beacons, and there is so much ground that a rush team, like Kitchen Sinkhole has to cover before they can apply their DPS, whereas Electus Matari can just sit and apply their DPS from pretty much any range. That I thought that they should have been able to win it from that point. Unfortunately, their range control of the Hugin and got caught at that point. Just as I said it, unfortunately. Sorry, Arcia, gave you the old curse there. And from that point, Kitchen Sink were actually really able to execute really well. You've got to give props to their tackle, to be perfectly honest. They did really well on not all ganging on one target, but spreading around, making sure they'd caught as many ships as possible, communicating the handoffs well. You actually saw a couple of times a fast ship would go in, grab one thing, a slower companion like the flycatcher would come in and grab hold of it afterwards, and then that fast ship would move off and grab another ship. Those sort of handoffs and making sure that you don't have the opportunity to press activation on a jump beacon or MWD off another couple of cycles and just give yourself that little bit more time is so crucial when you're flying a rush comp like that. That's going to need to get pretty much within docking range of your opponents to properly kill them.
Yeah, that's sometimes something we see with drone comps when they go up against a team like this, is that as soon as one person is attacking them, will just scatter in every direction, go sit on beacons, get ready to jump around, make it so that, sure, The rush comp may have more DPS, it may have more control, it may be able to lock people down, but it is going to have to finish someone off, pack up all their belongings, get in the car, drive across to the arena, and get ready to set up again and kill the next person. And of course, the whole time, your drones are just doing what they have been programmed to do, which is just wreck nerds. Zoo, is there anything else you think that Electus Matari could have done here? We saw some interesting plays from the Kitchen Sinkhole team, with specifically the wobble coming out. But yeah, Electus Matari, could they really have done much more, or do you think Jintan kind of covered it?
Well, I think he covered it, but another good point he touched onto was the Hugin. Hugin might have been a bit of a wasted points there. So it's a recon, a T2 electronic warfare cruiser, pretty much. You could say normally that role or that slot, even with those specific points in allocation, is a lot better spent on something like a curse or a rook, a falcon. I'm not too sure if we're going to be seeing Erasers and Lachesis yet. Who knows? Maybe someone's going to do something janky. But that's normally where that role actually shines. Normally, when you're looking at webs and paints, the Hyena is so much better, more efficient, more mobile. You can even look at 10MN options, which our production has mentioned in our chat as well. Becomes extremely survivable, and it can do pretty much everything. Especially when you're going for an armor Hyena, possibly. You can go like double web paint, or 2 paints a web. So you're not actually lacking anything that Hugin could have brought. So I think that's the biggest thing. Maybe a bit more optimization on their comps. The other unfortunate thing is, so good job for Kitchen Sink on their piloting. But with drones, we speak about obviously starbursting, the potential that drone comps have to just scatter and make it that it's a real drag to catch them all, and a lot of time wasting travel between. But it is a double-edged sword that drones unfortunately have to travel as well. The disadvantage that drones have is, if you're in space and you have tactical overlay and you see lovely blue arrows or something, we talk a lot about double clicking. So if you're approaching someone and someone is now going to your left, you don't fly towards where they were, you fly towards where they're going to go. You set an intercept course. Unfortunately, drones can't do that. So when someone's really good with piloting, as we saw Kitchen Sink can do, like drones can really lag behind and never really catch up to a target to apply, especially if they're not the right drones, they're not the fastest drones in their class as well. So maybe some better optimization on their webs and better optimization on their drone choices, maybe. But I will say Kitchen Sink did a good game as well.
Yeah, so definitely well done to Kitchen Sinkhole, going one up on Electus Matari there. Electus Matari now a bit of pressure to pull out some wins tomorrow. So we'll see them again. As mentioned, this is a group tournament at this point to get to the top of each of the tribes. Now, this is an opportunity for Ushra'Khan to take that top position in that tribe by going 2-0 as they go up against No Vacancies. Let's take a look at the bans for this upcoming match and see what Ushra'Khan and No Vacancies are choosing to ban. So Ushra'Khan choosing to ban the Barghest and the Scorpion Navy issue. Big, heavy DPS ships with a decent amount of control, especially that Scorpion Navy. And No Vacancies banning the Typhoon Fleet issue and the Balgorn. Nothing super unsurprising here, Jintan, or does something jump out at you?
I think the main thing that jumps out to me is Ushra'Khan banning 2 rapid heavy missile ships between the Scorpion Navy issue and the Barghest. And then that combined with the Novak ban of the Typhoon Fleet issue, again, another ship that we typically see brought with rapid heavies, apart from that one instance of Torp Typhoons. Kind of makes me think that we're going to see a couple of Tech 2 logistics, possibly even Tech 1 logistics cruisers, rather than the logistics frigates that seem to have had much more prevalence during the rest of this feeder, because the natural predators of them have now been taken off the field.
Yeah, and Zoo, any further thoughts from you on those particular bans? I think Jintan, as before, you kind of covered it pretty well. But I'm just waiting for teams to land on the field right now. So any additional thoughts from you there, Zoo?
I kind of picked up the same thing on the rapid comp. So that kind of forward heavy loaded DPS, especially coming from those 2 ships, that would really excel normally just blitzing off something in the cruiser category, something battle cruiser category, including cruiser logistics. which I don't think we've actually been seeing that too much. People prefer to focus on the frig logistics and the kind of just the durability it almost gives you, that kind of duo tandemness of just increasing survivability. But who knows? Maybe we're going to see some more focus on cruiser logic on their side, and they just felt that's something that was already weak point of theirs, and they just want to make sure that weak point isn't exploited.
Awesome. Well, let's not drone on any further, and let's hand over to the match and see if Ushra'Khan can go 2-0 or if No Vacancies can take this W with your casters, Fear and Moderator.
Welcome back to the arena. On the red side, it is Ushra'Khan bringing an armor control with a key Vindicator and Tempest Fleet issue. The Armageddon has lasers on it. We'll see how it goes up against. What do we have here for No Vacancies, Moderator?
We have a no Logi team where No Vacancies has decided to bring either 2 or 3 of every... Well, actually, they have Logi. Excuse me, I cannot read. Double Sleipnir, double Fleet Scythe, double Stabber Fleet Issue, and Spiteful, going to make sure that no matter what, they would not lose on tiebreak with the absurd amount of Minmatar ships. That No Vacancy side is all cannons, all day, no artillery. They're just going to try to get on top of things at 0, all coming in at a 15 kilometer warp range. Interestingly, a custom warp range, indicating they've probably practiced with that specific setup once or twice before. It would not surprise me if they immediately get on top of that Tempest Fleet Issue and Vindicator and immediately chew through it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the Shield Rush versus Armor Control matchup time and time again. We'll see if Ushra'Khan can actually pull ahead in this one. Remember, it's a Gungeddon, so they have a little bit more DPS out of that than you would normally see with one that just uses its drones at the full newts. But at the same time, you're not going to have as much of a good time against these Scimitar and the other shield ships here from No Vacancies. We're off to the start of the match, though. 1 second left. We'll see who dives who.
If I'm the Spitefulls, I get on top of the Deacon or the Thalia. I kill those. I send my shield battle cruisers and kill one of the major core ships. Instead, though, they're going to try to kill off the Scythe Fleet Issue and the Stabber Fleet Issue, trading out much better, breaking Dipaga and Det. Meanwhile, Zafin is just taking some shield damage.
Yeah, Scythe Fleet should just get melts as Kafin and Stabber Fleet has Mansell charges, has a Sleipnir to help him through this. And in fact, he is not melting to this DPS right now as his counterpart, Det, just died in the Stabber Fleet as well. Matari Roleplay Corps, they started the day off strong. We'll see if both end up 1-1 on the day, though, as this Stabber Fleet issue of Zafin starts going into armor.
Yeah, Zafin's going to drop, now going into armor, but now 40 winks of the Vindicator is going to be the primary. And I'm liking where No Vacancies is at a little bit more. I would like if their Spitefulls broke off and tried to kill, the Deacon and the Thalia, as I'd mentioned earlier. Probably more efficient than trying to just pound everything, full face rush into the Vindicator. But they might win anyway. 40 winks already down into hull, and Sandramin now down into hull as well. But I'm liking this trade much better, even with the amount of damage going into Sandramin.
Importantly, though, Starcaster and the Armageddon and actually the Sentinel of Kale are neuting out the Scimitar, so he's not able to actually give any sort of reps as he's trying to run away from this heavy nuke pressure. The Svipple of Alex is about to go down, but first that Vindicator falls. Now the only DPS left on the field that's actually in the middle of the brawl is this Tempest Fleet issue.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you see a bunch of Vespa EC600s from what are probably, some of the core ships on the side of Ushra'Khan, but the Scimitar is just burning away. He's getting well outside of the optimal range of those newts, and without anything really to catch down the Scimitar, he's going to be fine. He's continuing to apply some reps. We see those effects go out into Alex Harakel, who's rep down up to full shield and just bouncing back as he takes damage. But Dejan Entiminair down into low armor, and No Vacancies running away with it.
Yeah, I mean, the Shield Rush setup, once again, into these armor control comps can be very potent, because the armor control has to execute a much higher level than these Shield Rush setups have to. They just need to get their targets right, and they have. Taking out that Vindicator, about to take out this Tempest Fleet issue as well, and they don't even need to talk about these Logi Frigs. It's all over for this one, and for the second time today, team goes 1-1, so tomorrow is going to be big for them, and it's out of their hands for both these Mimitar Roleplay Corps, as whether or not they make it in on tie breaks.
Yeah, definitely going to be very influential with the amount of Minmatar hulls being the tiebreak format. Now, as Harkin in the Thalia goes down, this will be the first match we've actually seen out of No Vacancies thus far in this event. So they still have one more to play to try to demonstrate, their prowess in the bracket. And, essentially getting a near perfect victory is a good way to start that, as Starcatcher will be the next primary for Novak.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot left to say about this one. No Vacancies just execute better. Ushra'Khan, I mean, they tried to go for that Scimitar with this gun get-in, but the Scimitar outran them eventually. They weren't able to turn off his prop, and unfortunately, even taking the Scimitar out of the fight for as long as they did, it just was not enough to turn the tides in their favor.
So we've been talking a lot about control setups, and one of the the tenets of the control setups is that in order to beat a rush setup, what you need to do is you need to be able to pull apart these rush setups and prevent the rush setups from being able to really get a critical mass of a death ball on top of you that can break through your core, and then try to just whittle them out, grind them out, get those newts applying pressure, shut off hardeners, and eventually take the match. But that's not really something you can do when you warp your entire core at 0 and you're all of 15 kilometers away from a rush comp that will instantly get on top of you before locks even resolve for either team. And No Vacancies was able to get on top of those battleships, and once they did, they secured their win condition.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what the desk thinks about this matchup, but I do think this is just another win for Shield Rush. Maybe we see a repeat of last year with the dominant Shield Rush meta. We'll see what the desk thinks, though. Take it away, guys.
Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew. I buried the pot.
Well, Ushra'Khan getting dunked upon there by an entire Minmatar, 2 Sleipnir's Scimitar, 2 Fleet's Eye, 2 Stabber Fleet, and 3 Zvipals. So just relying on that tiebreaker there, No Vacancies taking a solid win over Ushra'Khan. So both Minmatar roleplay teams going 1-1 today, and that means that they're going to be fighting for their positions tomorrow. As the Alliance Tournament 18 Minmatar Tribal Trials will continue then. That was the last match of the day. Thank you, Imperium News. I saw you rated us a little bit late. Not the first time you've been late to report on something, but there we are. Now, we have to take one moment to thank the people that make this possible. Of course, CCP Zealous has been an absolute hero in the background, making everything actually work and get together. But he has got a whole team of people, GMs and some CCP devs to help him out. We've got GM Starlar, GM Maverick, GM Kobayashi, GM Goat, and CCP Swift there. They've been the ones doing the refereeing, teleporting people around, and pushing the buttons to make the game happen. Of course, behind the scene here, we have Discreet Error, who's been putting all the stuff up on the screen and generally tracking everything. We have ArtJ as our main streamer, and apparently now myself as deputy main streamer for when that goes wrong. And of course, all of our casters and commentators today, Wingnut Cross, Jintan, Dujek, CCP Swift for stepping in, moderator Fearvina, Alec, and Blackbart Pirate, and of course, not forgetting Mystical Might and Zurjak Destroyer on the desk with me. I have been Ithaca Hawk. Thank you very much for watching. We will see you tomorrow for more Spaceship on Spaceship Violence. Stick around and enjoy the raid. See you then.